The moment you have all been waiting for. Allow me to introduce Hot Takes Only.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful night tonight. We have a bit of an odd stream for you gentlemen today. We have a Thursday night stream because tomorrow I am traveling for the Iowa State match, level 2. And so, yeah, we're doing a Thursday stream instead of a Friday stream. And I thought, what better idea than to get some of your favorite YouTube degens on a singular panel to discuss their hot takes and only their hot takes. So before we get into all of that, we have Richard, Basecamp Hop, and Asphax on right now. We're waiting for a few others. People will be in and out of the stream as it goes on tonight. I believe that Lucas Botkin said he would be here. Not sure at what time he will arrive. We have Micah Mayfield said he might hop on, and a few others. Reno May should be here a little bit later as well. But before we get into all of that, how is everybody's night going?
Good. Pretty good. How about yourself?
Fantastic. Asphax, how's the black square going?
Yeah, there's a stuffed animal squished on top of the camera. I'm just in the middle of something, but I'm here vocally, and then I'll be camera here.
Oh, no problem, man.
He's with us in spirit, at least.
I mean, you can have the ceiling if you want. It's one of the octopuses.
Some Lovecraftian
See the
images.
octopusy here. Enjoy.
No.
What a
We're
view.
not staring up the
A
octopus.
peek under the hood, thanks.
I appreciate the solidarity of the black square. That's very 2020 Instagram.
Yeah, very well. Somebody just complained that we didn't have any diversity on the panel, and I would like you to point you to the Asphax square if you have issues with diversity on this panel. But hey, Basecamp, it's your first time here, so why don't you actually introduce yourself? Everybody else has been on the panel many times.
Yeah, thank you. Long-time subsidizer of the stream, but first-time participant.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, my buddies and I just started posting stuff a little while ago. We are normal dudes who are just trying to get good at the whole gun thing, and so that's kind of the point of our channel, but we're also a little retarded and good at the camera stuff. So that's, I guess, how I'd pitch us in an elevator. Yeah,
100%. They are a great up-and-coming channel that is gonna blow up if I had to guess. So this video right here is the one that I like the most. It is essentially making fun of the gray man concept. How do I share screen if I'm not retarded? There it is. Perfect. Boom. This one here, go check it out. Basecamp, you're doing gray man wrong, and it is purely a spoof of the whole gray man concept, and it is fantastic.
As every other dude who thinks he's in a Tom Clancy novel. Tactical pants with as many pockets as physically possible.
That's the whole vibe of it, yeah.
Funny enough, filming those opening shots inside of a Chick-fil-A with like a big camera was the most nervous I might have ever been to do anything. I was terrified we were going to get kicked out.
Well, not just that, but people are going to be like, what are you doing? Are you filming a movie here? You're going to get mugged. Somebody's going to steal your camera equipment.
You have your permit for filming in this public space?
Yeah, exactly. There's certain points when I just have to reflect and think, I am how old and I'm doing this? But hey, it works.
Well, yeah, it might seem a little awkward, but that's what makes it fun. That's why we enjoy it. We enjoy the cringe a little bit. All right, well, so the point of tonight's stream is, as the name implies, I kind of want to do this on like an annual basis almost, or do something like this every year and have like a big panel, and it is quite literally hot takes only. So I hope people brought a few hot takes. I also noted a bunch from the Discord, as there were a lot of really cringy hot takes that people posted there. But the point of this is to state your hot take and then defend it against the rest of the panel or anyone who disagrees with your supposed hot take. And that's kind of the point. It's just going to be whoever wants to bring out a hot take does that and then defends it against the rest of the panel or anyone who has a problem with it. So I'll go first. I'll say one that's probably not that hot of a take. I told Brassfax this one earlier, but I'll start. 308 should be replaced entirely by 6.5 Creedmoor. 308 should no longer exist outside of an LMG roll. So there's no point to any barrel length or any purpose for a 308 that 6.5 Creedmoor does not do at least as well, if not better, for the average person. Again, outside of an LMG roll.
Call me spicy, but I don't think that's a hot take at all. Like I keep just casually dropping the line in a lot of my videos about how 308 is essentially a dead cartridge. And then almost the conversation's the same every time. Somebody be like, what are you talking about? It's like, it's graded XYZ and it's so affordable. And I'm like, hey, when's the last time you bought some? And then 5 minutes later, they reply, oh my God, I didn't realize. It's like, yeah, you can get match grade 6.5 Creed for the same price as Turkish ball 308. It's
you say it's not spicy, but man, the chat did not agree with me at all there, at all. Boo, get this man off stream. Wow.
Okay, but they're gonna say that, then they're gonna go look up the price of 308 on SG Ammo, and then they're gonna come back and be like, oh my God, I didn't realize, and they're gonna place an order for a 6.5 Sapper tonight.
Well, so here's some more actual arguments for it, right? So 308 and 6.5 Creedmoor per round is about the same. They're within a couple pennies of each other per round. In terms of ballistic performance, 6.5 Creedmoor is just better. Even the cheap 6.5 Creedmoor is as competent as medium price 308. As far as recoil goes, there's less recoil. Hits on target, it's much better in wind, has upwards of twice the BC depending on your bullet comparison. I think 6.5 just makes sense so much more for the average person, especially if you're not going through 20,000-30,000 rounds a year where you might actually be worried about, okay, well, barrel replacement is a real concern of mine. Most people, barrel replacement is not a real thing. Even if you shoot a lot, like 5,000-10,000 rounds a year, your ammo cost, your barrel cost is like maybe 5%. Because you're going through maybe one barrel a year, which is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I haven't shot enough 6.5 to have a good grasp of it, but I'm down here in the backwoods of Alabama, and so whenever 6.5 comes up, somebody from the corner just screams, oh, you mean 6.5 bleed more? That won't drop anything. So it's always a fun one.
Okay, I have heard that argument that 6.5 Creedmoor is not as terminally effective, but I have exactly zero data on the... Okay, show me a shot that a 308 would kill something, but the exact same placement of a 6.5 Creedmoor would not. Show me that comparison.
So I used to be on the FUD mindset that 308 was a better battle rifle round because 6.5 would just melt the barrel in 3,000 rounds. But then I tried, any modern barrel built this side of the century, and it's like, oh no, we solved that problem already. Never mind. So,
well, there's nothing stopping you from making a cold hammer forged chrome line barrel for a 6.5 Creedmoor gun. If battle rifles your role, if battle rifles your role, you might say we don't need 3/4 MOA accuracy. We'll settle for 1.5. Chrome line that bitch, and then you've solved one of the biggest issues with 6.5 Creedmoor.
Well, the issue with 308 is it behaves staggeringly close to 5.56 the more you look into it.
In terms of like long range performance and stuff like that?
You keep thinking that it's going to do really well, and then you're like, well, my wind, and then you're like, wait, fuck. It's like strikingly similar.
Cheap 308, you're like, oh, well, M80 ball is great. It's like, well, M80 ball is 4 to 5 MOA.
It's also not M80 ball. Like, a lot of people are thinking about what about high quality surplus American Lake City stuff. That's not the cheap 308 ball anymore. You're getting the Turkish stuff. You're getting the Satina, whatever the Turkish equivalent of a Connex box is for 2 years before they surplus it to our
market. Well, even if you're getting
the
Winchester that sells the M80 ball, which is the stuff that I've shot, it doesn't shoot great. It shoots terribly. And then a cheap 6.5 Creedmoor is not only the same price basically per bullet, but it's 2 MOA and it's good out to basically 1,000 yards on man-sized targets. Like out of the box, 80 cents a round, 90 cents a round. Like it's so much better than anything else out there.
Give it
I'm
time.
just-
Eventually, we'll get shitty tier like 6.5 Creed, and if Tula ever comes back, we'll get Steel Case, Wolf 6.5 Creed. Like maybe that'll like drop the bottom out of it, but then it'll be even cheaper. So it's a good time to be a fan of the 6mm genre.
Yeah, so you can hate it all you want, chat, but it's true. The 308 meta is gone. 6.5 all the way. All right.
Unfortunately, this panel is not going to argue with you on that.
Well, that's
one.
perfect. Yeah, we don't have any 308 defenders here yet. Vintage, how's your night going, man?
It's good. I too like 6.5. 6.5 Carcano. Been shooting that the most.
Yeah. Now
Not
that's
too
a
bad.
hot take right there. Good. All right. Well, who?
There
would
you
like
go.
to-
There
to
you go in
share
the
their
comments.
next
We
hot
got somebody who just price checked it and their whole world was shattered.
take? Well, here's Ben. Ben wants. So Ben, I'm gonna say it wrong, but I think he might actually be a SWAT sniper, and he says, yeah, 308's biggest defender, for sure. I mean, he could probably defend 308. Yeah, probably. There might actually be like, well, actually, in this one super niche scenario that only applies to my specific job, 308 is better because I'm, shooting people inside of 200 yards. It's like, well, drop and win doesn't matter at that point.
It was that one shot. Remember, there was the video from the SWAT team inside the bank, and the guy had a hostage, and they took a shot through like a pane of glass and a computer monitor from 15 yards away, but it was a sniper, a SWAT sniper or something like that. Just drilled that guy from rock throwing distance.
I remember that. It was I think it was a bank in Florida.
Very little reason not to use 308 for that job.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah,
More
if we're constraining the ranges to be inside of 200 yards and we're taking the engagement to a singular round, like follow-up rounds don't really matter at that distance. I mean, you should be missing in the first place, but yeah. All right.
It's the intermediate barriers question. That's always a really hard one to answer, right? It's like,
Well,
40
that's
Smith
people-
& Wesson or 45 ACP will deflect less through auto glass or intermediate barriers than 9mm will. So you could make the argument that if your job is to shoot people through windows, you probably don't want to stick with 9mm.
I need something that can penetrate windows really well, and
From the
not
outside
deflect.
in.
Yeah, the outside
Yeah.
in. It's like,
Yeah,
all right,
yeah.
settle down, John Wick.
Like,
That
what?
only happened like twice in the whole franchise.
But it did happen.
All right. Well, there was my first hot take. Who would like to share their next hot take?
This one isn't as hot anymore because our boy was it Gun? What was it? Task Force Tater, I think, picked up that train, but I kind of mentioned it in the FRT video. IARs are a little overhyped here. I wrote
Oh,
it
you
down.
should save that because we're gonna get Cody on the stream a little bit later. He's
My
out,
hot
so
take were
you should-
ARs are
you should
gay.
save.
I'm over ARs. I think they
Wow,
they
okay.
bored me.
All right. Well, Vintage. What is your substitute for the AR then as the greatest fighting rifle of all time?
I don't know. Anything that's like cooler looking. I know it's not what people want to hear.
Just purely based on vibes.
Aesthetics, baby.
Fight, yeah, just aesthetics, baby.
Whatever wacky European, actually the AUG, but every wacky.
No,
Dude.
I'm going
No, the
Damn.
AUG looks
Go
like
there.
it got left in the oven with the temperature on too high during a Cerakote bake, and it got all melted.
You say
Yeah, it's
psych
like
right now.
It's a chocolate chip cookie. You know when you look in the oven and it hasn't fully flattened out yet, so it's just the edges are just like.
You're like, wait a
breaking
second,
out
was that
everywhere.
baking soda or baking powder? And then you look and you have like
Yeah, it
instead of
turns into-
6 distinct
turns into a
cookies, you
pool.
have just a lake of half-baked cookie, and you're like, I think I got the
think-
wrong one.
I'm
I think the
start
chat's
crying in a
wrong.
club.
I think the chat's just wrong. Damn, they're siding with Vintage on this one now.
That's right.
No.
That's
No.
right.
Wait, what was
so-
that username? That username
That's
is
right.
545 Power. No, that guy's a 545 fan. That is a pure hipster opinion.
Yeah.
Yep, and the
Well,
profile picture.
The,
come on,
the
come on.
black,
You gotta,
the
you gotta
black
vet these
queens are
people
siding with
before you
Vintage.
put them on stream, man.
HK53. All right,
Where are
unbelievable.
my Austrian queens at? My black Austrian queens.
Scar L. All right. So here, Vintage. This one's for you then, okay? HK does not have a single firearm that is good for the average civilian.
Yeah, but they're cool. I don't care. Well, actually, that's not true.
You're not even defending it? Oh, perfect.
We talking about HK USA, or we
Just
talking
folded
about
like a house of cards.
Everyone's
OG?
just agreeing. This is-
Well,
Yeah,
no,
damn,
no,
all
no,
right.
no, no,
I was trying to be spicy there. No, yeah,
Which HK are we talking about here?
Any HK, any modern HK for
That's
the
not
average
true.
civilian
HK,
does not make
already
sense.
doesn't
retro
make
HK.
okay guns.
All
HK
right,
has
here I'll
never-
actually get something that
The
Hop
history
gets
of the
to talk with
company,
here.
they've never made a gun that made sense for anybody to buy. They just haven't. And part of that's legal. That's the Germany's laws, our laws, import, whatever. Like, there's a legal standpoint to that. But it's still true.
Well, so I'm saying, yeah, the HK does not make a gun that you can buy on the civilian market that's worth it for the average civilian. Not a single one.
I like
just
the
ruined my hot
P2000. I
take.
like the USP. I think those are cool guns.
Well, you can like the USP, but I don't.
No,
I would
no.
never pick that above anything
Hold
else.
on. I think the USP is bomb proof. I think you can get a police trade-in one here soon. That's definitely worth your time. I don't know.
Yeah, not like all those police trade Glocks that don't work.
Yeah, a police trading.
Yeah,
actually, it's funny.
HK.
My 17 is I got it for $300, and what was that? 8 years ago now, so 2017. Still going strong, baby. Yes, I
Yeah, how much is that used USP going to run you versus the $280 Glock 22 Gen 3?
So there was a scam
With
site
night
selling
sights
for
that
like
still glow a little bit.
$380, but I've seen some go for $450. There's a couple.
450 is not a terrible price, but yeah, see, it's people like this, like the Mark 23, it's like undestroyable. It has like a 1,000,000 round count barrel life or something like that. It's like, well, maybe that would work for somebody else, but not for you. So the average civilian is never gonna ever approach a use case for a Mark 23.
Barrel life budget. Yeah.
This is like the 308
that's
thing.
worthless.
It's like anybody who thinks 45 is good, go price check it right now and get back to me in 5 minutes. Like 45 is so expensive because there's so much more material in it, I guess. I don't know the reason, but 45 ACP has never in my lifetime of shooting been an affordable cartridge compared to 9mm or 40 Smith & Wesson. It's
The
just
one guy I know that
outrageous.
shoots 45 doesn't shoot.
Yeah, or that'll be the guy who's like, I hand load. And you're like, well, how much you shoot? And they're like, well, I'm getting around to it. Once I have time to hand load,
once I have time to hand load.
I will have been having hand loaded. I just don't yet.
Actually, now I need to fact check that right now. I'm going to go to HSL because I will actually. Here's another like hot take, kind of related to that. 40 Smith & Wesson % is more fun to shoot than 9mm.
And the
You're
USP is
ruining-
the only 40
40
you should
Smith
own.
and Wesson is fun to shoot.
It's like poppy. It feels different. It's a little bit more unique, I would say. So like I'm shooting the
Gives you
SDI
something
and
to work
40
on.
behind me. It's very close in terms of price. I'm getting HSL like 24 cents a round for 40 Smith & Wesson, and it's within pennies of 9mm.
I fucking hate shooting 40. I don't know. Maybe it's just out of Glocks, but man, that thing fucking sucks to shoot.
Well, I am
Have
shooting
you
it out of the
shot a
$2,000
USP in
2011,
40?
so it's a little
A
different.
USP or a P22X in 40? Have you shot them?
The
Well,
P22.
yeah,
All right, you want my hot take?
I'll take your hot tape. Come on, let's go.
The
I wanna hear it.
P22X series has never been good. When it came out, it was
All
already
right.
bad.
Mm.
They don't shoot that great. They're too big. They're too heavy. They're too expensive. They're no more reliable than all the other guns that were out before they were out. The 226, the 220 is cool because it was in a Michael Mann film, but that's not the standard we're working from. But yeah, no, they've just
Maybe I
never
don't
been
know the
worthwhile.
standard either. I don't know what's the
Yeah,
standard?
who knows?
Well, I
It's vibe
tried to
based.
couch. I tried to couch mine in for civilian use or something when HK, because obviously HK makes like cool firearms, right? But doesn't make sense for the average civilian. So that's how I'm like couching the argument.
Oh, yeah, certainly nothing HK has ever made. Like handgun wise, they used to make insane handguns that were just a bizarre like hipster fever dream, and then they decided to get normal with the USP, and the stuff they've made since the USP has been normal and functional. It's just cost too much, and it's not that good.
Hmm.
Also, Walther sucks.
Okay.
No,
See, now
no.
I felt that in my soul.
PDPs are objectively like good handguns.
No,
Yeah,
that's-
and they're also
that's
objectively held together with fucking coil pins. In what year is it?
Well, I mean,
Are you
could you make
fucking
this,
serious?
Glock uses plastic pins. What are you talking about? The fire control unit's held with a plastic pin.
On Gen 5, did they switch to plastic pins on the locking block?
Am I crazy? Isn't it?
You are
isn't
insane,
it the
yes.
back pin? I might. Well, I might. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to fact check myself
How
on
do you
that. I
feel
thought the
about the
fire control
P90?
unit
Yeah,
was
that's-
plastic.
How do we feel about the P99?
I love the P99. It is a gorgeous. It is another
little
hot take.
dot.
Another hot take. James Bond should have continued to carry whatever the newest Walther is in all the
They
movies.
kind of
So,
did
like,
that
when-
with Pierce Brosnan, right?
for like a movie and a half, Pierce Brosnan switched to the P99, and you're like, hell yes. And then I think like the Casino Royale and all those movies, instead of going back to the PPK, they should have gone to like the PPS or something, like the modern slimline Walther. That would have been cool. Instead, they were like, no, we got to appeal to the old people because nobody watches James Bond except old people. So let's just go back to the PPK. You're
Yeah,
like,
the
but
trigger housing
PPK
pin is plastic. I'm right. The
horrible.
trigger housing pin is plastic. Yeah.
The PPK does not
On a-
work. I
on a
bought
Gen
one, it
5
was the most
Glock?
disappointing.
Well, I only have a Gen 3, so I don't know about the Gen 5.
Because the
but I
Gen
have a
3 is not plastic. The Gen 3 pins, there are 3 pins and they're all metal. They're different lengths. They're
I have a
I'm
Gen
gonna
3 right over
literally,
there,
I'm gonna
but
literally pull
need
it
to-
out right now to fact.
I'll do it on stream, baby.
Well,
No,
no, don't
no.
do that. Don't do that. Do it off screen and then come back.
Please,
with the pin.
no.
Yeah.
Oh god.
He's gonna.
I can get the
No, I'm right here.
Octa Plus back out. and
What
check it.
kind of fly-by-night Glock knockoff do you have with a plastic pin?
Bro,
Unless it's the one
a-
holding the grip module on, but that's Gen 4 Plus.
No, it's plastic, bro. Yeah, it came right out, dog. This is heckin' plastic, my man. I mean, I'm right. It's a plastic fire control.
Wow, your
pin.
footage went to shit right
Which
when
of
you
the
did that,
three
My
pins
bad.
is
Get
that?
on, folk. Yeah.
It's the one in the back. The
Why
IC
is-
pin in the back.
The
Why
one
is
from
he losing all
the ejector
pixels?
housing and trigger
Yeah.
trigger module at the back.
Yeah.
When
It's
did you
plastic,
get
man.
yours?
Dude, mine was a LEO trade-in that I got at a pawn shop. So it had
Oh,
like the
God.
34 slide stop. It had like the metal sights on it that I got.
So you know that pawn shop was taking all the metal pins out, replacing the plastic,
Yeah,
and
maybe,
selling the
maybe,
metal pins on
maybe.
eBay for
Hey,
a markup.
it's been working fine. Okay, it's been working fine for the last.
Your mic just went.
We're audio. Unfocused
It-
trip.
No, it's the cable. I think this time, it didn't switch to your computer. I think it was actually the cable. All right, he'll be back. Who's got the next hot take? Rad's Arms, welcome to the channel, bud. How you doing tonight?
Hey. Good. I agree with Hop. Walther sucks.
Damn. Okay, I'm back.
P99.
I
is the
like
last
the
good gun they
PDP
I don't
a
like
lot.
the
You don't
PDP
like the
at all.
PDP?
I think that gun is
No, it's
so
like a brick.
overrated.
You could cut boxes open with the corner of the slide.
Well,
Yeah, PDP is overhyped.
overrated or bad. There's a difference.
I mean, what do you wanna
Overrated. The
define as bad?
PPQ, I think,
Most
was a
things
better
aren't
gun.
Bad. Most things are pretty good. It's just varying levels of bad or varying levels of good and price, right? Are HK products bad? No, they're overpriced and not worth, right?
I mean,
But
I'm,
yeah,
also,
that's
I'm a
fine.
little bit personally offended by the fact that Walther has done kind of the bare minimum of redesign on those handguns, kind of like with Sig going from the 250 to the 320. That the PPQ was just a P99 that they disabled the decocker function and the second or the double action mode. So if I remember correctly, PPQs, if you drop them or hit them, they would decock themselves. They would basically, the sear would slip because it was way too light, and it would catch itself with a firing pin block. But then you'd have a dead trigger. And the PDP is still kind of using the same trigger mechanism to the point where people can just take a Canic slide, and a Canic is a clone of a P99. They can put it on a PDP frame, vice versa. They haven't done a lot of inside work. They've done a lot of outside work. They've changed the aesthetics of the gun a lot. The frame looks different. The slide looks all jaggedy and Toblerone-like. But the
Yeah,
inside
got
of the
cool
gun
cuts,
is
man.
still a P99 that they just removed some chunks out of. It's like, I don't know, man. You guys are kind of coasting, it seems like.
Well, but we can't say coasting as an argument when we're looking at Glock over here, bro.
But at least Glock's on. That's the thing. Walter's being like, hey, check out this brand new handgun. And you're like, that's just a PPQ. And the PPQ was just a P99. But you guys are tricking people into thinking it's a new handgun. And so everybody's like, oh, look at Glock making the same gun forever. You're like, everybody's making the same gun forever. Glock's just telling you the truth about it.
All right, y'all want a real hot take?
Go for it.
If we just let Sig do one more generation of the MCX rifles, they might be good.
Oh my god.
Gen 6 will fix all the problems, I guarantee you.
If
Because
they
what did
fix,
we went
the
Gen 1, Gen
handguard
2,
and
Virtus.
Virtus was the Gen
LTs.
2, the LT is Gen 3. All we got to do is trust them. That's it. Just trust Sig.
Give him one more
They'll get it right.
chance.
They'll
I
get
also
it right.
trust Sig India. Very true.
The funny thing is right now I would bet my life there is a Sig executive laying in his bed somewhere who genuinely believes in his heart that if he can release one more limited edition of the P320, it's going to save the company. I believe that with everything in my body.
We needed
Well,
the
did you-
NRA one.
Oh, the NRA one, yeah. Did you guys see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
tattoo collaboration they did where they were releasing like custom slides done by tattoo artists for the 320 and 365? It's a cool.
There's a
hipster
market for that,
collaboration
though.
right
There definitely is. The Uncle Mike's
Yeah.
holster guys and stuff.
there. Yeah. Kind of a boomer level marketing right there, like hipster marketing, but it works for some people, man.
But look, all they have to do, fix the handguard, fix the barrel, make the gun lighter, and then drop about $800 off, and it could potentially be really competitive. That easy.
Oh, here's somebody that's right. That has a hot take. Citizen Carrier says Matt Prank is right about you guys. Laughing emoji enthusiasts.
So true.
Well, I
Ken.
mean, you're not wrong. I mean, you can frame that as a bad thing, but that's a good take to have.
So we're fairly enthusiastic.
Yeah, we're very happy to be here right now, sir. Thank you. We're happy you're here. Actually, that's an even hotter take. All right, here's one. Well, Hawkeye just wanted me to say this on stream. He said Zeneca sucks. No defense here from the rest of the panel.
That's probably true. I don't know.
I can't afford Zeneco, so it doesn't matter.
Wouldn't know. So yeah, I'm angry. I can't have it.
No, I'm old enough for U.S. Palm being the king.
Well, how about here's one. PCCs are better than battle rifles for the civilian. This is a Bones
Did Bones
take.
say that?
This is a Bones take.
Did Bones
yes,
put
this is
you
a
up to
Bones
this?
take.
Yeah, it sounds like something.
PCCs are more practical for the civilian than battle rifles. And by battle rifles, I mean like full size 308, 6.5 Creedmoor, whatever full power cartridge you got in there.
I mean, I think a CZ Scorpions recoils more than a Scar 17. So
Hey, I got one sitting right there, man, and I agree with you.
You have to say they blow up. So
Well, all right.
That's another
so
one
again,
we're
you
on
got
Gen
to
3.
define what practical is for a civilian, because most of us are just shooting essentially for fun. We're aspiring to maybe something down the line, but for the time being, we're shooting for fun. And in that case, PCCs are more fun to shoot and a lot cheaper to shoot than battle rifles.
well,
So that is
the average,
absolutely true.
the average shooter is not the average civilian, right?
The average shooter is a civilian who goes to the range every now and again, but both of them have the same application for the firearms they own and train with, which is 0.
The people who actually shoot are very, very top heavy, and there's very few of them. It's basically like a exponential graph, right? The bottom 90% of the people almost don't shoot at all. And then when you get to the very top level, then people actually start shooting. And it's a very small percentage of people that actually shoot. But yeah, if we're talking about like a generic 9mm PCC, let's just say an AR9, that can be more practical just because you can actually shoot it more. Or you can actually use, because a lot of people don't even have the distance to shoot 308 or 6.5 Creedmoor at any sort of reason to get reasonable practice out of it.
I
So
love
if you're
seeing
just
the
going
308 guys in the indoor range.
It's a lot of them. It's a lot.
Just come to Arizona; they're everywhere.
Damn.
I'm
That sounds
here.
miserable.
I
yeah.
know.
The average person can probably get more use out of a PCC than a battle rifle. So I think that is actually, you could justify that for civilian use. Now, if we're talking about
Also,
like, you know.
Here's the thing. So the battle rifle concept is bullshit and always has been. Hot take. That's not a hot take. That's I stole that from Brock, who stole that from Pressburg. But PCCs are one of the cheapest, most pleasant ways to get into subsonic performance without having to diversify out into 300 Blackout. So 147 grain 9mm out of a suppressed PCC is your stealth, clandestine doing some sketchy shit kind of gun. Whereas a 308 battle rifle is just a more difficult way to shoot 5.56.
Yeah,
I'll take that PCC argument one step further and really piss off some people. 9mm subsonics do the 300 Blackout thing better most of the time out of a sub 5-inch or sub 6-inch barreled package.
I wouldn't know what it's like to be sub 60
compared to a.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Cops
all
hard
right.
take. All right.
All right. I'm
Damn,
taking
all right.
I'm taking 5.
Bones. I'm going to. Wait. Can you restate that? Did you say a 9mm PCC is more useful than a 300 Blackout PCC, or just
With an
PPW
ultra
size?
short barrel.
I would agree
With
with
like
you.
a Rattler sized barrel, which is what the apples to apples comparison would be.
Yeah, if you did like
Well-
the Sentry's making that MP5 SD or whatever.
Yeah, especially if we're
Really can
talking
on it.
about like price performance, like if you can actually shoot, because like cheap 300 Blackout isn't subsonic, and subsonic 300 Blackout's like triple the cost of 9mm subs.
So the point
All
I'm
the
getting at
performance.
is 9mm is always subsonic in whatever you're running, right? You can always be subsonic on 9mm. 300 Blackout, you have to choose. Subsonic 300 Blackout of a 5.5 inch barrel is fucking dog shit. It has marginally more energy than 9mm 147 grains. Not enough, in my opinion, to matter. You throw it through a gel block and it looks almost identical. Ironically, you throw supersonic 300 Blackout of a 5.5 inch barrel, it doesn't even make it through the gel block. It looks almost exactly like a 9mm wound track. It's actually moderately hilarious. So I actually think, I get the purpose of ultra short, 300 Blackout, but it is not significantly different than than 9mm. You're really just getting a round that behaves better in flight. But terminally, I'm going to guess the difference is not drastically different, because on paper and in gel blocks, it's almost identical.
The only argument for it in an AR size platform is that you get same mag capacity. You don't have to deal with crappy, whether it's Glock mags, Colt mags, whatever it might be. So you don't have to worry about that. And it's only a barrel replacement. So other than that, because I would probably, like, if I had a blank budget, 300 Blackout subs might make more sense than like a 9mm blowback if I had a blank slate, right? So for some people that might be an option, but if you're actually, the average civilian and you're concerned with your budget not going into the red, then yeah, 9mm subs make a lot more sense for sure.
I don't know. Once I got my my Arrow EPC9 running properly, we have put maybe 4,000 rounds through it. A lot of that is bump fire. It's the only gun I've ever been able to bump fire. It runs reliably with Magpul drums. That's not a real POU, but pulling it out at the range, handing somebody a 33 round Glock stick and letting them bump fire that thing is extremely fun.
Oh man, someone said this stream is way too cordial. I had one save to go piss off Hop when he was really drunk, but I can drop it now before I go get a beer.
Hell yeah,
I mean, you can do it now, or else I got a lot from the Discord, so I can pull.
Oh yeah. No, Hop. The Eric Nyland Halo books create better lore than Bungie ever did with Halo 1, 2, and 3. I'm gonna go.
100% agree. 100% agree.
It's non-canon, so who cares?
I read those books a long time ago, so I remember like bits and pieces of them, like the Fall of Reach.
I mean, fucking
like
somebody's immune to the flood because they stood too close to a crate of plasma grenades for a while. I mean, those books are not that good. You like them because you were 11 years old when they came out, sure, but they're not that fucking good. And the fact that Bungie has gone on record multiple times as being like, we did not sanction this. We did not want this to happen. We do not appreciate the other people fucking around with our canon. They hated Halo Wars. They were like, it's a fine game, but fuck you for taking our idea and ruining it. So, no, I don't care. Also, I'm pretty sure that's where the canonicity of the Mjolnir suit masturbating Master Chief when he's off duty. I'm pretty sure that's where that came from.
There was weird stuff. There was weird stuff. There was some weird stuff in that. If I remember.
Yeah, I don't think 11-year-old me picked up on that, but maybe
they might have added that later. I mean,
we weren't thinking about it.
I've read them all. I read them all, same as everybody else. They're not that good. We were just so desperate for more Halo that we put up.
We probably should move on from this, but in the books, there's a point where he freaking deflects a rocket.
Oh yeah.
In a training exercise?
He times it with like Cortana telling him that like
so he like with his hands
my reaction time
to
deflect the rocket. Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah,
that is terrible.
Disgraceful. And then here you go. You got a chat. If you're an adult and you care that much about fiction, you're gay. Those books came out when I was again like 12 years old, so that's why I cared about them.
Yeah, I mean that's when I read them, and now this is just an excuse to go back and read them again. All right, here we go.
I mean, they're like 90 pages long, and they don't have their reading level is like 4th or 5th grade. You can cruise through them in an afternoon.
Well, I was in 4th or 5th grade, so
exactly. We agree. Well, those are books for children.
So Jake has a good take. Jake has a good take. He says, now this is something that I disagree with, and I think most of the people on the panel will disagree with. If you don't carry an extra mag, you're a he insults your manhood very provocatively if you do not carry an extra magazine.
Well, so true, King.
I don't. Okay, I'm not going to go there.
No, go for it. That's the point of it. I say no.
For an extra mag, then
I say no. I carry a full size Glock 17 every day with a TLR1 and a red dot on top, and I don't carry an extra mag because I carry like 2 pounds in my pants.
If I'm going to bring something, what are you guys carrying in your pockets? You can't manage one more just somewhere on you.
Well, I mean, I could, but that's the thing. I say I can't, but then I wear like cargo jeans.
If you could do it.
Well,
I carry the extra mag purely because that wing holster is more comfortable for me. But I would much rather have an attachment for a tourniquet or literally anything else. Sometimes I don't even put the extra mag in there. It's just no one's gonna. What kind of gunfight are you gonna get into at your 7-Eleven?
You never know. Maybe
well, that's actually a good point. You're probably way better off having some sort of medical on you or some access to it.
You should have a
second
tourniquet
mag.
if you're carrying, though. That's probably
yeah.
Because I'm too lazy to bring a TQ half the time. So if I'm going to plus up, I'm bringing a TQ or an extra
something. Yeah. Listen, in my skinny jeans, I can only fit my wallet, keys, and phone, and that's it. Okay.
And your egg backup.
Yeah. I could use the prison wallet, but that's just not comfortable.
When I go to the Circle K, I assume it's going to be a Hell Divers match. Okay, that's my area. That's where I'm at mentally. All right.
Yeah, you're taking that plus up perk where you start with full ammo.
So you gotta start going to
just like your armor.
QT. You don't even need a gun in QT, but Circle K,
yeah.
Well, let me do the devil's advocate thing. The thing that all the the older instructors would say is that your spare magazine is there to account for a malfunction where something goes wrong with your primary, you're dropping the mag, you're racking the action, you're putting this the spare in. That was always when I started getting into guns and carrying. That's what everybody said. They were like, that second magazine isn't for extra ammo, it's for when something happens to your gun, and the fastest way to diagnose is to rip the mag, put a spare one in. But like in terms of just round count, like there was a period of time where I would occasionally carry a 5-shot 38 snub with a speed strip, and speed strip is a misnomer. They're not that fast. No. Even if you practice, they're
that's slow. The one where it turns into like a strip with like 6 rounds on it, and you go 2 at a time. You do
2 and 1, and you put them in, and then you peel off the rubber. The nice thing is it's flat as hell.
Sometimes the best way to carry those too is just 4 rounds in that speed strip with like a gap in the middle.
Yeah, that's the way. So most of them you buy, they're 6 rounds, and so you carry it with 1 space 2 and 2, or 1 space 4 rather. So yeah, you do 2 and 2, and then your last one. I don't know. I mean, like I spent a stupid amount of time practicing with speed loaders and speed strips for a gun that like I should not have been carrying, and I will never carry
strips,
again.
Yes, panic strips.
Yeah, yes. Panic strips. But you walk out the door, you're like, I got 10 rounds on me. Even if 5 of those are almost inaccessible.
People always talk about like, gross motor skills when you're under stress, man. I couldn't imagine shooting all of my, 38 snub nose because it's inaccurate past 25 feet and then fumbling for my life to get 4 extra rounds.
Put 1 extra round to shoot yourself with it. That's the purpose of it.
Yeah, you got 1 round in your pocket, just an extra one just in case.
And then what if you've got...
You put that in backwards, God.
You know that like some revolvers rotate right, some rotate left. So what if you forget which kind you're carrying because you probably own both because you're a gun nerd. And so you put the round in the wrong place, you index it incorrectly, and then you go from round in the chamber to empty chamber. You got 4 clicks before you can get it off. The
1, 2, 3.
It's always a risk.
It's your dry fire practice.
I think you're retarded in that case. You should know what you're carrying. But
you should either standardize on Colt pattern or Smith & Wesson pattern, either clockwise or counterclockwise. Pick one, don't do both. You got to be a little bit of a loyalist in terms of.
See, I didn't even know that the cylinders went different directions. That's wild. I'm learning new things right now. Damn.
Yep. Yeah. So Taurus revolvers, which is what I carried, is a clone of a Smith & Wesson because the factory used to be there or whatever. So it's.
Or you
I don't even know. I don't even know which direction. It's the only kind I've ever owned, and I don't remember if it's counterclockwise or not.
Whoa, look at this one. Hot take. The Delta Point Pro is a good dot. Holy shit.
No. What does a Delta Point Pro go for? Do they still go for like $400, $500?
The night vision version is really expensive, and I bought the night vision version, and I'm still not entirely sure how to activate the night vision mode.
You have to program it. You can get the non-night vision version used all the time on TaxSwap for like $250, and for the glass quality and the overall like build quality, that's a pretty good deal. If you don't need the night vision, the specific night vision stuff, but the footprint's weird, the deck height's high, the controls are annoying. Yeah. The shield, the armored shield on top doesn't do anything.
It's there to make you feel better about it, right? You spent $450 on a dot and it's really fragile, but you like this little piece of like shielding, like millimeters away from the actual glass. Surely that will do something.
On the note of dots, the only reason I still use RMRs is because I have RMRs. They're not actually that good in 2025.
In fact, there you go.
They're not only not that good, they're kind of crap.
So
especially
I have an RMR.
Low light usage.
I have an RMR HD sitting in a box behind me. It is not mounted to a gun, even though it is 4 times as expensive as the current red dot mounted to my carry gun, because I simply do not like it. Lucas Botkin, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I don't know if you guys can see me. My car doesn't like lights very much.
We have dark Botkin. That's what we have.
That's right.
Dark
I mean,
pocket mode
the villain
activated.
the villain arc begins now, so I think it's fitting.
There we go.
You got to light yourself from below with a weapon light, so you look very ghoulish.
Yeah.
Oh, and aim a gun at myself? Oh, of course. Yeah.
Well, no. You know, you're.
Haven't we all? That's exactly what I meant.
No, not recently. Damn.
Yeah, now's a good time.
Maybe after the Franca stream.
One time I went camping and I forgot to bring a flashlight, so I just took my Glock 43 with a TLR6 and I just waved it around for an entire evening. It was awesome.
Oh, I picked up dog poop with my fucking WML when I'm at my parents' house many times. Yeah.
Multi-purpose. See, Rad's arms. That's why you have a weapon light, so you can pick up dog
that's why
poop.
you don't need a weapon light on an everyday carry.
Well, that's why there's 4 rules of firearm safety, so you can break like 2 or 3 of them and still get away with it.
As long as you don't break all.
That's a hot take.
Oh, all right.
Hot take.
Good one.
Well, I mean,
there should only be 1 rule of firearm safety.
Have fun.
Well, 2 if you include stay hydrated.
There you go. Well, actually, yeah, I would have a hot take. Is that I do not follow the full rules of firearm safety. As somebody who builds guns and does that sort of thing for a living, like, I simply do not treat guns as if they are always loaded when I'm in the state of assembling them. I simply don't.
Well,
I don't know if that's.
If you dry fire, you can't dry fire and not break all the rules.
Yeah. Well, it's like, don't point something at something you're not willing to destroy. I'm like, well, first, if you're carrying a belt, even on a belt, your gun is pointed at things all the time.
If you're a homeowner, you're not willing to destroy drywall because that's expensive and hard to replace. So, yeah, you already can't do that. If you're a renter, go for it, man.
Yeah, rentoids stay winning.
If you haven't flagged or been flagged by a friend, you're not training hard enough.
I've read that copy pasta.
Right.
I've lived that copy pasta.
You've never been to a public range.
You've never been to a 4chan meet?
Well, here's another one from the Discord, all right? So most people would benefit far more from 4 hours a week of cardio than they would from body armor.
Oh, man, that's boring.
Yeah, not me. I hate cardio.
Well, you walk a lot. Walking counts as cardio. Well, hey, Lucas, do you have a hot take? Do you have a hot take you want to throw out there since you just joined?
Yeah, I've got a couple. So, full context, I can't be on here super long. I'm on a work trip, and there are a bunch of folks in the house behind me for this trip. But my hot take is that gun owners, many, do not prioritize reliability or dependability of their weapons enough. And the reason for this is most people's shooting is not meaningful enough to care. And I'll explain why. And this is based on my experience. Not all experience is created equal, but most gun owners out there, as many of us know, when they go to the range and they shoot, and their gun will inevitably have a problem, especially if it's a Taurus or a Ruger or, a Springfield or something like that. They will chalk the mistake up to ammunition, magazine, or they don't notice. They're just like, whatever, you didn't see that, and they keep shooting. And the 40,000-foot view for why I think this is a huge problem is, one, I think most gun owners out there have horribly unreliable weapons, and they don't even realize it because they're not honest with themselves. And 2, manufacturers are getting away with making, and language alert, shitty weapons. Conscript level weapons, because gun owners don't care enough about reliability. And I've seen this at my old work with coworkers with certain handguns and rifles, and on the range they'll have malfunction, and they quickly just go, no, it's fine, like, not gonna worry about it. And if gun owners were to do 2 things: 1, be a little more disciplined when it comes to paying attention to when their gun goes click instead of bang, which is a big deal, or putting themselves in a situation like shooting a match, going to a high-level class, or shooting with buddies who are going to talk mad crap about you when you inevitably have a malfunction. People would pay a lot more attention to, oh, my gun crapped out, and then they would actually get down to the bottom of it. Is it the mags, the ammo? And if it's the gun, well, get rid of the gun. You should not have the gun, and you should let people know. And so firearms manufacturers feel the heat about the guns not being reliable, and then consumers can have better weaponry. But the short story is, I don't think most gun owners shoot in a meaningful way. and that can be easily fixed on their own if they're a little bit more disciplined and pay attention. But a gun going click instead of bang like every 200 rounds or even 100 is unacceptable. Even for a gas gun, a large frame gas gun, it's unacceptable.
Well, I totally agree with that, because I hear this argument all the time, or I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but you get the new guy that shows up to the range and they're shooting their gun. They're like, oh, dude, I just got it. Right. This is so cool. And then inevitably it's a Bear Creek Arsenal, Palmetto State Armory, whatever it happens to be, somebody else built it for them, whatever it might be. And it stops working, or it has a couple malfunctions. Like, oh, it's whatever, it's breaking in or something like that. Right. Because it's their first time that they've shot it in the last 6 months. You see that all the time. And so because they allow the company to get away from it, they never have to improve. And so companies, we all know the budget companies that produce higher failure rates than others, and they never really have to improve because the audience doesn't hold them to account.
Well, and this doesn't just exist with the cheap stuff too. Like today, we're doing a 4-day shoot. So it was like pistol, the next day's long range, the next day's shoot house, the next day's long range. And my $10,000 Wilcox Raptor laser rangefinder crapped the bed pretty hard. Viz laser's not working. It wasn't 0 to my 300 Win Mag, my 2010. And I could be like, oh, well, I just didn't zero it or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, I zeroed that sucker a few days ago. It's not reliable. I should not be relying on it for a shoot like this. That's, very expensive, where the stakes are pretty high. That piece of equipment needs to go back to Wilcox, where I will inevitably be charged $800 for repair. And then I need to sell that sucker. So if any of you guys in the chat here want to buy a Wilcox Raptor ES with applied ballistics for cheap, let me know.
Well, wait. What's the retail on that? What's the retail on that thing?
Is that the one that has the Surefire Scout head on the other side?
No. That's the gay
light
civilian. That's the gay civilian one. I have the sniper one that's supposed to be badass, but maybe isn't. But I'll give you guys a screaming deal. Only like $7,000, maybe $6,000.
Yeah,
that civilian version,
wow.
It's got that 300 lumens of white light on there that really makes it a lot more appealing.
Oh, dude, and it's up. That version was upgradable with firmware, and I don't know what that would do. But yeah, I had one of those at work, but I had to leave it. So
Wilcox loves doing that. They're like, what if we put a screen on there and like there were 6 buttons and you could connect it to Bluetooth? Like they got all sorts of ideas.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Most people are like, I just can't be.
Wait. Sorry, I'm hung up on this. You could upgrade it with firmware, so they didn't just come pre-upgraded.
They said you could, but they never said how.
Well, that's like, okay, car manufacturers do this, where they sell you a car.
We're getting around to it.
Car manufacturers will sell you a car that's detuned, and then you literally just take it to a shop and they can add, whatever X amount of horsepower and torque from the factory because they just detune it. But I've never heard of somebody doing that on like a light or a laser. They just factory detuning them.
Wilcox is they have some good products. The G24 night vision mount, the new laser's cool, but yeah, some of their stuff's a little weird.
I'll throw in a hot take on that. The G24 is only good because there's really nothing else out there, but it's not inherently that good.
I think I've already got a video about this. The G24 is perceived as good because it's more expensive than Noroto stuff. But if you actually compare the cost of brand new things, the Noroto stuff is slightly more expensive than the Wilcox stuff. And my experience with the Noroto's low stow is that it's way better than a G24, and it costs within 10 to 20 bucks the cost of a brand new G24. So I think it's just that Norotos got mass issued, stolen, resold on tax swap for pennies on the dollar, and it makes the Wilcox G24 look really good because it's still expensive.
So that's always been the thing. If something's expensive, it's good. If you go on my IG, I got a Surefire X300 broke out of the box. One mag through a Springfield operator killed it. It's dead in the video from like 2 years ago. Brand new.
That's another question we got to bring up, which is the premium perspective of firearms. One thing that I've seen, so Lucas brought up the guys who take their cheap stuff to the range and then it has some malfunctions. They're like, it's no big deal. There's the corollary to that is guys who take their expensive stuff to the range. I just did the fucking purple thing. I hate this webcam so much. Anyway,
Blade Runner lighting, baby.
You look lonely.
You look like a good Joe.
I can fix that. Anyway, so sorry about that. One thing that I've also seen is guys will take their expensive stuff to the range. They'll have malfunctions and they'll excuse it as the fluke. They'll be like, that probably was something that was ammo, must have been ammo or whatever, because they're like, no,
it's the weather.
This is high quality.
It's
So, yeah, the weather. The humidity is really high today. And you're like, it's possible that your expensive gun just isn't as good as you think. Like, yeah, I think that it can happen both directions. Certainly, it's a lot more common. I mean, Ruger, as Lucas brought up, Ruger has a reputation for not making a good AR. And then they bought Anderson, and I don't know if that's going to make them better or worse.
Well, does the QC add up or does it multiply? Right. So if they
is it like two negative numbers become a positive number, or who knows?
Well, I'll take that example. Go ahead. Okay, I'll say I'll take that one step further. Most long range shooters in the civilian space do exactly that same logic and are actually about half as good as they think they are, because you bring them out, they'll engage at 1,000 yards, use 5 flyers, get on target, and only start counting their first hit once they've used flyers to get on target. And they're actually not a good long range shooter. They're about a 500 yard, 700 yard shooter, not a 1,200 yard shooter.
How dare you call me out like that?
I've done it too.
That is exactly me. That is exactly me. Whenever I go out to a long range, I'm like, well, I know this is going to take a minute, so I'm just gonna be here for a while, and we'll work it out.
And most people can shove a good 500 yards off of their max engagement range, myself included. And if you're really going for a first or second round hit.
So is that 50 yards at the end of the day, or?
Yeah, so I average about 37 is where
so
37.5 it gets sketchy.
You get to my max engagement range in my AO, which is 85 yards. Like, oh man,
take 500 yards off. You can't get negatives.
I walked the steel all the way to the end of the gravel pit.
On Hop's point there about the Gucci guns having problems, very good point. The other one is when people start to modify Gucci guns and they don't know what to blame. So good example, on this trip, I put a law folder on my Seekins SP10M. Great gun, very reliable. I've taken it all over the place. But law folders and big frame gas guns don't always mix. And so this entire trip, like every day I've asked the guys, because this gun's kind of getting like passed around a little bit, like, hey, did you have any problems? Did you have any stoppages? Did you have any malfunctions? Because I know if that gun has a problem, since I've now changed this configuration pretty substantially, even with a premium part, a law folder, that's coming off. Or I need to go play with the buffers and the springs and the sproings and the cogs and the wheels. But if it has problems on this trip, that's coming off. But it sounds like it's doing okay, and that's cool because, normally it doesn't play very well. But I don't feel like gun owners are very good at that, especially when it comes to building hodgepodge guns. That's a pretty. This is another hot take. I think factory guns. I know building guns is cool and you save some money on federal excise tax and stuff. But there's a reason to buy a factory, especially a sniper rifle. It's much easier to pinpoint what parts to blame, or if you're blaming the entire manufacturer, and then piecemeal apart like a law folder. But going and buying the Arrow, if you can, AR-10 builder kit, and then changing out 10 different parts, and then you're shocked when your gun is 10 them away and has a malfunction every once in a while. Well, you don't know what to blame because you've built this hodgepodge like Mr. Potato Head gun. And I think people should actually save up some money and more often than not actually stick to factory guns, because most people, again, hot take, don't know how to assemble a reliable weapon, myself included. So
that is a common problem, I think, with people who don't understand, like, just troubleshooting something. Like the biggest rule of all time with troubleshooting is don't change two things at once, because, and not that I'd like always follow that rule or whatever, but you're like, oh, my gun wasn't working, so I went home and then I changed the gas block and the buffer system, and now it works. And you're like, well, then was it the gas block
and the
ammo
system? And the
answer is you don't. Oh yeah, and plus I was on a different lot of ammo or a different brand. Like, you change too much stuff all at once, and then you don't know. And if it works after that, like, I guess, good for you. But then you should not be going on to Reddit and being like, I had an issue with Hornady ammo, and then I went home, I switched to different ammo, different gas block, different buffer system, and now it's good to go. Moral of the story: don't buy Hornady. You're like, you don't know it was that.
Well, you gotta learn you gotta learn it somehow, though, right? I mean, like, part of that's kind of a learning experience a little bit. If you have money to do it.
Essentially, you should be doing, kind of A/B testing, where it's like, all right, does the gun work with this buffer versus this buffer? Does it work with this ammo versus this ammo? Like, if you change a bunch of stuff at the same time, you don't end up with data. That doesn't stop people. So you always get
time
these
is money.
anecdotes
That's
online.
why they want it working now. They don't care.
I mean, yeah, and that is 100% acceptable. You're like, I need this gun to work. I'm going to upgrade everything that I think is deficient. That's fine. The problem is when you go online and you're like, I had that problem and I did this to fix it. And the answer is that no, that's not true. You did not fix it with the one thing you did because you did a bunch of stuff. So that's why you get a lot of, one of my biggest pet peeves of all time is somebody being like, I had a hollow sun and I dropped it off the tailgate of my truck and it broke. So I bought an aim point and now it works. You're like, did you drop the aim point off the bed of your truck in the same way? No. So then what did you prove?
Gets me to the
you're
drop,
like,
that's our bullshit hot take.
Yeah, I deliberately destroyed this cheap thing because I had no emotional or investment or financial investment in it. And then I bought the expensive thing and I will never put that through the same rigor because I don't want to damage my investment. So, what are you really proving here?
Well, I was going to tag onto that point a little bit. So I think, people modify their guns way too much. So I think that people don't standardize on almost anything. So they're throwing on random suppressors, whatever they have laying around. Who knows what their bolt carrier group is. Ammunition is also a thing where people are like, okay, my gun runs, but I'm going to buy this cheap ammo that runs at 2800 FPS instead of, this XM193 that runs at 3150. And they're like, oh, my gun's not working anymore. So then they're tuning it without controlling any of the variables or anything else like that. And people just don't standardize. They don't leave a gun in a current configuration, right? So they keep changing around everything and they expect it to perform the same way depending on whatever random suppressor they throw on it or what ammunition they happen to be using at the time, right? Because like my HSL ammo literally runs at like 2800 FPS, which is like 15% slower than the hot ammo that I run. And so just those two things are going to cause
go.
Strap
the fuck off. Generally speaking, I think green tip M855 is better than M193 on the market as an ammo to kind of standardize and tune your gun off of. Why? The vast majority of M193 is not real M193, and it's incredibly inconsistent across the board. A lot of the ammo coming out of the what the fuck is the factory? Mil-spec M193 doesn't have flash suppressant, while M855 typically does. So if you don't have a burning requirement not to, light a forest on fire, or, you're working with steel, M855 is significantly more consistent by just picking a random lot. And that doesn't matter right now, but ammo scares happen once every, 3 to 5 years. And when you're desperately hunting for ammo, it is significantly easier to consistently buy M855 that is of the proper spec. And that's nice because you've tuned your gun for M855. I mean, I run M183 through my gun, so it's not, I don't care that much. But I'm trying to make a hot take here, okay?
That's fine. Well, I'll tell you what, M855 is as a bit of a BDC fag. Like, I love BDCs, and there's more BDCs tuned for M855.
That's a big one.
It's been the GI load for longer.
Okay,
so
hot take: BDCs don't line up on anything ever.
That's not true.
Well, that's why you have to do your homework with the ballistic calculator. Yeah.
Why? Yeah. Why are you using a 12.5 barrel? That's the hipster barrel length.
Well, but even there are velocity deltas between the same 14.5 barrels. Like you will get two barrels from two different manufacturers that have different velocities with the exact same ammo.
But also, you got to ask yourself, what is a BDC for? Is it for getting a stealth first round hit on a guy, like a sentry on patrol, and you're like, I'm going to take him out sniper style and then fade into the blackness? No, BDC is for getting rounds close to the guy at any range. Doesn't matter, because rounds close to the guy has greatly more suppression effect than a higher number of rounds not as close to the guy. Right? It's the reason why the U.S. Marine Corps was like, the what is it, the M27, the IR? They're like, that's acceptable. It's a lower volume of fire, but we expect to be more precise, and the overall suppression effect of 1 or 2 bullets going past your head is a lot better than 10 or 20 bullets going in the next fucking zip code. So depending on what you're trying to do, if it's a fighting rifle, if it's a general type of, setup, getting a couple of rounds close to the guy, giving you either suppression effect on that target or giving you the ability to just peel back, I think that's a win condition. That's what I want out of my gun. Because again, we're talking about a short, light 5.56 gun here. I am not expecting to pull off that mile, one shot, one kill, mile long. Whatever you do with a belted Magnum.
A good example of that. Really leaning into
I would never put a BDC ACOG on a 300 PRC bolt action.
like a good example really backing that up is me and Hop went to the Leopold long range course, and we set up a course of fire to I think 800 meters Leupold. Yeah. And the best time was me fucking around with an ACOG 14.5 against 6-arc precision guns, because it turns out the best way to clear that course of fire, 7 targets from about 300 to 800 yards, was just to take a BDC configured gun, stabilize the gun as hard as you can on the barricade, rip 15 rounds in the span of 2 seconds, and just put the BDC on target, and you're going to get the hits. And then as you came closer, you could send 4 rounds in the air, roughly on the BDC mark. And it was significantly faster than people that were dialing the precise hold at every single one of those ranges. Now, that's not necessarily
accuracy by volume. There we go.
Accuracy by volume. It's not necessarily an excuse, right? Some guys with starts were getting good times, right? And they were essentially just dialing 2 mils and just using the mean point blank of their round. But it does speak to the effectiveness of close enough, and you can kind of just use combat spoilers are a thing.
Hot take: people don't spend enough time driving to a range to shoot far enough for any of this to matter. So,
well, yeah, but if we take that logic, none of this stuff matters. Like, we're just yelling at clouds.
But this does bring up a good point. If someone goes out and spends $1,100 on an ACOG with a BDC, an excellent optic for conscripts and or let's say light infantry, type people, super durable, good glass quality, good BDC, all that good stuff. If they spend $1,100 on an optic and they have a $2,000 gun and they have some stuff, they can absolutely justify driving 2 hours to a place that lets them shoot to 500 meters, which is the desired range for an optic like that, 100 to 500 meters, and actually spend time with that equipment. But what most people do is they complain online that they don't have a range 5 minutes from their house, when the reality is, unless you live in the middle of nowhere or out west, you're going to have to travel somewhere. For example, I have to drive 2 hours to K&M to shoot long range these days. And even before not having my small range, I still had to drive 2 hours to K&M to do anything. And if someone is serious about being a well-prepared citizen or Minuteman or whatever you want to call it, or sheepdog, let's say that, you're gonna have to put in some time to go to some places to use the equipment you buy. Otherwise, I'm not going to say you probably shouldn't buy this stuff, but probably buy the stuff you can use right away. Like if you only have an indoor range, just focus on red dots. Use what you can, buy what you can use right now. As soon as you identify a property you can shoot at that's, got 500 meters, 1,000 meters, something like that, then go out and buy the goodies and buy the stuff. But I don't feel like there's a lot of willingness or even general understanding from most gun owners that there's a little bit of commitment involved in being a well-rounded, capable gun owner than just buying gear that sits in your closet. And I'm saying this as a guy who made his money selling gear to all kinds of people of all walks of life. And I know that a lot of that gear went to the kind of people who don't drive 2 hours to shoot at a range. But I want to fix that with the next company. So, and we will see how that happens.
My only piece of T-Rex gear
just like to spend the money
is my Sidecar 1 because I have a Sidecar 2. So that's that got out there.
Well, I think people buy the thing and think that's the end game. The end game is the thing rather than the skills or the capability with it, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
people
that's all I'd say 90% of the gun community is. They want to flex it online. They want to post it to Glock Talk.
Yeah, step 1, buy the thing. Step 2, post it on Instagram. Step 3, profit. Right? That's the entire thing. So I totally agree. And what I was going to say about BDCs in general is if you have a BDC or anything, if you spend a lot of money on whatever it is, you should be forced. We should force you to go out and actually utilize the thing to its potential. I think you should be forced to do that.
So I did amount of guys at that bold range with this is a PLXC 1-8 with the BDC second focal plane reticle. It's the same BDC same subtensions as their BDC first focal plane. So the Griffin Raptor, whatever it's called. I think it's the Raptor Yard or Raptor Mill, whatever. The point is that these are scopes that you can zero at 50 yards, and if you're using the correct barrel length or the slightly not correct barrel length based on what they say in the manual, the BDC will be accurate out to those distances. So I take a 14.5 rifle, I stick this scope on it, I zero it at 50 yards, I take it out to a range at a different elevation in a different part of the state, whatever, and up to 600 yards, I am inches off. That, for somebody who doesn't have access or doesn't have convenient access to a longer range facility, doesn't have the ability to chrono the ammunition that they're going to use, doesn't really have the wherewithal to like run it through a calculator and get the exact dope that they need, being able to zero an optic at 50 yards and be close out to 600 is pretty legit. That is a decent thing that you can do. And again, by at least my standards that I'm going for, being able to get rounds close is having the desired effect, which is suppression on a target. Because I don't need to sniper kill some guy.
Can I ask a question real quick? Do these three other gentlemen provide some hot takes of their own? Vintage?
Oh, they've been hot.
Base camp, or maybe
they're very hot. They're listening.
They're
very hot.
Had a few.
I brought up the weapon light one. It didn't go anywhere.
Fresh off the press.
Wow, Luke is calling everybody out. Damn. All right, fine.
Hey, look, I'm trying to make sure everyone's getting their say, but I'm gonna go and I'm gonna leave you all with one last hot take, and that is it wasn't 6 million.
Fuck yeah, baby.
All right, fair enough. Very hot take. Well, thank you to Lucas Botkin. Go check him out at Botkin Enterprises. He has Lucas Botkin YouTube channel. Thanks for coming on, and we'll be talking more about them later on, I am sure. Thank you for his time. Damn, he called everybody out, said a base thing, and then left. Damn. All right.
I mean, I think these gentlemen are more handsome than hot. That's my
Thanks. Appreciate that. My hot take has nothing to do with what you guys are talking about. That's fucking...
We're arguing about like gay stuff, like BDCs and whatever. It's like, what even is that?
It's not my focus. I'm sorry.
Shooting people so far away that it's illegal. That's what we're talking about.
It's illegal. Hop, shooting people is always illegal most of the time. All right, here's one. This kind of piggybacks off that. Top tier stuff simply is not worth it. We were kind of talking about this. Top tier stuff is not worth it if you're not going to invest time or money in the optics and extra stuff that you need for it. So like buying the 3.5K HK MR 556 A4 or whatever they call, absolutely worthless if you're not actually going to have the money or time to use it. Right, and that means
you can say you have it.
Yeah,
you want
that assumes that there's a way to unlock some level of performance that doesn't exist with these things, because a lot of the times they're expensive for literally no fucking reason at all.
I think here's something, and I'm probably going to dig a grave. I think lambasting people for buying expensive stuff that they're not going to shoot is a little self-masturbatory. And mostly counterproductive, because those people are not the target demographic to begin with, and they're not going to change based off of you accosting them online. And it'll be their choice one day if they elevate to be a serious shooter or not, but this is not the productive way to do it. And as long as they have decent gear, that's most of the way there. I think other things should be the priority of stuff like that. And I get a little miffed. I was going to do it when Lucas was on, but because I don't want to, hey, look at Hop's picture. Holy shit.
Oh, that's cute.
No, Brass, you're right. There's a hobby side of this too. Not everybody's enthusiast. They want nice gear. They got good money. They just want to go out, shoot paper maybe once a month, and that's it.
Yeah, and I started there. I think most of you started there. Maybe some of you are still there. And at some point, you will maybe make the decision to take it seriously. But it's not going to be Lucas. It's not going to be me. It's not going to be Focus that pushes you to that threshold. I think it's the wrong way to go about it. It's just what I'm saying.
Sir, this is the internet. like accosting people for their buying decisions.
Well, you wanted a hot take.
I wanted a take that went against I know. Like, all right. So okay.
I mostly
if they are buying the thing, it's like if they are buying the thing and they're like not particularly good with it. I suppose where I would draw a line is if they claim to be good with it, or if they're smug about their purchases. They're like, I have X thing, therefore I have like Y capability, and it's like, you sir do not, right? Because I know for a fact you can't.
Valor. That's what
USPSA stolen valor. That's right.
Stolen valor.
Remember, I bully like half my fucking server for overspending on fucking, guns half the time. So I agree with you guys mostly, 95% of the way. But we wanted devil's advocate and hot takes. So
you'll agree with my hot takes, and Brass.
It's definitely self-masturbatory at times. Right.
How would that apply to like the dudes that buy nods when they still owe like $4,000 on their car? At what point I guess at what point are they
More like
like
100K on the
okay,
car.
you have nods and you deserve nods?
Depends on what kind of financing they got that car with. If they're doing one of those like 9% Camaro still in base camp kind of or boot camp kind of
Base
things.
camp, fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
I was
$1 champion.
saying it as I read the name. I was like,
Well,
shit.
what's the Caravana thing? Weren't they doing at one point like 20% APR or something absolutely insane? But they delivered it to your door. That's the whole thing. So you didn't have to go through a dealership, but you just paid like an insane APR on it.
Yeah, and all those cars have been wrecked.
Well, and then they went out of business because people stopped paying them because of their clientele was not going to make good on those loans.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's not a good situation, right? I'm not making a blanket statement, but sometimes dudes buy nice stuff and then they leave them in the closet because they don't shoot guns for a living, and that's not necessarily as bad as I think most people make it out to be.
All right,
There's
well,
also,
I have a counter hot take to ask.
No, it was a counter hot take. Then,
right? Well, yeah. This one here is going to be people who dick ride GunTubers, ass facts, and worship their opinions are the scourge of society. That's
so true.
That's it right there. That's my counter hot take right there. Okay, which means that you should listen to absolutely nothing any of us
That's the guy with the most subscribers in
hate
this channel. Come on now, buddy.
Jester's privilege, all right? Jester's privilege.
Yeah, one of my hot takes was going to be the people that make fun of the gun community are less gay than the gun community.
So true, King.
Less gay or more gay, because it does end up being circular.
Less gay.
It's incestuous.
At some point.
I like you guys. Just
you say very loudly how much you hate this content, but my God, you seem to watch a lot of it.
I do.
True. Yes.
So true.
Well, it's like saying how bad like reality TV is. Like, can you believe this crap that they're putting on there? I've watched every episode.
Season 4.
All I know is that Australia is trying to put autistic people in a cage and watch them breed, and that seems like a crime to me.
Hold what?
Oh,
you haven't heard this one?
I don't know what kind of TV you're watching. That's strange. Right?
Okay.
It's TV that I'm hearing about.
You need to turn on a VPN to see this, or
There's a show called Love on the Spectrum where they put two autistic people in the same room and just sort of wait for stuff.
Oh yeah, it's on like Netflix.
Am I the only one who thinks
that,
that's fucked? I think that's
I'm like that's not okay. That cannot be like in some, maybe that's why they're doing it in Australia, because it would be illegal here. I don't know.
I believe.
Just
well, wait,
right.
don't they have retard fights though, or like midget fights? Is that better?
I mean, I hope not, because that's also bad. It's like
Well,
I'm not gonna say one's worse than the other. I just don't think you should be doing any of that.
Oh, bum fights was awesome. Do you guys remember that bum fight shit?
You remember that?
That dude went to jail.
Here we
It sounds
go.
familiar.
Big Auto Rifle has joined the chat. We have Cody of Red Right Hand. Uh-oh.
We have Cody of Red Right Echo, more like.
Red Right Echo, yeah. We'll let him sort his mic for a second. We'll see if we can figure that out shortly.
Focus, go find some bum fights. You used to have to order it on TV and it came in the mail. The dude like paid homeless people $10 a piece to like eat glass and fight each other and stuff.
Yeah, I just messed up. I watched every episode.
Are you just reading the couch under your snuggie, your arms poking out the snuggie,
I do have some of them.
Like, I don't agree with this.
If people want to supply their own hot takes, all fine. But I did have some from the server.
I saw there's like 200 comments on that fucking thread, right?
Yeah,
Focus. There was a good one I saw pop up about teas banning guns.
Oh, okay. Well, so we could. Well, that's topical.
That's a good
topical. One. It's I know that they're trying to do this. Yeah, Stephen Shred says for 5, how to stop tees from owning arms without violating the Constitution. Well, that's topical because the DOJ was looking into like making it, but it got taken off the DSM-5, right? So I don't know how they would go about that. But that is a wild thing that is somehow in consideration right now. Surely it will not hold up in any way, shape, or form.
So you think?
I mean,
if it does, it'll get thrown out probably.
It will.
I get why people want to meme that into existence, but I don't think that could actually legally like hold in any way, shape, or form.
I think it could if you had the right steps first, with like the mental illness thing first.
But you'd have to recategorize it, right?
Yeah.
Which would, I don't even know mechanically how you would.
And then you would need some sort of judge's order, deeming that with that person.
I have a hot take. I don't know if these guys are into this kind of thing, if you like buying used guns from the elderly, but My hot take is not only is it financially responsible to absolutely price gape a widow of a deceased boomer for some guns that were scalped, but it is also morally justified. Your take, gentlemen.
So yeah, vintage is.
I don't think I can disagree.
I hear a couple stories about this. Right?
Vintage is a old woman enjoyer when it comes to buying surplus.
Sometimes you just gotta skull fuck a widow, you know? You take that Arisaka Type 2 by the balls and you take it. Whether that's for $500 or $200. What does she mean by $150? I got it for $50. That's what you gotta do. That's my hot take is they've scalped us. Chat, I know you're with me on this. They've scalped us for too long. I'm running for political office with this one. Scalped us for too long. They would do the same to you, and they think it's funny.
Oh hell,
get your bag, Kings.
Wait,
That's
so this is
you're gonna buy the Buick LeSabre too from them. The guy's Buick LeSabre, $400 bucks.
The 3.6 liter supercharged engine.
Is this boomer reparations? Is this boomer reparations that
reparations?
Boomer reparations. We're taking your.
I have a hot take. Does that YouTube plaque on the back of Vintage drive everybody else fucking crazy being crooked?
You know, wait, you're not pointing out
enough.
You don't see the fucking thumbtack here that 80 people comment on every video that ever done.
No, I'm not
I leave it there for fun.
That was on my screen.
I leave it there for fun.
Yeah,
it's on your phone. It's grime. I do that for fun now because it drives people nuts.
So imagine if it was almost level but not quite, it would drive me insane. The fact that it's deliberately at a Dutch angle, you're like, oh no, it's artistic. It's a stylistic choice that he's made.
I'm an artist,
and I'm cool with it. Yeah,
it just makes me think there's lots of PSAs and Tauruses and shit in the house.
According to Yakubian
this is a
metaphysics,
K11,
that is actually
first of all.
Hot take. That's a
Fenton-Meyer notion. That's bullshit, dude. Okay, first of all, I don't know if you guys play Helldivers, but that new planet is really ridiculous. Horseshit. I don't throw games. Also, you should be able to wear medals from Helldivers like the military does. I think the ultimate form of Stolen Valor is actually not USPSA or
the
military. No. It's Helldivers Stolen Valor. Okay, I think we're at that point now.
It's the guys who have. I mean, everybody got the cape from Malevelon Creek, but not everybody was actually there, and that's a big deal. That's
true.
That's a line in the sand for me.
Very true. I also have a Malevelon Creek cape, and I was there. I remember. We all remember. That was my personal 9/11.
All right, here's a hot one. Ready? All right. YNs are doing more for the 2A unironically than the average GunTuber. YNs with switch.
I agree with that shit.
Young gentlemen and scholars are doing more in the hood with switches for the 2A than the average GunTuber unironically.
Yeah, they're definitely doing it for the FRT market. I'll say that.
Well, if just by volume of normalizing full auto handguns and actually challenging cases where they get charged, right, and making arguments that it's actually constitutional to have these devices, they are doing more for the Second Amendment than the average GunTuber. Right? Anybody disagree with this?
No, I think that's so
the
true.
average YouTuber doing fucking shit. So yeah,
just by definition, they're doing more. Yeah,
should get his take.
Yeah, what do you think about the Switch market in Chicago, good sir? I'd be happy to hear your take.
Thriving industry.
I mean, it's what inspired Glock to release a relatively anti-gun opinion letter, right? So
yeah, it forced their hand, really.
Well, they're getting sued in Seattle, Chicago, and
Jersey.
Yeah. So,
Jersey doesn't count.
There's a handful of them.
California wants to get them off the roster entirely. Like completely.
Yeah, and then you can buy the switches with their logo right on the back of it.
They're quote unquote readily convertible, right?
That's the argument. That's why we don't have open bolts, right? Like that. The whole idea was, it's not a machine gun, but it could be. And so now we don't have open bolt guns.
Oh, my bad. Cody, how's it going, man?
Speaking of open bolt,
what's going on?
Hey, we were just talking about switches and auto rifles and how they go hand in hand, man. So
I got like 5 messages of like Brock's talking shit about IARs. Get in there and argue with it.
Get in there now. Well, actually, I had him save the topic just for you. Speaking of being saved just for us, we have the biggest forehead in the game, Reno May. How's it going, man? Sorry, you're muted, bro. Still muted, but we appreciate you.
This motherfucker's got hairline for days.
He's doing it on purpose.
Bro, so Reno, I need your take. I need your take on Glocks being booted off the California roster because they're readily convertible.
Can you guys hear me? I gotta figure out my mic. Okay.
No, you're good.
Oh, it's because my Bluetooth isn't on. I'm retarded. Okay. That bill, it's gonna ban potentially if it passes. And I got some speculation that I could do, and it's all legal advice. It's going to ban anything that uses a cruciform, so not just Glocks, the Shadow systems, all the Glock clones, and I'm sure there's other striker fire triggers that utilize some sort of like bar that pushes a sear back and then drops down out of the way. I'm sure there's other ones on the market. It would ban any of those. Now, some people have brought up that the Gen 5 Glocks have a little piece of polymer at the back of the frame that is intended to block the little doohickey from tripping that sear. Unfortunately, that's not enough. It's got to be something metal that blocks a switch, lever, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's got to block that insertion, and it's got to be made of not plastic. So that's how it would work. That's what guns it would ban. There's been all sorts of doom and gloom the whole way through it, and then a certain gun rights organization was fear-mongering about, you got to give us money so we can stop it. And then it's just a generic link to donate money, which that's great.
A hot take about gun orgs not doing anything with the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars they're donated. What?
Yeah, there's a lot of gun orgs that just kind of sponge up money, and you could look at their tax returns and see what sort of percentage they spend on good stuff.
Well, I know where FBI money is going because I get about 60 emails from them fucking day, and that has to cost something.
Oh, I'm sure.
It's taking up server space.
Yeah. So currently the Senate or Assembly, basically it's going to hit the state Senate floor and it's going to get voted on. Sometimes they get heard multiple times and there's revisions and it goes back and forth, but it's pretty much looking like it's probably going to pass unless some sort of big pushback comes through. But in the Senate Appropriations Committee, which is what it was at before, I believe, they basically just unanimously pushed it through the committee, even though they know it's going to get challenged in court. They know it's not going to hold up. Now, the big brain play 5D chess that Newsom could do, which ultimately would be a perfect win-win scenario for him. So if he uses this technique, I want money. He could, if it gets passed and put up to him, he could veto it, but I'm pretty sure the state has a veto-proof majority. So even if they barely pass it the first time, let's say he vetoes it, it could still potentially come back to him and get passed anyway. And then he gets to pretend to be moderate on guns, but also get the gun control passed. So like there's a potential that some shit like that could happen.
Interesting.
It's hard to say what the exact bill text is going to look like in the end because these things sometimes change. Like they just, I think, just added a law enforcement exemption. Previously, it was just a department could purchase it and then issue it to their law enforcement agents. But now all law enforcement in general, I believe, are going to be exempt. And I don't know the current status on like private party transfers, not just from gun store inventory. So. Yeah, it's
rough.
Super gay, and it's
rough, man.
looking
Yikes.
possible.
Exciting.
Glad I don't fucking live there anymore.
Yeah. Wow, that sounds miserable. Anyways, the other 49 states. that is rough, though, man. Sorry to hear that, dude.
Yeah.
All right, I think ass facts and red right hand IARs cringe or based. Call
Fight
it.
to the death.
Oh, you want that now?
RPKs are cooler.
Yes, sir.
I think the what was my fucking thought anyway? In most cases, a Civ IAR is probably such little capability, especially given the ammo carriage system of the user, that it is a pointless addition over a well set up general purpose rifle with an FRT for the usage of FRT stuff. Furthermore, and I'm stealing this quote from Hob, most IARs are set up in a cargo cult-like fashion with nonsensical additions like carry handles, overbuilt handguards that aren't necessarily necessary, and just a bunch
24-inch
of
barrels, like you're shooting
24-inch
fucking prairie dogs. Get
a
over yourself.
A lot of this
shit.
stuff seems to miss the point, and even when it does hit the point, just a quality barrel with maybe a slightly enhanced gas tube is going to do the job better. Granted, since you're here, I'm going to couch it a little bit. I did say it was, of the things beyond a base GPR, it's probably the more logical ones compared to a belt fed. But generally speaking, most people are just better off shoving an FRT in a regular rifle and calling it a day and working on the ammo carriage system instead.
Yeah, you're gonna have to carry a lot of mags. I mean, yeah. So it's still a rifle. It's just a heavy base rifle. And that's why I made mine with an M16 front end on it. It's not a fucking bull barrel all the way out to the front. It's more of just a heavy duty M16, just built to shoot a lot more than you could a normal M16. And it's not that much heavier. You can set it up any way you want. You don't need a carry handle on it, but when you want to like grab and run with something and it's hot as shit, because it is a giant, what I put on is a giant radiator from front to back. It's hot. It's not, it's pulling all the heat out. So the carry handle helps in that situation. But I mean, you're just gonna have to set them up the way it's gonna work for you. Yeah, it's a heavy rifle. But if you can't support a heavy AR-15 and carry enough magazines, you cannot handle a belt fed. Logistically, right?
So it's worth noting, he said it. I was going to do this earlier. He set me up to be the foe to Red Right Hand specifically. I'm more talking about the configurations and expectations of how most people run an IAR, and it's as a belt-fed analog. But their system that supports it basically just has them needing to use it as a carbine because they don't have the support systems to do it. And most people don't even have enough ammo to train with their homies to set up, and develop the SOPs to run a automatic weapon in the squad, so on and so forth. I don't know. I ran a shitload of ammo, about 7,000 rounds through different FRT setups that kind of interrogate every single one. And my interpretation is most of the time a carbine with a solid, like high quality chrome line barrel is just going to do the job about 80% as good, because you just don't have the ability to put enough ammo through it for an IR to really happen. Also, long barrels, I don't get it on FRT setups. But anyway, I don't know. Put me on the spot here.
So anyways, come down to people being like, plate check meme, velocity meme, and you're like, hey, do you have any fucking idea what you're talking about? Because the plate check meme only applies to fly-by-night Chinese bootleg plates. That's the only thing you're gonna fucking puncture with M193. So first of all, shut the fuck up. Second of all, commit atrocities to yourself. And then as far as the velocity or the lethality envelope of higher velocity goes, you buy yourself a handful of yards. You add 8 inches to your barrel, and you add whatever it is, 40 yards to your lethality envelope with ball ammo. So again, waste of time. Stop it. So that's cargo cold. The carry handle thing, cargo cold. You're not setting this thing up like it's a Vickers machine gun with a squad of 3. Like a guy to carry it, a guy to shoot it, a guy to load it. Like that's not happening. So cargo cold. Stop doing it. Just get over yourself. Treat it like what it is. You call it an IAR, an RPK analog, whatever. So treat it like that. Don't be putting all this bullshit on this thing.
Yeah, no. It's a bigger infantry rifle. It should be treated as such, as an individual weapon platform.
Yeah.
Period. It just
I feel a little bad.
It's just better built to do that task. It doesn't mean everybody needs it. In fact, probably 98% of the public doesn't need one, but there are people that need that, and that's why I built that product.
I know my favorite version of what you make and sell is, and I don't know if it's your most popular, or I don't think it's the one that most people are looking for, but I think it's the one that fits the actual use case the best. And it drops a lot of the things that people actually want. So I don't know. I don't want to spoil the
which one is your actual favorite? What is the
to be fair, I'm the retard that bought a belt fed, so
no. Brock is all in on this nonsense. I'm only like half in, and I can.
I mostly agree with what Red Right. I don't actually know your name. Red Right Hand was saying. It's like I don't have an issue with the existence of these. In fact, I think it's really fucking cool that these things exist, and I want one. It's the majority of users, unfortunately, which I guess is probably true with fucking everything. It's a little, people imitate what they see and don't quite understand that it's not the same product, and it's not the same situation, and takes a little bit more to do that, right?
So the configuration that I think is the best is your barrel profile, which I think is exactly what you want for that setup. It's your gas block and straight gas tube, which I think is exactly what you want. Adjustable rifle speed, I think that's for the birds. I don't think that matters. Same thing with barrel lengths over 14.5. Again, nonsense, waste of time. Don't bother. Don't do it. Quad rail if you want, don't care. It could be an M-lock. It doesn't matter. It's the weight and the profile of the handguard more than it is the attachment system. Again, something people don't understand because they're too lost in the weeds of this cargo cult bullshit. And then that's it. That's it right there. It's perfect. It's already perfect. You don't really need more.
The barrel's all that option. All those options are available.
I know you make
anybody.
You make what I think is
the
correct thing. You make you make exactly what I'm looking for.
I do have to push back a little bit there because like I dude, a 20-inch AR. There's something about it out to
it's
like
amazing.
I've taken Cody's.
I've
taken no. Let me tell you. I've taken Cody's 20-inch AR with ball ammo out to 900 fucking yards. Right? It'll do doubles at 300 yards with an FRT. I take mine out to
nutty
how nice it is. Yeah. So I mean, there is something to say about taking like your generic AR, like let's say 8 pounds, whatever it is, fully loaded, adding like 3 pounds to it. You're like, okay. But now I have extended, which is a lot, right? That's fair. But you are taking that sacrifice as that guy, right? You're like, okay, I'm taking extra weight as the rifle. That just is what it is. Same thing as if you take a 308 rifle. Basically the same concept. But you're like, all right, I'm doing this, but I have now way more stability at distance. Like Hop was saying earlier, bullets closer to the person help. A 20-inch AR, the drop is a little bit less. You got enough ass on the bullet to where wind is a little bit less. It really does matter out to extended distances. It is a little
bit.
We're
it's
talking
generous to say a little bit because what we really mean is almost nothing literally at all whatsoever.
It's a couple
like it could be 300 FPS depending on the ammo type. It could be 300 FPS if we're talking a 14.5 versus a 20-inch.
You go look at those trajectories together. They are the same line until
3250 with
velocity
Winchester.
Velocity is not a meaningful determining aspect of long range performance. You know your hold or you don't know your hold between a 14.5 or a 20-inch. The difference is
the 20 will be more consistent.
You can buy yourself a tiny bit of max point blank range. A tiny
percent.
I'm not even talking about max point blank range. Even beyond that, I find the 20-inch to be better. Again, you are taking the weight penalty. There is no way around that. But if we're also talking about conjoining
we've already established that you need to have like a bipod is probably non-negotiable. So you're adding the weight of the bipod. You're adding the weight of all the ammunition carriage that the person is going to need to have. You're adding the weight of the heavy barrel, which the person is going to need to have. Maybe you're adding the weight of the heatsink system if you really want to try to sustain that rate of fire. Because in my personal opinion, once you hit cook-off threshold, the gun is now unsafe. You are probably the guy
rounds in. No, cook-off is 1,000+ rounds, so that's not even a realistic configuration.
The cook-off threshold is 200 rounds. The barrel starting to cook off is 1,000 rounds. So you have to add this weight of the heatsink system to get beyond 200 rounds.
Hop, have you ever seen a barrel start cooking off at 200 rounds?
Yeah, it's about 210 cyclic. If you add the heat system,
tiny barrels, man.
You can start drawing heat out of the chamber system. But again,
I've seen people go cyclic up to, I think Golden Web does cyclic up to 1,000 rounds. Most guns.
And how long? Right.
Close.
But he's doing this in the span of a couple minutes. The rounds are not staying in the chamber longer than a couple seconds because they're
the whole idea of cook off is it has to cook first.
Yeah.
If you wait a minute and it cooks off, it's still a cook off.
If you are the guy you're the guy the farthest away, and you're trying to provide fire support for people that are moving, an element that's moving on an objective, you are pointing in the direction of friendlies. And if you start having cook-offs, bad, really bad. Your gun is now that gun is gone. You cannot aim that anywhere. There's no safe angle to aim that where you can also still provide fire support. Therefore, the cook-off threshold is where the gun basically stops working. So you have to add like that heatsink system to draw heat away from the chamber and the throat of the barrel in order to buy you some more time on that cook-off threshold. And that gets you a little bit. It can't get you a ton because, again, we're still stuck with closed bolt because of laws, right? This whole thing is about laws. Otherwise, we would be running legit 3-hole or legit, open bolt setups. It's still about laws. So that's your fucking make or break point. Once the cook-off threshold is reached, your gun becomes unsafe to operate around friendly elements because you can't point it anywhere. All of a sudden you gotta take it very, very, very seriously. So that's the issue that you have. And that means, like you're saying, 20-inch barrel versus 14 inches. That's 6 inches of barrel that you frankly don't need, because you're not the engagement envelope does not really matter.
The other thing you got to remember too, Hop, the more barrel material you have, i.e. the 20-inch guns have more barrel material, they take longer to heat it up. So like in the comments, someone mentioned like how Micah's Lima 6 recently got cooked off. That was a H-bar, that was a carbine length. It's not near as much material as some of the ones that came out with the mid-length, because that's another more barrel mass that you have. My barrel's huge. It takes so much longer to heat that up, and then the heat sink.
I'm actually interested in what that number is off of like a 20-inch H-bar like Cody has. I wonder what that number is.
It's a lot.
It depends on the heat sink system.
Well, because if we're talking above 400 rounds, if we're talking about above 400 rounds, that insinuates that you have to get through that 400 rounds first, which means that you're carrying 13, 14 mags. You're
going to go well over that. You can't carry
that
much.
This is the problem that we run into. If you're carrying a realistic amount of ammunition, then your government profile barrel is already able to handle it. It's only once you go to insane round counts that you don't have.
It depends on your fire schedule, though.
Also, your firing schedule. Again, you look at the firing schedule of an IAR, and it's not as high as you would expect, because they accept the fact that it's still a closed bolt shoulder fired infantry rifle. It is not cooled in any active way. It's not open bolt. It is not especially heavy compared to the M4, right? So again, you are investing in a whole lot of shit to buy yourself a really small window of operational threshold before the heat becomes risky. So,
well, I think it really does come down to that. It's weight.
Did you suppress it?
Weight
no, you should
benefit.
not. The suppressor is going to add a shitload of heat into the back end unless it's a flow through can. Like,
I shoot that's suppressed all the time.
It's risky. I know it's fun as fuck, but like that's the problem. You're like, now we add the suppressor, and now we need a way to tune it. Now we've added the rifle speed gas blocks. We added the weight of the suppressor. We added.
But the rifle speed gas block comes with the straight gas tube, which helps.
Yep,
that's
exactly.
part of the reason.
But again, Red Right Hand has a non-adjustable, lightweight, simple straight gas tube gas block system, and I think that's the perfect configuration, because you've already eliminated the kink in the gas tube. You haven't added the weight and expense of the rifle speed. You haven't added the temptation to suppress it, which you shouldn't be doing, because again, weight is a premium for this person's role. Because of, you still have to have an optic, probably with magnification. We like magnification. You need to have a bipod, which most of the other guys don't have to have. All these things, that guy has to take on all that weight. I think the shortest, lightest configuration you can possibly get away with is the one you should be using. And so, like, spend that weight budget on the heatsink system, spend that on the heavy profile barrel, skip the rifle speed. I say don't do it. Don't bother. Skip the suppressor. That's what I think is the most sensible version of that build. And now, as to how sensible that is, like, that is a whole entirely other thing, because it's a very expensive, thing to practice with and supply and own. But if you have an IAR with a 24-inch barrel and a bipod mounted to the barrel and a swiveling carry handle attached to the receiver,
that I do.
What
are
you
actually
doing?
That. Every time somebody posts a picture of the what brand bipod is it where they cut the barrel?
That's the cargo line, right? They see the RPK.
Every time I see that,
small,
I'm like,
Small Team Supply manufactures that. That's his vision of an American RPK. That's what he went.
Well, it's literally
yeah.
It has,
I mean, if you're doing it for the memes,
it has so little in common with the RPK that I question how it came to be.
It has an RPK bipod on it in most cases.
All I know is the Lewis gun. The Lewis gun is cooler than whatever we're talking about. The Steyerog H-bar, excellent. Could never do whatever it is. The problem is what we're talking about. I need to take a piss. I'll be right back. I'm just throwing my fucking.
Yeah, there's gotta be a better fucking hot take than this.
Well, I wanted them to have that out because they've been talking about that for a while, so that was fun. Reno, you got another hot take for us? I know you're just chilling down there. You're having a good time. I picture you right now, Reno. Your feet are up. You're like twiddling your feet behind you as you're like staring into the camera lovingly.
They are.
Just having a good old
I
time.
was
There you go. There
I
it
was gonna
is.
throw in a hot take that M-Lock is not nearly as durable as the market deems it to be, and in the context of
Also, who
loading
gives
a
a fuck?
bipod, loading
Yeah,
a
yeah, I
bipod
think
on a belt
people
bed
are
or
aware of
something,
that
the
shit.
M-Lock will get its shit kicked in, and you're gonna wear out the.
Here, I got a good hot take right here. A good one. Fucking beards. Dudes in the tactical community that have these beards all trimmed. Not you, base kip. No. Yours is like just over stubble. I'm
Walking
talking
it
about
back.
the guys
No,
that
go
are
it,
Just
baby.
over stuff.
oil, the guys that are
Nope,
putting
let's
the
hear it,
oil
let's
in
hear
and
it.
trimming it. You do all that shit, you're a fag, man. That's my take on that. It's like a woman putting makeup on.
Trimming your beard,
But women
looking
putting makeup
presentable,
on doesn't- they're
very,
not gay.
very
No,
gay
I'm
coded.
talking
No,
like
it's
oil,
real. It's very gay
combing it,
coded. You care what
grooming
other
it.
men think of you. That's kind of gay. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, you're
No,
right.
no,
Rad's
it's
on
gay.
the point.
My
The
entire
same dudes
life
that like
is
to do
giving
that
a
are the
shit
same
about
ones
what
that
men
want to
care
rag on the
about me.
chicks with the gun, and they're the same dudes that want to smash
I
that
run
like
a
button
YouTube
with
channel.
tattoos and muscles holding the same gun.
Whoa, leave
Careful,
muscles
focus.
out
You're
of
gonna
this. Okay?
alienate all the guys.
Bro, yeah,
who
Reno's like,
jack-
hey,
jack
hey,
them
wait a
up.
second,
Yeah.
wait a second. Merrick Health, use code Reno for 10% off. There you go. Focus trip that took that personally. No. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Reno, hot take. I need one from you. I don't want to leave you down there in the corner all by yourself.
I think most gun tubers are pretty fucking terrible at shooting, but I think that they are probably better shooters than 90% of their audience. I think that there are just so many people with a lot of opinions that can't shoot for shit. And I don't think that I should have to look at your comment if you're disagreeing with me if you haven't posted a video of you shooting to a standard that is like remotely like skillful. I think I could tell. I've gotten to a point where I could tell a lot about how good of a shooter someone is just from the kinds of things they say in my comments to disagree. Because holy shit, you hear the things that people care about, and you're like, who gives a fuck?
Your feet are in the wrong spot, man. I watch all your videos. Your feet are in the wrong place.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just fucking, I don't know. I think that there's a lot of people out there that are obsessing over the things that don't matter at all. And, I think this conversation could be a perfect example of that. I feel like we're constantly majoring in the minors and talking about things that really just don't fucking matter, but is fun to talk about anyways.
I mean,
That's
this
not-
is
I don't even think that's that hot a
a
take.
panel of YouTubers that I think that's our job to talk about.
This
the
is
things
literally
that
a panel of retards here.
Yeah.
But so to your point, yes, I think that most YouTubers look all right to the untrained eye, but as soon as you approach like a certain level of shooting and you notice what they're doing, you like my brain starts to do a little tismy when I see somebody shoot really fast, but I never see the target, or the steel plates are very close and very huge.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you look really good on camera, like really good. But I've never seen you shoot and move or be like in any sort of like graded environment. And also, this only matters if they are using their quote unquote skills to justify whatever they're saying.
Yeah.
Because if you're just like, oh, I like this, it's fun, whatever, not a big deal. But if you're like, listen, guys, I am XYZ good, and therefore you should buy this product that was sent to me for free by Springfield Armory, right? Or whatever it might be, because I get their day one launch products. That makes my spider sense go a little tingly, and I'm like, I don't know if I can trust
Just go
you.
to SHOT Show range day and watch
In
them.
fairness, it's really hard to film a target downrange with a tripod-based setup and not make it look like complete dog shit.
Well, I know it's a me, but practice score makes it really easy. If you can just see if they're taking top quarter, top 20% at their local matches, like that they can shoot, right? They can actually do it. Or obviously if you're
Look
in a
at
bigger
my
area.
practice board, didn't you, voyeur?
Well, I'm gonna. Did you just dox me? Did you just dox me? Did you just dox me? My
Yeah,
dad's a
you just doxed
lawyer. My dad's a lawyer.
The funny thing,
See, you brought up practice score too. That's another hot take. I'd say 95% of the gun community doesn't care about USPSA shooting.
No.
I don't give a fuck about it.
I think 100%
No, I don't think
of the
nobody else. I
community
mean,
shouldn't care about USP.
Ben stands out because of his personality, his own stuff. But can you guys name who the number one shooter is right now? Number one.
Yes.
Eric Rafael.
Eric Rafael or Christian
We got
Seiler.
one. That's the 1%.
Christian Sailor's good. Christian Sailor's great too.
Couldn't
I
tell
mean,
you.
but then
Eric
again,
Rafael,
like, I'm fucking autistic, so yeah, I could name a few.
I could also name a
But
few
even
of the top
watching it,
guys,
you know what
but
I
yeah,
mean?
it's Well,
Yeah.
so that's something that I've seen. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this is just something I've noticed, is that I have seen Christian Saylor and Eric Raffel's videos being pushed a little bit more. And I don't know if that's just a slight change in the audience, but I've seen like these guys just raw match videos before they'd get like maybe 1,000 views. And if you look at some of their channels now, they're getting 10, 15, 20,000 views on just raw match videos. No talking, no nothing, just match videos.
I think it's becoming more popular among people to watch that kind of content. And I think that there's a lot of creators that have really kind of made that seem more interesting. But I think most people that are really good at competitive shooting sports, they're fucking terrible personalities. Not that they're bad people, but they are terrible internet personalities, and they are terrible content creators, which is a shame because so many of them could be good. But yeah, I think it's very fair to say, like, I like USPSA. I've been bitten by the bug, but nobody gives a fuck. Like, there's 40,000 members.
To Hop's point about nobody should care about USPSA, USPSA is a game. I treat it like a game, and I have a lot of fun doing it. However, I don't think it's super practical for everybody, because shredding with a handgun up close, very fun, very skillful, very high skill ceiling. Most people that I see, they like to shoot rifles because that's what they see their favorite operator do. That's what they see in their movies and their video games and whatnot. So if we could actually get a, whether it's PCSL 2-gun or real rifle matches and make that big, I think that could, you would actually get more interest in that sort of thing, because pistols are more difficult to shoot, so it scares away newer shooters.
The Central Sands defense guy.
He's not the.
Find someone that loves to.
Good for him, dude. Good for him. I love
that guy's sitting on 2,000 rounds of Lake City Serp, and he doesn't want to hear it right now. But once he runs out, he'll come around.
Actually, you know what? He's gonna buy Lucas's Raid that broke for $7K. He's like, $7K for that thing? Give it to me now.
Steal.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, to go back to what you were saying.
All right, hot take, real fast.
Tactical.
Tactical games is for people who are bad at CrossFit, which is already for bad athletes, and people who are not good at shooting. That's what tactical games is. It creates the most mediocre athletes of all time and the mediocre shooters of all time, so that they can have fun doing something that they're good at, which is totally fine. But it's like, if you look at the performance standards for physical fitness, it's like, well, that's not that impressive. And then you look at the shooting, and it's like,
hard.
Well, that's also not that impressive. So,
all right, tactical games is to USPSA what a tap house with axe throwing is to a real bar.
So I've actually, has anyone done tech? Reno might have done tech games. I did.
We're about to do one like the tactical games. It's called the Proving Grounds.
It is majority physical exertion and like 10% shooting, like in terms of difficulty. Like the physical exertion is by far the thing that's going to get you the most time and the most the hardest part, right, in terms of what you need to do. And
the hard part is that you spent like 5 minutes carrying a 150-pound sandbag, dropping it and picking it up, struggle carrying it for like 5 minutes, and now it's like, okay, shoot one-handed with a pistol.
Oh my god,
dude, God, I did no cardio to prepare for that. I spent a year without doing
that's
cardio.
where I got the majority of my time on the cardio phase. I just smoked everyone on the cardio phase with the 300-yard target 3 times in a row afterwards.
Yep.
So there's no fatties doing this?
No, it's like you go there.
Fatty will go into cardiac arrest with.
Well, like, listen. Okay, USPSA, it's a fun game, but man, physical fitness is very secondary. You need to be fast over a very short distance. You need to be fast over a very. You'll see 400-pound men move surprisingly quickly from point A to B, just absolutely sending it. I'm surprised that their shoes can hold up when they try to slow down. Because you'll see a 400-pound guy slide into position to hit that target. It's like, I don't know how you did that. It's because it was only 15 seconds.
Those rocks were turned to glass beneath your feet.
If it was any longer than that, he would have died.
I shot it back east only for a little bit, but I'd see these guys that can barely get off the couch just murder me, and I'm like, Jesus, how fast they move. But if I got into it again, I think I'd just shoot production because I get the most use out of it.
Yeah, a lot of those people, it's like they're not doing anything very fast, but they're just doing everything as soon as possible. Like, there's not a way.
Yeah, they're like an English bulldog. They got that 15-second sprint in them, and that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate a fat as fuck guy running a 1911 with 27 magazines on his belt going through every single one. That's a sight to behold. Like, god damn. Those are things you do not see very
Dude,
often.
The
okay,
shirt
speaking
tucked
of that,
in and the hernia poking out and
I've
all.
only ever competed a couple times, and every single one I've ever done was with like bolt action guns or like a Luger, and I just have done it for fun. But I know knowing now, people like, oh, this guy's running out the clock. Like, I thought I just like to go for fun. Does anybody just like to go have fun doing it? I don't know. It's like everybody takes it.
That's
serious.
what I did when I went. I didn't take it serious. I figured I'd run around on a range, especially back east with all the laws. There wasn't a lot of stuff you could do there. I couldn't go out in the desert like I can here and run around with a gun, but I could there.
Yeah, I was like bayoneting targets and blowing them away. They're like, "What's your practice score?" I'm like, "I don't fucking know, dude. I was using a motion. Like, this is just for fun."
First time I ever
Pretending
shot
you're
a
rounding people up during World War II.
Yeah, I would have been a beast at Stalingrad, according to my comments section. Okay, I take that. Take that to heart.
You would have pushed that average survival span up to 7 minutes from.
No,
5,
I'd have been taking a piss and gotten mortared or something. That's what would have happened. But
well, vintage back
I like
then,
to
you would have
think
been the
that way.
biggest target on the field.
It's very true. I would have been a giant back then.
I'll back up a
All right.
tiny bit, Focus, then I got to hop off. Your comment about, or someone said, like, all the targets people are shooting on GunTube are, like, crazy close-up, stuff like that. I've met a lot of people, and I'm a camera nerd. I've seen their setups. And so when I started filming stuff and knowing the lenses that people were filming with, I had a moment that I don't think a lot of audience members, like, put together. There's people who are selling you rifles based off of them shooting a target at, like, 5 feet away. And that was a big, like, rip the blinds off moment for me, where I'm like, there are people who are getting millions of views, maybe not a few of them who get that many, who are literally shooting things, and they're like, wow, this did great. It got 6 A-zone hits, and it's from 5 feet away at most. It's insane. So that's my hot take.
It happens. I think a lot of, and again, if you don't know, you don't know, right? So if you're just the average normie YouTube per viewer and it's just entertainment for you and it's nothing more than that, like that, you don't know, right? You're like, oh, that looks great.
But people didn't know for a long time. If you go back to my page and look at the stuff from like Mystic Guns and Gears, people that I hammered on years ago, and go into the comments, there are so many defenders back then than versus today. So many people. When I hit Cock 45 a long time ago, I thought my page was going to get taken down. People reporting me, it's just insane. But the guy's like, oh, he's not a shill.
Hot take shilling is only okay if I do it. Specifically me. That's my hot take. Shilling is okay if I do it.
Just me. Yes.
Just me,
very
not
true.
any of you.
Yeah, and the best gun tuber we all know is Yankee Marshall.
Very
my favorite.
Fucking.
I learned everything from him.
Bro, I should have had Yankee Marshall on. That would have been great.
True.
Oh God.
I will say
on his decals on his car. Spider-Man Camaro and Death Pool school bus. I don't fucking know.
All right, here's
I gotta
one.
hop off.
All right. Hey, thank you very much for coming on. Go check
Yes,
out
sir.
Basecamp. Let me grab his
Appreciate
YouTube
y'all.
link real fast. And you guys can click on that and subscribe and check out his stuff, all right? Please
videos
do
are very
it
good.
Right now. Yes.
You just put Yankee
Good
Marshall
up-and-coming
in those fucking
YouTuber.
comments?
Y'all see you, boy.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually the link to Yankee Marshall. All right, no, but here's a... Let me pull... yeah, jump scare. All right, here's one. People worry too much about printing, okay? The average person does not like care, and it really doesn't matter all that much. People obsess over carrying like the smallest, slimmest 1.5 stack P365, 380, what is Bodyguard 2.0, whatever it might be. But you should just be carrying something that you can actually use.
I think it depends where you live.
Accurate.
Dude,
in my
I live in
opinion,
California.
nobody
I
can
worked-
see you. Not a single person that you encounter
Well,
in public actually can see you.
The only person that cares
busy.
about you is you, like quite literally.
Well, yeah, you're always going to see it because you know where it is. But like Massachusetts, man, if someone calls the cops on you, your chief of police in your town can pull your permit for no reason other than just that alone. So like there, you got to make sure you have it concealed. The wrong person sees it in a grocery store, forget it.
Interesting. Yeah, I
But
mean,
it's
this
all-
does
it's all,
like,
like,
well,
it's
speaking of
predominantly
carrying
main
Reno,
character
like
syndrome.
how do you feel about that take while carrying in California?
Dude, so I think, yeah, most people are totally fucking oblivious. I worked in a gun store for a couple of years. I had a Glock 34, had a red Cerakote job on it, and I would be talking to a customer, showing them guns for about 5-10 minutes. The amount of times where I had gestured at my hip, I'm carrying outside the waistband, strong side, like not in a concealment holster. I would point at my gun.
the amount of people that would be like, I didn't even realize you're carrying a gun. And I'm like, dude, it's a fucking big red stop sign on my hip. Like, so there's that. But then at the same time, like, I get it in some states, like it can be tough. In California, I would have to like, in order for me to get in trouble, I would have to like be somewhere where it's illegal to carry, which it's a lot of places right now. Or I would have to have like been, there's like brandishing versus just like accidental exposure isn't really like a crime here from my understanding. So
yeah,
like
if I wasn't there, but
public
me and you could live, me and you could be neighbors there, and your chief of police will give you a permit to carry and do whatever you want. Mine will give me a permit, because you need a permit to buy too. It's the same permit. They'll give me the permit to buy, and then I can't carry, or I can carry during recreational activities. I remember when I got that, I looked it up. I'm like, well, going to the mall is a recreational activity. Going to the movies, because they don't define it. But if my chief of police is an asshole, and like some lady calls the cops on me just to do it, that's it. They pull the permit, they come take all the guns, everything.
Yeah, it's a balance of
forget
like
how
the
bad
risk
mass is.
exposure.
Rad's arms need a refund on their haircut. Wow.
I know the light is making it look like I have a fucking Chemical Romance haircut or some shit.
Got that high and tight. Very
I think it
emo.
looks fine. I think it looks fine. You look handsome.
I gotta flip it down,
it's
like
all
down
right.
here.
Those are the best years of my life, man. I'm gonna hold on to them forever. Okay.
It's got that young Vegeta hair.
The emo shit? Did you guys cut yourself when you were emo? That's not, that wasn't my era.
All right, I think this is one we can all agree with. This is actually a cold take. Cloners are the biggest retards on Earth.
Yeah.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
unless you're
Next
buying a
question.
movie gun. I think buying movie guns is kind of cool.
I think it depends on what you're trying to clone.
And how
to be
serious
honest.
you take it.
Yeah.
It also depends what you want to do with it, because there's a lot of people who are like, I want to own this retro thing as a wall hanger. And there's other people who are like, no, actually, the Gordon carbine is the best infantry fighting rifle that's ever existed. Anything more modern than that is actually technically worse. And, you know, there's no convincing those people. You can show them the diagram because they think that a carry handle mounted optic is the same as a red dot.
I think they're fun. I think they're really fun to shoot. I mean, but I agree. If you're taking
Shooting
it,
is
like,
generally
super
fun.
serious,
Like that counts for so little. People are like, it's fun to shoot. Like,
well, no,
shooting
I
is
think the
always fun.
setup
It's so
of it is
exciting.
different.
There's
I think it's
explosions and
different.
stuff.
Well, it's different, is what I mean. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, if I have like a
Yeah,
regular
it's a change of
AR,
pace.
it's different. Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, if you've got
It's like a
6 ARs
novelty.
and then you shoot a carry handle AR, especially when you get like a retro build that weighs nothing compared to all your modern tactical shit with like full length quads and accessories, you shoot like a carry handle clamshell handguard thing with a pencil barrel, you're like, damn, these things used to be so light and handy. And you're like, yeah, cool. But now go ahead and put your light laser optic and sling on it, and it's not going to be fun anymore. And that's the reason we don't do that anymore.
Well, that's like, what's that Trigicon optic? Like one of the first ones, the reflex that's on the AR carry handle. What was the name of that thing? It was around forever. I think it's finally gone.
They had the tri-power, the was it TX30?
Had like the yellow triangle in the front.
RX01 reflex.
Yeah, I think it was that was a cool optic in its day, and even today it weighs nothing, doesn't take batteries on a carry handle pencil barrel gun. It was a cool setup.
Yep, it's really bad. It's a really bad optic, and it kind of, if we're being honest, always was, because it's about 20 years, maybe not 20, 15 years newer than an aim point. Like this isn't like, oh, this is what we did before red dots. No, this came out well after red dots. This was always a piece of shit. This was the SIG 226 of optics. Like when it came out, it was bad.
Like, is it late 90s it came out, early 2000s?
Yeah, late 90s when the RX01 came out, I think. And Aimpoint started making red dots in the 70s.
Yep.
So like if you unironic, I mean, the Israelis loved the RX01. We know that from experience. But like if you were a champion of the RX01 in its heyday, you could have had a Comp M, motherfucker. And that was a 4th gen Aimpoint. Or you could have a 1st gen RX01 Trigicon that didn't work if it was dark or bright or a mixture of the two. It was awful.
I still like it. I thought it was
cool looking. It's fun. It's really bad.
No, it's useless today. It's a
It was useless in the late 90s, man. It has never not been useless. This is the problem with some of this shit, man. You got to remember what year it was. Everything you think
it's
is
about
new
fun.
is older than you think. You're like, oh, new red dots weren't good until recently. Red dots have been good since the fucking 80s, according to
I mean,
fucking
EOTechs
Aimpoint.
were around too during that Trigicon.
EUTech's been around since the early 90s. Yeah, like all of this shit, man.
People swear MetPros are fucking good, but I just think they're cool because they look like B-17 sights. That's the only reason I ever shot them.
MetPro lights get freaking charged. Okay, MetPro.
Go ahead. Tell me why MetPro's good. Tell me.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Oh, have a good night, man. Appreciate you.
Later.
I can tell you why MetPro's good.
Go ahead.
The timing on that.
You can buy the new, what's the new one? It's the M21 was the one that's like the M21 is the MetPro knockoff of an RX-01 Reflex. The M22 is the new version of that. And it now is sold with an add-on module that shines LED light at the fiber optic collector to allow you to use it in all lighting conditions. So it's a passively illuminated optic that you can now actively illuminate to turn it back into a red dot for extra money and weight. I don't even know what they're doing with that one, honestly.
Okay, so I put a trench grenade. He was in the chat and he said invite. All right, so I put a poll in the chat.
Invite who?
And he is...
Trench.
Well, he did. So I put a poll in the chat. I put a poll, yes, by himself, yes. I put a poll in the chat, and he's currently winning by a singular vote. There is one singular vote that he's winning. So if a couple of you could vote.
Oh fuck! I hit yes. I didn't even read what it said.
Can I vote? Can I vote?
Just,
I'm gonna vote. Yeah.
I
wanted to get it out of my view.
Only if you guys want to. Like, I mean, I don't want to invade the panel with more autism, as you know, we've kind of filled it up.
I'm with it.
Let's dial up to 127.
Tiger, I'm leaving if Trench gets on. No Trench. Listen, okay, everybody's saying no, but he's still winning in the poll. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to
autism,
do?
I think strictly speaking, what he would add to the panel is called
sabotage by brass. I mean, listen. It really is brass. He's winning still by one vote.
Okay, where do
There's
I
one
I
difference
dropped
in
that
there.
comment
I don't know.
earlier defending trench grenade, and I never defend trench grenade.
Let me
saw
vote again.
that.
Flip it. He's still doing it. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna put my vote in. Hold on, I gotta go.
Yeah, wait. Are you voting yes or no? I haven't voted yet.
Yes.
I'm gonna log in.
I'm gonna vote yes.
I'm gonna log into 9 accounts and be like, no.
There it is.
No.
Did it.
It's not a
Done.
single vote because I just voted no with 4 accounts. So.
Okay, well, I have 2 other alts.
He's still winning.
You think
He's
I won't
still
do it?
winning. He's still
2 other
winning.
alts.
Recount, stop the count. Well, if I stop the... Oh, it's one. They're tied 50-50. It's equal.
God damn.
Gotta log in.
I did my duty.
Tactical Ballistics Actual is about to bring home the win.
Doc. I can't pull that one up. Sorry. Doc's Trudge. Don't make me sign in again. Bring him on. Bring him on.
You should bring Charlie back on.
Okay, so I sent Charlie a message. He never responded. I sent
Call
it
me
to him
I'll
yesterday.
text him.
You can
Charlie
text him.
might
Yeah,
be too normal to hang out with this crowd more than like once a year.
Also, Micah Mayfield said he was going to come on, but he might have looked at the panel.
Yeah,
and
but
been
then he
like,
saw what we were talking about, and he was
no,
like,
thank
"Holy
you.
shit,
No,
that's a
no,
brand
thank
risk.
you."
I'm out of here."
Which
Charlie did
honestly,
get an invite.
Good call.
What?
Charlie did get an invite. I sent it to him.
I forgot Othias. I feel so bad. I forget Othias every time.
I'll send it right now.
Every time.
Catching strays.
Dude. No, every single time. I forget I'm having him on the show like that day, and I don't invite him till after the stream's already started. Like, it's terrible. I feel so bad about Othias.
Well, let's hope he's not taking that personally.
He probably is. Let's be real.
It's like you talk about how much
I-
you want to talk to me, and then I'm like, "Hey, I'm here," and then you just ghost me. That is brutal.
Well, and then he got upset because we had like a 2-hour show. He's like, "Wait, you guys going short tonight?" I'm like, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." All right. Well, hey, the chat actually spoken? Yeah. Nope. The chat, it's still on yes. So I'm sending him the invite unless you guys radically change it.
See, that's enough to be president.
A singular vote.
It
yeah.
is. That's true.
That's a majority. That's not even just a plurality. That's a majority. That's good.
Hot take. Focus can't focus. Yes. Many things going on in this. Many things going on in this little mind and too little space to hold it all. All right, here's one that I think everybody will disagree with. Digital night vision will surpass analog in the next decade.
Yeah, it's been a decade for the last 2 decades. So maybe this time they got it.
Maybe
I feel like I've
someday.
heard this somewhere before.
Yeah, every 5 years you hear the same take come up.
We're so close, you guys. We're so close.
Oh, I could invite Risky. I thought about that. No, so I did invite Dugan and Jonathan Pacone, but they're both traveling this weekend. So they weren't able to make it, but I would have.
What is with all these Pranka comments? He would not have a good time.
No, Pranka doesn't care about any of this stuff, which would make it funny because he would be angry to be here.
You don't understand. We're all enthusiasts.
It's not Brad's piss facts. I'm pulling a prank out. I'm drinking alcohol offset.
There you go.
I
went off to get water, but I was actually getting
talk
water.
to that guy.
Yeah, I ran out of beer, so I'm just taking shots out of the whiskey.
I ran out of beer, and I don't have hard
pulling
alcohol
off the
because
bottle.
That shit's
Huh?
disgusting.
That's tragic.
I'm an alcoholic.
Hell yeah.
Taste.
Hell yeah, King.
I mean, the problem with the vodka that you drink is that it smells like pool chemicals and it tastes like research chemicals, and I cannot.
There are
put that
multiple
shit in my
clips
body.
that show Hop cannot even take a basic shot of vodka, and it's fucking pathetic. He calls
Brass,
himself
are you
an
a vodka
alcoholic.
guy?
Tequila.
Are you?
No, I'm not a vodka guy. I'm just like, once it gets to 9:30 at night, I need a way to continue the alcohol, and it turns out vodka does a pretty good job of doing.
Rock is in
I'm
anything
I'm
that
drinking
works.
vodka right now. That's my shit. I like vodka. I'm no judgment here. No judgment.
If you can't get risky on, I can go put my hockey mask that he sent me on.
Speaking of judgment, trench grenade. How's it going, my man?
51%.
51%.
You want to fuck on me? You want to fuck on me?
All right, this is where I wanted the stream to go. All right,
This is why democracy is bullshit. We shouldn't have it anymore.
The greatest argument against democracy in history.
For the people.
Biden could win. I could win. God damn it.
But the people are retarded.
Yeah, the people are retarded, man. They can't vote. Fucking people shouldn't be voting.
It's the Simpsons quote. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, folks. Democracy simply doesn't work.
That's why managed democracy is the only way. I think some
Plato warned against this exact moment. Plato knew that this exact moment would happen.
Yeah, back in the day, Plato was like, I don't want French grenade on a focus strip stream, and he etched it into a stone tablet with a chisel and everything. That's exactly.
Have we already discussed how night vision shooting and how fucking miserable it is?
We could. We haven't, but we could.
Because I'm on the way back from a night range, and this shit fucking sucks, dude.
It's too early in the season. That's the problem.
Range.
You're not in
night vision sucks when the sun sets at 1 in the morning. Yeah.
Well, here it was like 8:15, but bro, it's fucking trash. Then you go down range, turn on your white light, and you got 1,000 fucking gnats. It's fucking trash, bro.
Sounds like
Nod season starts in fall and does not. Yeah, it doesn't last because then it gets like actually cold and wet, and then you can't do it anymore. There's like a month and a half where you can actually do nods and have a really fun time and actually feel like
you're not
an operator. The rest of the time, you're like, this is awful.
I feel like night vision shooting always is just a little shitty. Like, it's cool.
Well, usually when we
It's
do
sick.
night vision stuff, it's late enough in the day that we've had a couple beers in us, and that tends to help a little bit.
That's how you make it better. So you have the blurry goggle in front, your vision's a little blurry.
Why is my
you're having
focus
a good time.
not-
You don't know that your neck's hurting, and you're like, oh, this is decent. You know,
The neck one is the big one.
With night vision, if you have to drive home after, it's really bad. But if you can just camp where you're at, then night vision is cool because you can just hang out by the fire for a couple hours, be like, hey, the moon's coming out. Let's throw some nods on and walk around. Let's shoot a little bit, whatever. And then you go back to sitting by the fire, and then you go to bed in your tent, and everything's awesome. If you have to drive home 45 minutes or more after the night vision shooting, it's a fucking awful experience.
You lay down in bed and your neck fucking hurts because you've just had 4 pounds on your head for
hours.
3 hours, yeah.
God forbid you don't have a fucking counterweight.
I mean, I've been told by a lot of pedigreed individuals that you don't need a counterweight. So that was a fucking lie.
I disagree because my fucking neck is killing me. And I mean, we're only shooting 14s at this course. But I mean, you wear it and you fucking hate your life. So.
Are you wearing a ballistic helmet or a bump helmet?
afterwards.
Ballistic helmet or bump
Yeah,
helmet?
ballistic.
Oh, okay. So you're adding 2 pounds. To
Off
the head.
score.
Well, the PVS 14, I don't know if
SF,
it matters,
I
but
think.
with duels, that fucking sucks after a while. Without a
Well,
counterweight.
fun fact, the Army standard for qualification is 50, 100, 150, 200, 250, and 300 with PVS 14s and a PEC 15. Now, that might sound
That's
doable.
a lot
but
of
it's-
numbers. What are you talking? Like range? engagement?
Standing
What-
or
what the fuck
standing
was-
or
So you start, first round is standing unsupported. The next 9 rounds are prone unsupported. The next 10 rounds are prone supported. The next 10 rounds are kneeling unsupported. And the next 10 rounds are kneeling or
So
standing
it's just a
supported.
standard rifle qual, but with nods and a peck, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's. I mean, like I
But
didn't mean that to be a
the
prick. but I
standard
was
is the
wondering.
same though. Is I guess the point I'm trying to make. 23 out of 40, or for a course, it's 28 out of 40. But so you got to take all those engagements farther out. It's like, yeah, you're fucked.
28 out of 40. Well, you can just miss all the far ones then. You don't even have to care. You just hit the close ones and then just shoot in the general direction of the far ones.
Sometimes people from other lanes help out.
Oh, that's
So you got to factor in your reloads too, because you have to transition every 10 rounds. Obviously, is a reload, so it just is a lot more complicated, obviously. And PVS 14s are fucking trash. So
no, they're the bare minimum. They're fine.
They're
Man. They're better than
fine.
anything else out
There's
there.
almost no difference.
Unbelievable.
At something like that with the PVS 14 and duels.
It's a lot harder to use a monocular than a binocular night vision system if you are drunk.
It's harder
That's
to
very
do
fair.
his qualification he's talking about in a gas mask. That was my favorite time doing his qualification table he's talking about. It was within a gas mask. You have to like tilt an A2. It was pretty cool to do it with like the old.
You
It
just
felt like
gotta
it was in the
take
Cold
your,
War. Felt like it was in the Cold War.
yeah, you got to take your firing
wearing
side
a gas
hand
mask.
canister off. So if you're right-handed, you got to take your right canister off. And ironically enough, the best position to fire from for CBurn, we did it yesterday, is the squatting position, because it provides the best angle for your face to the gun target line. So
What do you feel about
I've got
the
an
million?
XM17 mask with the cheek filter, so I'm pretty sure I'm just like fucked. Also, those filters have expired and they don't let oxygen through. So if I wear that mask for more than about a minute and a half, I will die.
It's actually just a sarcophagus for your face.
Yeah.
This is
The
the
air-
death
and
mask.
breathing whatever
You
poison.
put it-
Those
you
filters
put it
don't
in
let
to
air
die.
through. Best I can do at this point is used Polish filters, and there's no way that's a lot better than what I've already got.
But speaking of tragic and terrible things, Ben, you want to defend 308?
Oh, it's him.
Oh,
Yeah, it is essential sense events.
You are all wrong. 308, supremacy, Christ is king.
Oh.
That was it.
He's done. That's it. Well, I don't know. I don't know if he has anything.
He's sitting on a lot of it. I tell you, he's sitting on a lot of it. That's the reason. He has the 308. So
308.
No, I actually, the only
when he's got to
308
buy
I
more,
got
he's
is-
going to realize what's happened.
I've only got like 1,000 rounds of M80 ball sitting, but that's just for plinking gas guns.
That's $1,000 worth of ammo now, unfortunately.
So Focus brought it up in kind of a niche aspect, like the way where I defend 308 is it's a great caliber to learn on. Like, yeah, I've shot 308s, I've shot 6.5s, I've shot 6 GTs. My wife's gun is a 6 Cree that I built for her. They're all great guns. They're all niche guns. 308, at the end of the day, you can go to any hardware store in the Midwest and pick up 308. You're not finding 6.5 there. And at the same time, 308, it wins in the mass or the weight retention race when it's going through barriers. So like I've shot the Hornady 147 tap 6.5 through glass before, and I've shot the Hornady 168 tap Federal's TRU stuff, and the percentages saved or the percentages retained, 308 wins in almost all of it. And when you're trying to shoot, like Hop said, there's that one bank robbery sniper shot through the monitor. Yeah, that's where 308 wins. Everything else, yeah, cool. Yeah, 6.5. I'm not going to deny it. 6.5 is a better superior caliber. I got like 3 of them. Yeah, I'm going to go shoot PRS. I'm going to shoot a 6.5 and win the game. But if,
I need you to hardline a little more than that.
okay, you're all
You have
wrong.
to defend it. Yeah,
You're,
there
you're,
we go.
You're,
That's
you're
the
all
vibe we wanted.
wrong. You're all idiots.
And
you have
gay.
0 pedigree. Fuck all
No
of
pedigree. That's true. I've used
I
it
bought a lot
professionally,
of
therefore
pedigree for my
opinion doesn't
dog
matter.
since her appetite's been down, so I have a lot of pedigree on hand.
No.
I bought a 6-pack.
This man sounds confident, so I believe him.
So true.
Oh,
This man has expensive firearms.
How much
behind
do you
him,
carry
therefore
on
he's
your
correct.
person then? Like it's
Say
heavy
what?
shit. How big's your combat load then?
Oh, for like 308s?
Yeah, of course.
I think
Everybody
the
wants to
legal
be like
limit for deer season is 3.
Yeah.
right.
It's a 5-round fucking mag.
There you go.
It's a
Yeah.
PMAG
Well, I'm
10 with a
talking
5-round
AR-10.
limiter in it. Like that's what I'm carrying, man. Because any more than that, I might get in trouble.
Yeah.
I just
And
I don't know,
like
people want the
I'm
AR-10. I was like, that's I don't like it. It's carrying too much.
I've got
weight
one
to
of
the
Haley's
rifle
old
thing.
I've got Haley, like one of, what is it, the the D3
Yeah,
rig.
Yep.
That's
I haven't been able to find a better rig than the Haley Heavy for 308.
that's in.
It's
Shit, I'm
what,
not going to move the
three or
camera
four
because I'm going to
mags?
get fucking John taken off the internet here. But in the deployment bag that's right there, that's what that Haley D3 rig. That's what I have loaded for like a deployment, like a call out. So, but it's like 2 10-round 308P mags for the bolt gun, and then space for a radio pouch and space for a 5.56 mag. That's all you need. But that's a very niche scenario, though.
Well, how much does a SWAT sniper really carry? Like 2 mags, maybe?
Max.
Yeah,
Usually
for that application.
It's 2 mags with 2 different ammo types, an open air round and a barrier round. So you'll have like Federal's line, like the T308T. That's their 168 grain tipped Match King, and then you'll have their 308T2, which is the 168 bonded. So they're touted as having the same point of impact for both rounds, but like one is much better for open air, like rural stuff where like the stuff like that shot down in Florida through the computer screen. I would wager to bet that was probably a 308T2 from Federal.
You know, we had a local cop here. There was a gas station hold up with a hostage at Get and Go in Sioux Falls, about 45 minutes from me. And yeah, the sniper there, he took 1 shot through glass to get the guy. And I drove by it like the day after, and the glass was gone. You could see where the bullet had gone through and all that. So I could probably figure out who that guy was and get him on to talk about it at some point. But he only took the shot from like maybe 60 yards away. He was probably in the parking lot of the gas station.
If anyone's familiar with American Sniper Association, they're kind of the United States like congregation of like data for law enforcement sniper shoots, and gosh, I think their average was like 57 yards or something like that when they totaled it all up. So it's, you know, well within 100 yards.
Yeah, I mean that sounds like the average one. But gentlemen, there's a lot of viewer hot takes that we should get to, and we're already 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and there's like 140. So if anyone needs to leave at any point, I appreciate your time very much, but it's gonna be a long ride. So if you want to stick it out, feel free. If you want to take off, we will get through these one by one. Yes, Reno will eventually be inside the camera by the time that he leaves. Jordan Jared for Sheriff. True. All right. Well, starting off over here on Ko-Fi. Let me pull these up. This is gonna take a second. I saw people were making accounts, making spoof accounts on Ko-Fi for the different stream guests. So this should be quite fun. All right. Let's see. First one is Moonman says, reminder for the panel tonight that all opinions that run counter to mine, specifically that the authorities will never find the body. All right, fair enough. Thank you, Moonman. Hops, is Hop here? Anyway, he'll get it. Hops used cum sock says, hot take, Hop needs to wash his used cum sock. All right,
I co-sign that.
Hops used cum sock again says, hot take, brass facts need to clean the cum out of his ass crack. Okay, all right. Vintage Vag Fair says, hot take, Vintage needs to wipe that dirty Sanchez off his upper lip. He looks like a retarded gigolo.
So true.
Lucas Botkins, missing foreskin, says, hot take, Lucas should take some testosterone so his balls will drop and his voice won't sound like an annoying 10-year-old girl. Fair enough. Charlie stole my credit card. Says, question for Charlie. How long did it take you to get Garantham's cum flavor out of your throat? That's disgusting. Also, Charlie isn't here to answer that.
Why are these guys so focused on cum? What the hell is going on?
It's the same guy who made like 10 different accounts. All right, speaking of which, Trench.
It's a focus trip live stream.
Trench Grenades Tranny Lover says, hot take, Trench is a terrible soldier because he whines and cries on the internet when people are quote unquote mean to him and his dumbass opinions. All right, well, I'm glad you're here to hear that, Trench.
That's good. This is mild compared to your audience normally.
Well, here's another. Donald J.
nice
Trump. Donald J. Trump says, please, Hop, I need help. These are your children and you know it. Huge Ass says, hot take, minorities shouldn't be allowed to own Bluetooth speakers and women shouldn't be allowed to drive. The Light Sport says, The Light Sport shares Lucas's opinion on a certain event in the middle of last century. Says, hot take, it didn't happen, but it should have happened, and it wasn't enough. Moonman says 6.5 is a slightly less autistic version of 6.8 SPC or 6.5 Grendel. 308 does not need to be better. It is simply already everywhere. It's like 5.56 or 9mm. Better things might be out there, but literally nobody who matters cares. Hop can enjoy the no-fly list. All right, well, that was from our resident federal agent, Moonman. Thank you very much.
6.5 Grendel is still the only caliber that matters, just so you all know.
6. Okay, Cody, when is the next red right hand auto rifle in 6.5 Grendel?
Never.
I need a 28-inch barrel.
So has anyone ever bought 6.5 in more than like 1,000 rounds at a time? Like, does anyone actually shoot it?
I've never seen 1,000 rounds of it at one time. Like, even in a store, I've never seen 1,000 rounds of 6.5 Grendel in one place at one time.
I mean, no comment, first of all, but second of all, here's my comment. Fuck you. But also, I heard from the fine folks at Duramag that they designed their higher capacity 6.5 Grendel mags as machine gun mags. They say that's what they're for. So
yeah,
I
too
feel
bad
like
the bolts explode.
Yeah.
Whatever. Like, the gas tube's going to also explode. Like, doesn't really matter that much. I'm just saying, do it. Do it.
Just do it.
Do it.
Need that meme. Moonman says nothing will replace 308, 5.56, and 9mm until it's a plasma rifle. Saying 8mm Mauser is better than 308 is of the same value as the 6.5 Defender. No, you're just wrong. 6.5 is everywhere. It's cheaper and it's better. I'm sorry to hear it, man.
Actually,
8mm Mauser
pretty cool.
Yeah,
8mm pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right.
They
Well,
put
next
it in
time
an
you see a barrel,
MG42 one time.
Next time you see a barrel chambered in 8mm Mauser, you just let me know, right?
I have
Moonman
several.
says,
Yeah, I've got some. They're attached to
Yeah,
Hugo
attached to other
M48. So
guns.
I'm
Which
not
one
sure
do you
that's a lot of
want?
value to you.
Yeah.
I want the one that's semi-auto and takes SR25 mags, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moonman says vintage
Maybe
is
yes,
correct.
yes.
Having soul is infinitely valuable, more valuable than anything else. Anyone who disagrees cannot rotate the apple and uses the metric system. Chat GPT level spirituality. Also, everything Hop says is poor people coded.
Jesus. Fucking when?
Poor people.
At what point?
Poor people coded. Paps Blue Ribbon says total TSD. Moonman says, I cannot super chat, preemptively sending bad vibes and death threats to the panel. All right, thank you, Moonman. Appreciate it. Subardic Psycho says 10mm is the greatest auto-loading handgun cartridge ever developed, and Gaston created the greatest concealed carry platform for 10mm, the Glock 29.
Listen,
Glock 29.
if you carry a
It's
10mm, you don't fucking shoot it. You can't afford it. You
No.
don't fucking shoot it. You're a fucking FUD. 10mm is the same as 357 SIG, which is the same as 40 Smith & Wesson. You fucking suck at shooting. Shut the fuck up.
There's a guy
He's not
that,
wrong. That's all
yeah.
objectively correct.
I
10
know a guy
millimeter.
that
That's
really
from a
confirms
dude that has
10
USPSA stolen valor. So fuck you.
10
Yeah,
millimeter.
you're one to talk about sucking at shooting.
You
man.
wouldn't have those
Unbelievable.
other terrible cartridges without the 10mm though, because they're all shortened 10mm cases.
Hey, do you want to know which came first? Just a trivia question. Which came first, 10 millimeter or 40 Smith & Wesson?
Should have been 10.
Who cares?
Incorrect. Smith & Wesson developed the 40 Smith & Wesson a while before 10 millimeter came out. It was called something else. It was named after the two guys who developed it. But they basically set the exact like cartridge performance parameters for 40 years before. They didn't see a market for it. So it wasn't until the FBI was looking for a load that could handle what they wanted that they started looking into 10 mil, and then they were like, hey, let's dust off this old concept. So 40 Smith & Wesson, the cartridge, almost the identical performance, has been around longer than 10 mil.
Okay, so it was on paper, but it didn't fucking exist.
It did exist. They made it. They tested it. They were like, interesting, you know.
But it wasn't commercially available or
no,
adopted
because there
by
was no reason
anybody.
for it.
But
Same
it
with
didn't
10
fucking come
millimeter.
first.
Same with 40 Smith & Wesson. It's just
Yeah,
that
there's
they
a
were
million
like
dead things on shelves in a million different gun places that never see the light of day. They're first, but no one will ever know they were first.
Certainly, but it's
doesn't
an
count.
idea that they had already tried, and they were like, "Oh, there's actually no reason for this to exist." And then
Isn't
it was
that
only
the-
when the FBI was like, "Hey, we have lots of money and no common sense. What can you give us?" And they were like, "Oh shit, we got just the thing, brother." And so they popped out 10
Dust it
mil,
off.
followed
There you
shortly
go.
by 40 Smith
Well,
and
yeah,
Wesson.
it's a 40 short and weak meme, right? Like that came from somewhere.
Well, yeah, again,
That came from
no
bad
one really knows
shooters.
how that works.
That was bad shooters. They couldn't hit the broadside bar, and then they blamed it on the ammo.
Yeah,
Then maybe I have that
40
wrong.
Smith and Wesson was they were like, "Hey, 10 millimeter is actually slightly over penetrating. Can we download this a little bit?" And they're like, "Yeah, but if we download it, we might as well shorten it." They're like, "Okay, cool, do that." And that's why 40 Smith and Wesson exists. That's my hot take. I meant to bring this out earlier, but 40 Smith and Wesson is objectively the best performing handgun cartridge of all time because it's the only one that was developed with a modern understanding of terminal ballistics.
You gave me shit for my USP 40. I remember that from the beginning.
Not the USP 40.
Oh, okay.
The
You
USP.
didn't- then you didn't elaborate on that.
The USP is a platform. The cartridge is hella based. The platform.
But they
is
designed that gun to be 40. It's like,
yeah, but they didn't have to. They could have just not done that.
He's not upset about it
Why'd
at
they
all.
do that?
He's not bitter. He hasn't been holding on to that. He doesn't.
I'm actually so bitter about it right
He's
now.
mad about that one. Geonosian says Super Duties are the best rifle money can buy currently, and LPVOs are gay. Well, I agree with the first part. Besides the ATACR and a T2 with the G33 will forever reign supreme.
Oh, here's a
Don't mix
hot take.
brands?
All
No, don't mix brands.
LPVOs are inherently not that durable because they use the same internal system and are probably made overseas, except ironically the attacker. So, and the failure point is the mount. So it doesn't matter that much as you think. We broke up Night Force.
I like
And
LPVOs.
Yeah, we broke.
But Brass, I've seen the photo of one shot, with a bullet through it, and it still worked. Okay, so that means mine is literally.
I mean, yeah, it still
perfect.
worked as long as nobody breathed on it, and then the whole thing would fog up.
ATACR always gets crap. Peon the 320 says Rads doesn't carry a weapon light because he blew his light budget at the Kowloon off Route 1 in Sages. I don't get that
Those
reference.
are words.
Those
I
are
don't know what
words.
that
You
means,
can
but
put
it sounds awesome.
Nick says that YNs are low-key better than Indians. Okay. Moonman says, I want the anime girls with the loud music to play and interrupt whatever dog shit opinion your gay friends have when I send them money. All right. Moonman says, the respect for everyone but vintage that I have is dropping like a homosexual from a Saudi rooftop. Wow. All right. So yeah.
That must have been in reference to something really cool.
Moonman says, I could just make things up and have better and more correct opinions than anything these people say. Let SV89 and I measure brass facts skull. Sorry, I don't know why you're catching so many strays there. Moonman says, oh shit, I just push off in front of a moving bus. This could be for any reason at this point. All right. Moonman says, let Emoko on. He wants on. I support this as his handler. Emoko has strange anime dreams that I do not want to repeat on this stream. And Reno May has a billboard forehead. Says, hot take, Reno won't leave Cali because he's gay and loves men.
I mean, that's fucking ice cold, baby.
It's a good reason to stay in Cali.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, Cali's the place to be.
Yeah.
Dr. Fuzzy says, hot take, Norse paganism is just Islam for white dudes. I agree. All right, finally. All right, we're done with Ko-Fi. We're done over there. Moonman gifted 1 Focus Trip membership. Thank you very much for that.
Oh, I hope I got it.
Chud McGill says, Moonman gifted 1 sub and it goes to me. What are the odds? Thank you.
I didn't get
it. Hugh Jass says latent gay. Very true. Hugh Jass says on that African philosopher time. Did any of you guys see that? So there's this African philosopher in the 1960s who posited that time was not moving forward. Like we're not moving forward through time, but rather we are stationary and time moves backwards through us. So there is the now and the past, but there is no future because it has not happened yet.
That sounds like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other to me.
For every
Garrett
60 seconds, so 1 minute passes.
Garrett Belknap for 2 says, I said how super late and super gay. We were like 10 minutes late, but hey, we're trying to wrangle cats here. Guns, Gas, and God for 5 says, hot take, at 65, your driver's license is permanently revoked. I've been almost killed by more geriatric Fs than newer drivers. Also, where's my music? What music did you want? All right, I do think maybe
100% support that.
Old
Yeah,
people
I
and
think-
white women. The scariest thing on the planet is 4 white women in a car, because that's 8 eyeballs and 0 of them are looking out the windows.
Well, yeah, I think, every 5 years. Once you're 65, every 5 years, every 2 years, something like that, you got to retake your driving test. How about that? The Light Spore has a take. Thank you for that. Art Vanley says, hot take, FT streams were the best when they were small, but they get more autistic the bigger they get. And I think a certain crowd really enjoys that.
That's
Thank
just
you, Art
wishing
Vanley.
ill on your favorite YouTuber. That's not kind.
Oh, I mean, I liked it back in the day as well. I'm not gonna lie about that. Toddoxer2 says, very late and gay also. Wow, damn. All right. Focus Wife says, hot take, if you have a woman or a wife in your basement, at least the captor could do is provide daily Pizza Hut pizza. I fed her yesterday, and she continues to complain in my chat. Unbelievable. Some women are just ungrateful. Jail Gonis for 2 says, in Africa, time is not real, just like Focus Studio. Yes, time is a concept. Logan's sister on OnlyFans says, tonight profile picture lacks diversity. Oh, wait, there is a lesbian and a gay guy. Well, you got to narrow it down. I'm pretty sure I know who the lesbian is, but who's the gay guy? Gabriel Baker says, we're reaching levels of latent gay that shouldn't even be possible. True. These are from a while ago. Noob Actual for 10 says, was almost late, just got the Mrs. and me dinner. Well, hope you had a good time. About to pop in a pouch and drive home. Hot take, buying seeds, trees, gardening equipment, and off-grid infrastructures are more important than nods. No. To be cool on Instagram, it's like number one is like an
Chickens.
HK product or a Geisley or like an LMT. Then it's nods, and like everything else is secondary. If you can just take pictures with 1 or 2 of those things in each picture, that's what you actually need. Friends, lame. Food, super lame. What are you gonna do? Be fat? Drinking water, not necessary. Alcohol and shelter and stuff like that is all very tertiary.
Enjoy your Monsanto lawsuit.
How am I supposed to mow my lawn at night?
Well, your neighbors love you, bro. You're out there just hours. Nobody know it for 2 says, Officer Nate Higgers reporting for duty. Hey, hope you're doing well. Tom Dogs for 5 says, go watch the movies Equilibrium and Daylight's End for a real hot take about your future. Also, I predict Epstein victims will end up like Gouffre. Gouffre? You mean Giselle? Right? Is that what you're trying to say? Well, okay. Equilibrium. Terrible movie, but I love it. No. I do love the movie. It's watching it again now. It's like, this is a little cringy, but I do love the film.
Well, Sean Bean dies in it. Spoiler alert. So everything is, status quo is maintained.
Yeah.
Real quick, Jufre was the victim who mysteriously walked out in front of a bus.
Oh, right. My bad.
Didn't
I had no idea
twice?
what the fuck that meant.
Didn't she do that once and then got better and then did it again and died?
She killed herself twice? What?
She got mysteriously hospitalized in some weird incident, and then she survived, and then she died a different time. I don't know.
So she did get hit by a bus, and she
Something
survived, and then she later died in the hospital.
Yeah, after
Okay, yeah.
recovering, she recovered and then died anyway. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, so just all bets are off at this point.
Nothing suspicious about that at all.
Very strange. Focus Trip's wife says Base Camp looks like he is itching to pit maneuver as many Kia Souls as possible while supplementing Monster Energy ass food. Yeah, he does bring that vibe. Thank you, Anna. Our Vandalay for 2 says hot take, Hoplophile is better than hop.
Yeah, but you had to look it up in order to spell that right.
Okay,
I've had
in my
to look
search
that
bar,
up before.
In my search bar, it is still Hoplophile. Like hop does not pop up, it's still Hoplophile.
I mean, you can still get there. And if you search hop, you get some weird animated movie about rabbits. And not Watership Down. If it was Watership Down, I'd be like, that's cool. Let's go for it. But it's not that. It's something worse.
Did you ever own an FG42 hop, like a repro of it?
A buddy of mine had one. It went back to the company like 5 times, and they were like, "Oh, you're lubing it too much." And next time they're like, "You're not lubing it enough," and they were like, "Oh, the ammo's bad." And like, it was exhausting.
The first
That thing's
time
a
I
piece of
think
shit.
you've ever said anything to me is I noticed there was an FG42 on a table you were shooting at, and I was like, just not going to mention the FG42, and you're like, "Yeah, well, it's a piece of shit." So that was my introduction to you.
Yeah, we made a video about how bad it was, and there were a couple of commenters who probably work for the actual company who were like, "Oh, I know what's going on," or "Oh, how come you didn't mention the the this and that?" It's like, and it was
what was the
lies.
company name again? Was it
SMG? Is it
SMG? It was SMG.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
But yeah, I mean, there were comments in there. They were like, "I know what actually happened here," and they were untrue comments. So I'm pretty sure those were people who worked for or were friends with the company who were just repeating some bullshit from their Facebook. But no, that gun did not work. And I'm not saying like it needed to work because it was a reproduction chambered in a different caliber. Like it was just it was a beautiful toy. But to lie and say like it was over lubed and then under lubed and the ammo was wrong and then the shouldering was like, yeah, no, you guys don't make a working gun. It's okay because it's
a lot of repros are really shit. Wait until you hear about MG42s and some of those victims. Not fun, but no, I remembered that. I remembered that for some reason, so I thought I'd bring it up.
Yeah, it's not distinguishably different from credit card fraud at that point. Chud says, "Sorry, liberals, we use 30-06 in this chat. 1919 gang."
30-06 is a cartridge for pedophiles. Look it up.
Whoa! All right.
Look it
all
up.
right.
Look it up. Google. Go to YouTube and search 30-06 pedophiles and play the clip. It's not that long. It's like 14 seconds. We can all enjoy it.
I don't know if I want that in my search history.
Well, I got it here. Give me a second.
Trust me, you'll like
And
it.
we're on another list.
I don't like being on that list.
By Jared Harper? What? Have I never freaking seen this before?
Play it.
What the heck? Why did I get myself?
Not that I have anything against 30-06, but I do bring this video up a lot.
No, this is Tusk. This is Tusk's uncle right here. That's why this is familiar.
I had an uncle who was a big mouth braggart, and all he did was brag about how wonderful the 30-06 was. He was also a pedophile, which made me like him and the cartridge even less.
All right.
Okay.
I never get tired of that.
Damn. Fair enough. Josh 5 says hot take. Vintage throws games on Fentmeyer and O'Shandra. Wait, is Fentmeyer really the name? Vintage is frozen, but we still love him anyways. Vandalay says 308 goes hard in Ready or Not. I haven't played that game, so I can't confirm, but I imagine everything hits hard in that game. Logan's sister on OnlyFans for 2 says Trench likes 6'5", so it's gay. Trench, can you confirm or deny whether or not you like 6'5"?
What is this? Hold on, I'm back.
You don't know about 6'5" Creedmoor? 6'5" Creedmoor 308, Trench, call it.
Oh, 308.
Oh, well, that was easy enough. Heathen from Texas for 20 says, Richard, I want you to take all the PFPs demanded today and combine them for the next stream. Richard, do you have that? Have that on lock?
Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
Okay, well, just write them down and I'll see if I can help you with that. Chud for 2 says, agreed. Make gassy with Tito. Okay. Weird people in the chat being weird. Everyday American for 5 says, hot take, there is no gun community. Just people who own guns. After seeing what people show up to the range with, my 2A absolutism fades more and more. So I think there's some shades of like 2A for all in there where people who are diametrically opposed to you and your worldview, you know, can you keep them from your hobby, from your business, whatever. It's a very complicated topic. But in a whole, like calling everybody on YouTube who shoots guns part of the gun community or everybody who owns guns, it's such a meaningless factor. And for a lot of people, it's a very tertiary issue, right? It's like the number 19 thing that they're interested in. So it's not really fair to make it like add everybody into the gun community, whatever that means. That's like I'm part of the car driving community because I own a car. It's like it's a meaningless term.
I think that there's a lot of communities that peripherally involve guns, but there isn't actually gun community as a monolith.
Sig for 5 says, because the average civilian buys 3 Sig 320s. Well, not anymore.
You have no idea.
They used to. Chud for 2 says, I think I'm the only F2000 enjoyer. By the way, HK equals gay equals Kyle.
No, you're not. I'm also one.
I really want one. It's a dream gun.
Any gun in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 based.
They couldn't sell them for the longest time. They just sit on shelves forever.
Look, listen, I would pay a lot of money for the boat gun.
There was one on my,
like,
my LGS for like 2 years when I first got into guns, and I couldn't afford it. And I was like, one of these days I'm going to pick this thing up. And then it was finally gone. But like for 2 years, it was ridiculous.
FN couldn't move them. So like they made it to where everybody wanted the SCAR, and if you were a gun shop buying a SCAR heavy, you had to buy like an F2000, a P90, and like 7 other fucking guns in order to get the SCAR H on your shelf.
Oh,
yeah, that's why they sat on their shelves for so
Such an
goddamn long.
Yeah, playing the allocations game.
Yeah,
It's such an
they did that all the time. That's how they got rid of them
sucks
all.
at that. Yeah,
Bro, they're
Once
on. They're on
Gaddafi
Gunbroker
stopped
for, like,
buying
3 to
them, they just were
4K.
like, "Who the fuck do we sell these things to?" Really?
Me, all of them to me for not that much money, but now they're like 2,900, 3,000.
Yeah, the lowest listing I see is 3,200 on Gunbroker. Damn.
Damn, the one that I saw, I swear to God, it was like 1,700.
Well,
And I
okay,
was like,
when Reno, you have an ACR. So when ACRs were just getting discontinued by Bushmaster, they were blowing out the DMR variant for $1,200, and that's when I got my first one for $1,200, brand new from the
Nice.
factory. Yeah,
nice. I spent $22.50, but being in California, it's a unique thing. Like, there's not many in this state. Not many people on Gunbroker are willing to. Literally, all they would have to do is pop the upper and lower, separate them, just fucking send it to me like that, and I can transfer it as a receiver. They won't do it.
Well, how does that work for that? Do you have to make it fixed mag, or do you have to buy the other lower?
I just put a Kydex fin wrap and put it around the pistol grip.
So you
It's
get
got
around
a
a
muzzle
lot of
brake on it, and then the stock. The guy that I bought it from, it was like it's I think epoxied in place or something like that. But I can just buy a new stock if I wanted to. So I got a fin grip that's being held on by 2 little tiny screws. But yeah, the guy brought it into the shop, and I had always been telling myself, if I see one in person and they want less than $3K for it, like I'm jumping on it, because it's been like 8 years, haven't fucking seen one in person yet. And I just happened to be at this gun store that I work once a month, and some guy was going to put on consignment, and yeah, I just kind of swooped it from the store, and I apologized after, and the owner was like, "Dude, I don't give a fuck."
Well,
like,
I
"You're gonna
mean,
make $200
it's
off that
already
sale,
full
so-"
ambi. It's already full ambi too, so you don't even need to really worry about controls or anything for it.
No.
Vandalay for 2 says, hot take, if it didn't ND, the 320 is a great gun. I disagree with all of that. 320 is a bad gun. I don't
I'll give
like
you
the 320 in general.
a slightly hotter take, which is that this 320 doesn't ND and it's still a bad gun.
Right. Thank you, Art. Boy Anderson for 5 says, hot take, hate to say it, but the Galil Ace 2.0 with the Dissident Arms treatment is the best rifle ever, aesthetic-wise. Reciprocating charging handle sucks, though.
Doesn't that fucker weigh like 12 pounds when you actually kit it out?
Well, I think it's a 9-pound base rifle, like 8.6 or something stupid.
With
like
a short handguard and a long barrel. It's got all those Euro tricks.
The Ace is also just an ugly gun in my opinion. Like it's
No, I think it
really
looks-
tall,
I think it looks
gangly.
The Ace is really good for winning AK competitions because all the serious shooters
Yeah, for cheating. Yeah,
use an
yeah.
Ace.
It's an AK, okay? Thank you, boy.
Those
Anderson.
people
Randy.
should be ejected from the sport of basketball.
Yeah, that's cheating. Randy Reviews for 5 says the P30 rules, and the PX4 in 40 shoots nicer than the Walther PDP. No way. Well, the
P30
PX4 has
cool.
that. PX4 has that weird rotating barrel thingamajig, so I guess
That shoot
some
nice.
cool factor points. Brass and Beard says hot take: FRTs are a gimmick to sell more ammo.
They're
I don't
invented by
think-
big ammo.
Probably not to sell more ammo, but I do think FRTs are kind of a gimmick right now. I mean, if you could have an M249 and you didn't have to do the fucking, tax and everything, then fine, and put an FRT in it. But with magazines and everything, I just don't see the actual application right now.
I think it does complicate things. So apparently Atreus, which somebody sent me this. Somebody just randomly sent me this. I don't know who sent me this, but this just randomly showed up in the mail. But Atreus, the super selectors, they've been ghosting all the people that have had their products broken. So a lot of this stuff is like vaporware or short-term monetary gains type thing. So the only one that I've had that actually runs consistently is the rare breed 3 position. That's it. It's the one that's been running.
don't get me
That's
wrong,
been my experience as well. Like I've put a fuckload of rounds through these things at different configurations. I can't get them running to what I consider to be an acceptable level of reliability with a configuration that isn't unacceptably high rate of fire over gas, like bullshit. Like I've tried so many things and I've gotten close. And then we had a setup that we're like, this is working so great. Let's dump a combat load through it, see how it handles it. It went halfway through and the trigger died. It's like, well, okay.
Yeah,
I'm not even worried about melting the barrel at this point. The trigger can't handle
the trigger is the weak point.
So yeah,
that was with the rare breed hop.
That was with a proper HSS. The rare breed still hasn't given us that much issue yet. However, it's a lot more. It seems to be, in our experience, a lot more susceptible to the shooter's input, where trigger finger pressure determines if it's reliable and what the rate of fire is. Which again, that to me, that's a fucking non-starter. That's not good. That's not a go-to-war weapon. And the whole reason you think you want this is,
you know what your problem is?
No, I want
I've been using mine. I've been using mine
in home defense. Just like you're dying.
Well, so here's the thing, Hop. My 3-position from Rare Breed, it's been working great, but it's also been in a 20-inch rifle length AR. So I mean, I think you just
with
gotta,
an adjustable gas block.
with an adjustable gas block. I think you just gotta take the bullet on that one. It's just better.
I mean, you can put a suppressor on these things, overgas them to where the rate of fire eclipses that of an MG42.
Oh
and
no,
they
no,
will work.
You've seen my rifle run. It runs so slow.
Plenty of guys
it's
run
like
them.
650, 700.
I think there's a lot of tolerance stacking issues that are out there with those triggers. I think there's just a lot of them on the market that are on the far side, and then you add it with the gun, the bulk carry group, and you start stacking it. You have ones that are just going to bind more than others. Some guys are like, mine runs like really good, and they throw it in a different lower, and it doesn't work all of a sudden.
Yeah. Well, it's another variable that you have to tune for, which is annoying. Because if you change ammo, congratulations, you change your bolt velocity. If your suppressor is, cold versus hot versus whatever it might be, adjustable gas blocks, everything has to be tuned to make it work with that trigger. It's another variable you have to control for. So it is annoying.
You've got a shooter who pulls the trigger too hard. He can't use it.
Like, I mean, really cool.
With the ones where definitely the hammer is resetting the trigger, you're going to have that. With the super safety, you're not going to have that in the same way. Like a properly designed super safety won't interfere with that type of the pressure of your finger.
But
your
rate of fire is still rampant. Some
be the
shooters
one
can do it, some can't. Like it's still fucked in some bizarre, hard to predict ways.
It comes down to that gun. That's why the adjustable gas block makes the most sense. Because then you can fix it on the fly if you had to, without having to tear the whole goddamn thing apart if I can find out what the ammunition likes.
Chris Cooper for 2 says, Brock, come home. I miss Nova. Oh. Zulu Whiskey for 10 says, what's up, boys? Hop, I really appreciate your Loophole videos, specifically Drunk Loophole Hammer and LCO, which I have both. Oh, interesting.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
I wish they would come out with a Gen 2, even though it probably wouldn't be good. Chud for 2 says, one duty rifle to your name, MCX Gen 2 or PSA Saber?
PSA Saber.
PSA Saber's
Saber, because I can at least replace the parts with something better.
Yeah, the PSA Saber I can upgrade really easily with a bolt swap if I needed to.
That's what I did.
What happens if the MCX goes down? Like, what do I do?
You're cooked. I put the BCM bolt carrier group and a bunch of good stuff in the Saber, and it's no longer actually a Saber, but it's good now.
Yeah, it's no longer a PSA, but yeah, it's good.
I've had really good luck with
you take it apart, you put it back together again properly.
Yes.
Zulu Whiskey for 10 says Sig stands for suck big dongs. What? That doesn't even. Just turn the I into a B and the G into a D. Coincidence? I think not. All right, thank you, Zulu Whiskey. I appreciate it.
Hey, Focus. What was the story with that 226?
So that was not mine. So that was a competitor, a gentleman who also loaned me the Knight's armament. He's not really in my AO. He's got kind of close to me. Or he lent me the SR-15. That was his buddy's 226 after a match. So they did the cleaning and whatnot and noticed while they were cleaning it that when you engaged the safety on a single action only 226, the trigger got lighter and pulling the trigger defeated the safety and dropped the hammer. Now, it is possible that... Now, these are very good shooters with like all the stuff that you would imagine. It is possible that they assembled or did something wrong in the cleaning process after the match. And it also might have been a aftermarket trigger. I'm not entirely sure about that. So it is theoretically possible that they did something wrong.
Okay. I was just curious.
And we're also not seeing like widespread issues with the 226 like we are with the 320. So
I have had a couple other people reach out and says that their 226s also do the safety on, pull the trigger, safety and hammer fall.
I wonder if this is going to open up a whole new thing. You know what I mean? Like, we have issues with the M7 that will come out eventually that you guys are tracking most of the issues already with the Sig M7. And now we have issues with the 320. We have issues with the cross, and now we have issues with
Or
the
had,
226.
yeah. Well,
So-
with the only thing about the 226 is it is only affecting the single action only models, which is very few of them. Because I don't know why you would buy a 226 for the single action only trigger. At that point, just buy a 2011. Like, I don't know why you would go with the 226.
The
for that
X5
application.
Reserve looks sick as fuck. I don't care what anyone says.
Well,
It
the
looks sick.
P211 looks cool too, but I'm not going to
No,
spend
I don't- I
$2,500 bucks on
disagree.
it. Oh, really? I think it looks. It's
I
like
don't
kinda-
know.
It's got weird angles on it.
I think it I don't know. It fucking
got a nice
there's something
shape.
about it. I've heard they shoot nice, but they just look hideous to me.
It's the
Because
magazine.
It looks like a 226 got mashed onto a 2011.
The
And then
magazine
weird
is-
transition.
The
320
magazine is the only
mags.
good part of it.
Well,
yeah,
but 320 mags aren't that much cheaper than 2011 mags. They're like $60 a pop still, so they're not that.
As far as reliability, in my
I
experience,
bet
I know
that's fair.
the staccato mags, if I have them when I re-index the handgun, I know I'm going to lose that top round with a staccato mag. Whereas with a P320 mag, you're not going to lose that. That round.
2011s, even on my Atlas mags, if I strip a mag out, sometimes like on a, if I do a moving reload where there's still rounds in the mag, sometimes I'll lose that round. And I've had times where like if I'm too quick with a reload to get the next one in and the gun is angled at the side, sometimes that extra round will get in there and I'll have to pull the mag out, shake that round out, put the new mag in.
Oof. Just 2011 things.
It's a quirk. But actually, I think it's not the Atlas mags that do that. I think that's my other mags that I'm not going to name by brand.
I shot a charity match a couple weeks ago, and a Magpul mag did that on my my Glock 47. And then
That's
I
a
had
problem right there. Yeah, Magpul. Why can't Magpul make a good Glock mag? That's a real question. JL Ganas for 2 says, no matter what, MP5 is always the best as PCC. I think MP5 kind of sucks. Not gonna lie.
MP5's goated. You can't beat it. Everything's a good, just like Glock, right? Everything's a Glock killer. Everything's an MP5 killer, but the MP5 still fucking reigns supreme. So
yeah, but
terrible
who's really
fucking
mad
ergonomics.
Because the
but-
MP5 was a diehard and the Glock wasn't.
Oh, what? Oh yeah, no, the MP5 totally was. I own one because of Die Hard, so mine's a fucking machine gun. So it's awesome.
Well, I would say they're reliable, right? I don't think anyone would say that they're unreliable unless you get like some aftermarket version that's just not set up properly. But like the ergonomics are terrible and the performance isn't particularly exciting for the price. And mounting optics can be frustrating, and lasers and suppressors and everything else can also be annoying. And then you have to, the magazines are expensive. There's lots of little things about it that I don't love in the 21st century.
We're a couple of days away from everybody who put a super safety in them creating a bad case of roller dent and realizing that they have to get the receiver replaced and that their SBR'd MP5 or Turkish MP5 now has to be taken off the registry and put back on at cost to the user. So have fun with that.
No, in January 1st, it'll be $0.
True.
Yeah, so we only got Mitzvot says, hot take, Lucas Botkin is the hero we deserve. Gabriel Baker says, avenge the bison. Are you talking about the PSA bison that they made, where it's just their AKV that takes bison mags, or those rotary mags, which admittedly it does look cool, but other than that, I don't know.
Bro, let that thing go out to pasture and fucking die already. It was a gimmick from the start.
Everyday American
But
for
it
two
was in
says
Call of
Q.
Duty.
Again, Modern Warfare 3, great gun in that game. Everyday American for 2 says Q Shorty Boombox in 8.6 beats AR and PCC. No.
No, it doesn't, because you're not going to find the fucking ammo for it.
Because if I have to spend $3, if I have to spend $3 a round to shoot this thing, that's like, what's the application for it? Suppressed, it does like for a subsonic round. Yeah, it does cool things for a subsonic round, but also I don't have to shoot subsonic rounds, so I don't know what the point of it is. And yeah, the ammo cost and availability kills it for me.
AAC is already making 338 arc.
Yeah, with their mixtape or whatever they're calling it, with their 1 in 5
This mixtape, I think it's because they can't get ICAR mags. The mixtape launched in 300 Blackout, which is like, you already make plenty of those. What's the point?
Yeah.
The mixtape idea was cool because it was supposed to be in 338 arc.
Boy Anderson for 2. Oh, sorry, Vintage. You've been sitting back there for a minute.
Oh, you're good, dude. No worries.
Boy Anderson for 2 says B&T APC 45 SD Pro equals peak right now. We need a 10mm SD next. Yeah, you and the other 5 people who bought an APC Pro.
You know what 10mm subsonic is?
40 Smith & Wesson?
Yeah. But go ahead and spend extra if you really want to.
SB89 for 5 says, hot take, sorry. Brassfax is gay, and you can hear it in his voice. Wow, SB, that's not nice. Coppertone says, Rad showing his age with the NWO shirt. True. It's also past his bedtime, so he had to hop off. Heathen from Texas says, MKE makes a 5.56 MP5. I wouldn't mind seeing a 300 Blackout version of it. Yeah, roller delayed 5.56 guns suck.
You stop talking about my beloved 31 like that, you big douchebag.
I mean, they are a vibe. I just wish America.
They're vibey, sure.
Yeah, they're cool.
Yeah.
I think they're cool.
Are you guys 300 Blackout enjoyers?
No, I'm not black. Or
Less
I am
and less
black.
every
I don't
now
get
and
it,
then,
dude. I really don't get it. And every time I do these polls where it's like, do you choose 5.56, 7.62, 308, whatever, 300 black? It never
Excellent
wins
engagement,
anything.
babe.
It's the worst caliber. It's like 40 Smith & Wesson, guys. It's fucking
I
trash.
wouldn't go that far.
300
but
Blackout does one really cool thing really well, and I think that's the reason why it's used by some really spooky people who kill people for a living. But other than that, it is, yeah, you start getting.
Well, actually, no, Hop. I need to personally LARP as those people, so it fulfills that fantasy.
No, hey, like that's a valid POU, but it's an extremely niche one. And then almost anybody who falls outside that POU is just making weird excuses because you could just be shooting 147 grain 9mm, or you could be shooting 7.6. Well, you're not really 7.62 by 3.9 anymore because the cost isn't there. But like, yeah, 300 Blackout does one thing, and it's a fusion of 3 different things. And if you're not doing all of that shit exactly the way as intended, you're just paying a lot of extra money for a caliber that you're not using properly.
And you're not going to get the proper bullet.
It's probably why
it has to be. The appeal is
100%
right? In that you have supersonic and subsonic performance are available in the same platform from the short barrel. So it's the Sentry gun. It's on approach to target. This is exactly what they made the Rattler for, or whatever. And it's on approach to target. You have a subsonic load ready to go so that you can engage a sentry in open terrain. As soon as you're about to make entry into a structure, you switch to supersonic for the increased terminal performance out of a short barrel. And once you're inside the structure, the louder gunshot doesn't matter as much. That is the whole POU. If that isn't what you're trying to do with 300 Blackout, you're shooting pigs with the wrong cartridge, probably. Like that's the only other appeal that I can think of.
Well, the guys who
It's the same
murdering
level of
things get better ammo. Like they get ammo that you and I and everybody here will never fucking be able to own. Like straight up, like they're scary 300 Blackout, and they won't sell it to anybody except for those guys. So you're not getting all the ballistic capability out of it. You got a 30 cal bullet that's not going to open up at all because it's going less than 45 speeds. It's not, and it falls out of the fucking sky. Like, yeah, sure, it's quiet. But
I've seen Alabama Arsenal take an 8-inch 300 Blackout to 1,000 yards, so that means that it is effective at that distance.
I've seen fucking Travis Haley shoot his to 750. I mean, it was fucking artillery.
yeah, it's artillery.
Hold on. Speaking of Travis Haley, did you guys see Travis Haley's Instagram video where he's like walking and some dude's like, "Hey, Travis, what are you wearing?" And he proceeds to do this like 15-minute commercial. I wish I had my belt. Where he's like, "Yeah, well, I'm wearing this Travis Haley fucking product, this mag carrier, and this Travis Haley fucking else." I'm like, bro, this is cringe as fuck. And that's from somebody that's also cringe as fuck. You guys haven't seen this?
Showing it off and
right
showing
there.
his own shit. That's marketing.
Yo,
Man. That's how
Hey,
he wants
at
to
least
show it off.
at least it's not like Brooklyn Gold Sheets. You know, you want to have a good night's sleep tonight? Look at this wonderful bed that's in my video.
Nothing
right now.
beats a Jet 2 holiday.
I'm sure the
Ryan
product
Chapman's-
is good. It's just funny.
Ryan Chapman for 2 says, "Love you guys. Would do the most for you all. Have a good night." Well, hey, thank you, Ryan Chapman. I appreciate you, man. That was very nice of you. Speaking of not nice, SV89 says, "If you're an adult and you care about fiction, you're gay." All right, fair enough. SV9 says, "Obviously still care, cope and seethe." All right, fair enough. And then he comes in with a hot take: 300 Blackout is fake and gay meme round. Well, I think we all just expounded upon that, so we agree. Central Sands Defense, who's now here, says, "I refuse to let the 308 topic go." But he has a niche use case for it, okay? And he can justify it, at least internally. George Lamba for 2 says, real take, HK MR762 is the best AR-10 on the market. Irrelevant. You will never see one or own one in person.
He's a paid operative. Don't listen to him.
Yeah.
I saw one the other day. The muzzle device would fucking come off.
PSA'd that thing on there. No, there was at our local, I think it's Gary's Gun Shop in Sioux Falls. They had one of the deployment packages, right? And they're charging like $7-8 grand.
Is that the one that comes with a PSC Gen 2 on it?
It's like everything. It comes in the big, huge briefcase. It is the deployment package, so it comes with like the extra barrel or whatnot. But it is like insane money.
They're really underscoping that rifle.
Don't understand it when you can go. You can
But
go
it's
buy
the
like
same fucking crowd who puts a Strike Eagle on top of a Daniel Defense.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Hop. And I did a whole video on HK guys. They're fucking annoying. Shut the fuck up, HK guys. No one cares about your bullshit ass product unless it's an MP5. Shut the fuck up.
what if you spent $900 on a limited run compensator with no cuts in it because it's movie accurate to the John Wick franchise? Does that move the needle for you at all, or no?
Bro, cloners are also gay as fuck.
We
Sorry, I can't
talked
say
about
that.
it earlier, yeah.
I can't say that. I take that back. Cloners are stupid as fuck.
I think Reno just died. Jay Lewis for 5 says, I used to shove a J-frame in my pocket, and that was like for 6 years. Based. Yeah, I know many people who revolver carry, and it is their comfortable thing. Jail Gonis for 2 says, Rads needs a refund on that haircut.
My Risky Krisky revolver carries when we used to do our lives and everything.
Sorry, let me get you guys back. There we go. Kyle says, I dropped a mag. I dropped a mag trying to tack mag while shot, and I had 2 spares at least maybe 3 years ago anyways. First mag had the pouch attached. The second went in, although a struggle. While shot? What?
Sounds
While
like
shot?
an
Is this
OIS
a civilian?
where he had to change magazines and the first one went fucking flying.
Well, so he's talking about while shot. So was this during a civilian engagement or a military engagement? Because either way, that's a wild story, man.
I think it's
sorry
an
to hear
OIS.
that. Yeah. Wait, what's OIS?
Officer involved shooting.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Justin Space Cowboy for 5 says 3 o'clock carry is underrated. Carry a compact long slide or full size handgun in regular t-shirt, just like your grandpa did for the CIA/OSS. You know,
What do
I've
you know
never
about my
done the
grandpa?
3 o'clock. I've never done the 3 or 4 o'clock carry. Maybe I should try that out. Maybe that is cool.
I started
That's how
out
I
doing
carry.
that, and I moved away from it as soon as I got a good appendix holster. But I think Brassvac still carries that way, and I mean he's faster than me, so
Yeah, but he's
obviously
still
something's
pretending to be
going on.
lefty, so like he's just being
Yeah,
a contrarian.
I really do
That's
hate that
weird.
about him.
Yeah, this guy stop doing that, man. Logan Sucks at Shooting for 2 says Delta Point pattern is the best traditional optics cut.
Mechanically, it seems fine.
Maybe.
Just
I
your
mean, maybe
options
yeah,
aren't
from like
great.
an engineering perspective, because it has like all the 4 posts or whatnot. But I don't think with modern optics it matters at all, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like with DPP, I appreciate that the screw holes are in the position that seems to make it easy to put a top-loaded battery tray. That seems to be the appeal of DPP. Otherwise, I don't know.
If
It
somebody
could
was putting a
be, or could
magazine
it
or
be
something-
enclosed?
Oh, my
You
bad,
would
sorry.
think maybe like Sig Romeo 2, they couldn't make it enclosed, so they had to use a add-on shroud using the DPP footprint.
We should just standardize everybody, and then whoever doesn't use the correct mounting footprint, we just kill them. That's my take.
We should. I think Lucas suggested this one time. It's like, what if the optic was just a part of the slide, just built in? Fuck it.
Yes, he did. Yes, that was after the Koa came out, and he was like, you know what I want? I want integrated optics, which has been done before. Always terrible. Heathen from Texas has hot take civilian tactical rifles, whatever that means, and shotguns should have bayonet lugs.
Based.
Should they have bayonets on them or
that.
just the lugs?
Just the lugs.
Incomplete thought.
Our lugs
I
will
don't
be
know
done
about
next
that.
week.
I don't know about that.
You can get your
I'm
auto
with
rifle with a bayonet lug on it here soon. Okay.
You guys got this
that's
weird-
another level
highly
of LARP.
fucking
That's-
requested. Every
that's
Marine
another
that
level
follows
of
and buys
LARP.
my stuff wants a goddamn bayonet lug, so they're
That's
getting
funny.
it now. Finally.
Monetizing that tism. There we go. Tech Guns for
Damn
5 says,
right.
hot take. The EPS is the best night vision pistol dot.
That's correct. That is
Yeah,
objectively
why is
correct.
it? Why is it so good? Because I had an EPS on my gun for a long time.
Because Hollison actually gives a fuck.
I have the EPS on a.
Remember, there
on
was
Glock
a-
17.
there was a saying. It was like car rentals. There's like Hertz and then whatever, Enterprise or whatever. And they're saying Enterprises, I think, just for the sake of argument, they're saying was we're number 2, we try harder, which is very accurate. Whatever company is currently on top of the market is probably going to get complacent, and that's what happened with all of them. And then Holoston was like, well, we have to try harder. So they did for a long time.
Hop, is your EPS a green dot?
No, I hate green dot.
That's
I
what
have it
I
on my
hate.
SCS. I've been trying out the SCS, and I'm as soon as the HGX one, the primary arms PLX red dot shows up, I'm swapping it out. But I backordered that whatever, as soon as I was able to, and it still hasn't showed up. So I'm still stuck with that SCS green dot, and I hate green.
When is the HDX coming out?
When they did a pre-order, they said it was September, I think. So maybe this month I'll get an HDX one. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Chuck for 2 says for Hop, the Warhawk sucks. The Mad Cat Mark II is A1. Talking about
That's cringe. Anything in that TRO era is cringe. No, thank you.
Damn. Hugh Jass says hot take DDP was the better and real people's champ. The Rock is and always has been a Nepo baby. Oh, okay.
That's accurate. Also, he looks like he has fucking cancer now since he lost 60 pounds.
Okay,
That guy
remind
looks
me, I thought I was
sad.
going insane. I saw him on X like the other day, and I'm like, this dude's got like bad cancer. Or something.
Yeah, maybe. Because like a couple months ago,
he lost all
looked,
his hair.
Yeah, a couple months ago, he looked like his character from Moana, the fucking Jack Islander dude. And now he looks like my dad. I'm like, oh,
he looked rocked up. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like if he's not
maybe,
sick,
maybe that's
it's
true.
good that he's lost weight. Like he's
bro, he's
lasting
what,
gear
50,
way too long.
53,
It's too much
54?
weight. It's too much weight, and it's too fast. Unless they've been holding out like the in between phase.
Well, you know what he probably did. He probably did his last roll, the Smashing Machine, just juiced out of his freaking gourd, and then he decided, okay, well, this is it. I'm too old. I gotta slow down, and then he was trimmed down to what he is now. Andrew Vachon for 20 says, I will have to come back for this one. Opening night of NFL, and my word, has it been great. My hot take, the cooler the gun is, the worse it is. The further you move away from the AR platform and Glock/M&P, the worse it is. Sensible take. Sensible take. I have another hot take. While I'm not a particular huge fan of the Scar, as you see, I have a Hydra riser on there as well. But I think it's better than the XM7. That's my hot take.
I have a story to tell you, Focus. I have a story to tell you. What if I told you that a little birdie told me, because I can't say 100% where this came from, that when they tried to field it with the Vortex, they had to open up the manual, and the actual representative from a company that will go unnamed had to read the manual to the crew, and they couldn't even figure out how to operate and set the default settings for the laser rangefinder. That's just a story
Okay,
that
but
I heard.
that's also like, how many Marines does it take to screw in a light bulb? It's
Yeah,
like,
nobody joins the
it's-
military because they're particularly literate.
If the
Well, no,
collective
this wasn't
IQ between these 5 individuals was maybe 3 digits, I don't know if we could blame the optic for that.
No. This was a group of soldiers going to a course, and
Yeah, you're not helping it. You're not helping the argument.
Okay, all right.
No, I get it. I understand, because the last actual report that came out was like, hey, by the way, this optic will not last 24 hours in the field. Like that was
like that
literally in the last
F-35
report.
crash where the pilot was on
Yes,
the phone with tech
for
support
an
as he was trying to
hour.
recover it. And he was like, hey, the landing gear's not going out all the way. And their response was, well, it can't do that. And his response was, but it is. And they're like, that doesn't make any sense. And
No,
then
no,
he
you don't get it. I'm in the air. No, did you hear the full story? So the full story, he was on a call with all these guys for 50 minutes. While troubleshooting it, he accidentally pulls the ejection lever for one of the troubleshooting things. So yes,
Isn't that like the big one in the middle?
It,
Isn't it kinda
well,
hard to
because
fuck that
he
up?
was, they were having him do everything, because what happened was this was in Alaska, so the hydraulic line got ice on it or in it and stopped it, and everybody's like, this can't happen, this is impossible or whatnot. There's measures in place to make it so this doesn't happen, but if the maintenance wasn't done properly or whatnot. So he's on there for 50 minutes just circling, just chilling, like, guys, I can't land. And so he's on a conference call with all of these, like, the engineers from the company.
He's talking to Boeing.
Everybody, right?
In the
And then
cockpit is insane.
in the cockpit. Yeah, on a conference
Well,
call
he
in the
definitely
cockpit of a
landed,
plane you
but it was
can't
not
land.
on the plane.
Yeah, minor injuries, but other than that, he's fine. But yeah, what the article that I read on that was that he did not mean to pull the ejection lever, or something was, I don't know what they were having him do in there. Maybe they were having him like try to kick the floorboards to get it unstuck or something stupid.
I mean, you know, anybody who's ever done tech support for an elderly relative is going to be like, hey, you got to restart the computer. And they're like, I did. You pull up system uptime and it's 46 days. And you're like, well, that was not true. So thanks for telling me that. Who knows? Who knows?
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah, exactly. Have you tried putting it into a flat spin and recovering it from the flat spin? That's not always worked for us here in the simulator.
You gotta do a Rendazook to fucking fix it. I get it.
Right. Well, imagine if they're like, have you tried turning on the afterburners to heat it up? Just go as fast as you can, burn up all your fuel, and see if that knocks it loose or something.
I should just flown it back to the Boeing factory from fucking Alaska and just re-air fuel it. Look, it's stuck, guys.
Part 2.
Oh, dude. You know how they do the in-air refueling, but instead of fuel, they have an operator on the end of that tube, like slowly going in to fix the landing gear.
Like duct tape to a fucking stick out of the fucking like a can.
Garrett Belknap says, hot take, your family shouldn't con you out of your business. Ah, that must have been when Lucas was on. Well,
that's where we're at right now.
We're 2 hours
fuck.
ago.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Nice talking to you. Fucking
Vintage has got planets to liberate.
Yeah, that's true. That's true about me. All right, see you guys. Nice talking to you.
All right, have a good night, man. Appreciate you.
Man. I'm gonna hop off too. Thank you, Focus, for having me on.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it, sir.
Take it easy.
Coppertone for 2 says, most gun owners just need a Saturday night special. Well, if we lower the standard that far, then I mean, yes, but no.
You need a life card.
Subark Saka for 2 says, flag everyone at the range to display dominance. True. Yes. Good move. Focus Trip's wife for 5 says, every time somebody talks, the rest of the panel looks like they're reading the back of a shampoo bottle. You know, that's how it is sometimes. You're just sitting here waiting patiently for your turn to speak, and you're like, all right, listening, vibing. Marlon for 10 says, I agree, Hop. Short stroke piston weapons are the most reliable. I don't know if that was a take that you had there.
I would never say that, no.
Yeah, you're smarter than
that. Just some space. Hey, wait. What's the ratio of piston to DI guns you sell, Cody?
Oh, I sell way more DI guns, hands down.
I want to build.
I sell more 20-inch guns than I sell any 14.5s by a fucking huge margin.
Right, but I want to try a rifle length piston. I want to buy a rifle length piston system, not because I think it's good, but just because I want to try it out.
Good luck.
You want me to send you the Adams Arms rifle length piston system that's been sitting?
No, I want to try. I want to try Superlative because Superlative still makes them versus the Adams Arms.
Doesn't fucking work. Like in semi-automatic, yes, it'll work. Binary, you might be lucky, but you can't run an FRT and you can't run an Auto-sear very reliably on the rifle length SA piston kits. They don't have enough volume. You can't run a heavy enough buffer to ensure no bolt bounce.
A5?
Okay, yeah, I'm not up to speed on that. I was just going to say why.
Well, according to SA, is impossible. They have SWAT teams running fully automatic ones all the time. And I'm like, bro, I fucking built it. It's right here. I'm not retarded.
Wait,
I went up to 120,000 gas for it, and it still wouldn't fucking run.
I'm
Any
calling
buffer
him a
heavier
liar.
than carbine.
I'm calling him a liar on that. No SWAT team is running around with a 20-inch
they're not.
rifle,
They're full of
a
shit.
rifle length piston system. No.
Yeah, no. The mid-length system can be up-gassed enough to run heavier buffers, and that's what you need for the market. At least when I sell them, they're on a mid-length one. But I could not make a rifle-length SA kit run reliably
have to try that.
for everybody's uses. Now, yes, it's really smooth and semi-automatic with a carbine buffer, but that's not what everybody needs or wants. So I don't sell.
I mean,
those
it's kind of pointless in general, but I wonder how that affects chamber heat temperature, like what the objective test is.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because the barrel's the part that is surrounding the fucking chamber, and that still gets just as hot. Just because you're putting a little bit of gas into the receiver, yeah, your bolt carrier is getting warm, but it's also riding in an aluminum receiver, which will be pulling heat away from your bolt carrier group. The heat's still going right into your barrel, just like any other any other system.
Well, fine. I was trying to make an
recommended cyclic rate of an IAR or the M27 IAR is not much higher than an M4.
No,
it's pretty close.
Again, it's still an infantry rifle. Like, you're not going to go cyclic with a belt on it because it doesn't fucking take belts. So.
Just some Space Cowboy for 10 says, having worked at a gun store for a year, Gen Pop thinks that 50 rounds is a lot of ammo. Very true. They don't know that they don't know that hollow points are to prevent collateral and probably won't shoot more than 200 rounds a year. Very true. So I do go into one of my local stores, one of my local shields, and I buy ammo in bulk. And every time the cashiers just give me this weird look, like, so what are you doing with this? You planning on just stocking up or like what? And I'm like, well, then I have to explain to them. It's like, no, I'm a retarded gamer, dude. And
there's a local school down the road.
Planning a field trip.
Well, my personally assigned agent just gave me this brand new DDM4 with the vert grip still in the farthest slot, so I gotta go shoot it somehow.
Chud says, of course, Kyle defends PSA. They've always been bad, bro. Aw, Chud going after his Discord kitten. On Ko-Fi, RDF says, regarding the Atreus selector, I heavily recommend reaching out to Ryan on their Instagram. He is a good dude and will help people who have issues with the selector. Excited for your video on it. I wonder if this guy was the guy who sent it to me, because this literally just showed up in the mail. I did not ask for it, but it showed up in the mail. So
what's breaking on them?
The little tip. So there's the thing that the bolt carrier hits to put it back in position. I've seen many pictures of that piece just sheared off.
Oh, wow.
Gone. So
could that be just like a batch heat treating issue or just a materials issue?
It could be, which again wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, but from what I heard from people who actually paid money for the things, they just aren't getting any support or customer service on the product. And it's like $200. So I mean, it's not nothing, but it's an expensive add-on for your expensive trigger.
Oh, speaking of customer service, guess who just emailed me back?
Seekins. PSA.
No, SMS.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
they
they actually
finally
did
got
reach
back
out
to
to you.
me.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
they finally got back to me.
Real quick, Focus, I got to get out of here. Chat,
All right,
if you're
you have a
still
good
here, make sure you hit the like button for Focus. Support his channel as he is entertaining the mob, so help him out there. Hop, have a good night. Glad we settled that fake beef that we tried to get into the other day. Focus, thanks for always being a real one.
What did you
gentlemen.
gues do the other day? Or was it
No,
just
it was,
your comment about him? You used him
his
as an
Glock.
example, so that thumbnail was so good, man. I love that thumbnail.
Yeah, it was about
so
his
bad.
shadow systems and his Glock or whatever.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
I was like, no, bro, I don't have beef with you. Anyway, have a good night, gents. I'll be out at the ranch tomorrow, and I'll try to. There's somebody I was got to touch base with, but I'll remember and I'll DM you after. But have a good night. Cool.
All right, have a good night, man. Appreciate it, dude. Peace.
So real quick, the Atreus Super Selectors, the problem is with the pot metal that's actually they're making it from. They had similar issues with the wide open triggers that BDUU was doing way back.
Yeah, I killed a wide open trigger in like 2 mags, and it stopped working. And I was like, I don't know what to do.
It's the same people. It is the same people.
Really?
That's disappointing.
It's BDU. All roads lead to BDU.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I rando clicked on a video. I think it was yesterday or something. They said there's like a new company kind of doing the same thing as Atreus, but it's like AS Designs or something like that. They're kind of doing
so
the
many
thing.
of them.
They're doing the same thing. So they're kind of the competitive price. They're offering it for what, $199.99 or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I seen pre-orders for $179, but that's it.
Sorry, I got distracted. Just Some Space Cowboy says, also, the Taurus G2 and G3C are as prominent, if not more, than Glocks in the wild. Retarded take. I'm going to call it right there. No, I see them in used gun store counters a lot, but I don't think I've ever seen one at a competition. And I'm not sure of anyone who's ever bragged about owning a G2 or a G3C.
I think the Glocks have been around for 40 years. The G2 has been around for 15 years at most, probably. So, I don't know. I mean, there's a volume difference, but...
The only benefit to the G2 is the fact that you can buy surplus P226 mags for it for like $5 a piece at gun shows, and they will run it.
Oh.
That's cool.
Interesting enough.
Yeah.
That might be the best thing you could possibly do with a 226 mag.
It is.
Central Sand says, Brass, shut your damn mouth. Oh, wow.
That's when he was going off about 308.
Oh, okay. Axefire Knows for 5 says, hot take, Hop's the only hot take so far with the Half-Life 2 is overrated. Your what's your argument for that again? It's the weapon balance is off.
It's just badly written. Just not.
Like the story.
Yeah, it's just I don't know.
Oh.
There's a lot. It takes about a half an hour to fully explain.
Okay, well, fair enough. Again, that's a game I haven't played in since I was 11 years old, so I wouldn't. I have to go back and revisit it.
It's like, I mean, Half-Life 2 is like 308. Everybody who thinks it's good, they're gonna be like, no, it was so good. And you're like, have you tried it recently? They're gonna go back, they're gonna play it, they're gonna come back and be like, wow, I had no idea it was so bad.
Damn, Kyle's hardcore says Hop is incorrect. I wasn't an LEO, nor was I shot by one. So you were having.
Well, no, I was not implying that you got shot by a cop. From your comment, it sounded kind of like a cop situation. Now I feel like
I had to reload on the cop. I'm super chatting or talking from the prison Wi-Fi.
Well, now I think we need to hear this whole story because
just type out the story. Type out the story.
This sounds really interesting.
Yeah, hey Amoko, it's focustrip@gmail.com. You retard. SV89 for 5 says, if you're not retarded, you can make a way better and cheaper AR-15 than the factory. But not being retarded is very difficult.
Yeah.
That's the
problem is you have the tools to properly assemble it and whatnot beforehand. Then that eats up the cost.
Well, yeah, it's not AK bad, but you do still need some extra tools.
When you buy a full gun, you're buying a warranty and you're buying a customer service and all the other fucking shit that comes with that, and taxes that are involved. So yeah, you can make it cheaper yourself. Go for it if you got the knowledge. I mean, that's the way to do it. You get exactly what you want.
There's a bit of fake math that goes on with that, where a lot of people will just sort of blithely discount the shipping cost they pay on all the individual parts, and they're like, well, the cost of the parts was as much or cheaper than buying the factory rifle. But meanwhile, they bought the parts over the course of a couple of years. They paid $10 to $20 for shipping every time versus just buying, the factory gun, because you're not, even on a good sale, you're not getting those parts as cheap as the company assembling it is. So
I think the peak version is you just meet in the middle and you find a lower that's the lower that you want on sale, and then you find the upper that you want on sale, and you kind of meet in the middle. Like
that's the bot in meta. Lucas came up with that years ago, or at least popularized it. It was the buy a BCM upper, buy an arrow lower, smack them together, and you have yourself the best rifle you could possibly want for under.
Oh, I'm even a cheaper piece of shit than that. It's a PSA lower or an Anderson lower to BCM upper.
You do, yeah. I mean, like there's just scales where you'd be like, okay, well, I can't do BCM upper, arrow lower. Let me do arrow upper, Anderson lower, and you're like, okay, well, I can't do that. Let me do Anderson upper,
Delton
lower, 80% lower.
Yeah,
you can
plastic lower. Yeah,
drill down as far as you want to at the end of the day.
Here we go. Dogman on Rumble says, keep walking, Canicgers. This is a PDP neighborhood. Okay, fair enough.
It's the same gun.
And Plastic Guy also says just more smoke and alcohol in the Canic. Maybe the real hot take was the friends we made along the way. True, very true, Plastic Guy. On Ko-Fi, Moonman says, maybe it's because my super chats are broken, but I'm not sure what is ruining my life more. Boring and incorrect opinions from the panel. I will kill the guy with the bad hair with the drywall hammer. Or my coworkers talking loudly about Superman or Batman or whatever. Yes, so Moonman only watches while at his federal job. And that money goes straight over here somehow.
Swiping that government black card.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's just trying to psyop us, to be honest. I think he's trying to get us to commit a mass casualty event. Moonman says, going to shoot myself in the mouth with a rifle in a public school parking lot to add to the school shooting statistic. If I have to hear about obscure Superman villains from my coworkers or from Hop, and yet another dog shit opinion. Wow, damn.
I don't think I know anything about Superman villains.
Well, his coworkers are gigantic. So in one year, he has his coworkers talking about, Marvel, Superman, Batman, and then in the other year, he has Hop talking about Canics and PDPs.
Sure, makes sense.
Huge Ass for 5 says, hot take, Colin Noir is a NRA psyop to get us to buy USCCA memberships.
Not a hot take, that's just common knowledge.
Yeah.
Isn't USCCA the one that if like you got another random charge added to like whatever happened and it wasn't something they covered, they drop you?
I think that they've been called out for a couple sketchy things when it comes to carry insurance in the past.
Because
and
like
I think that
the
whole
DA
thing is
would
kind
throw
of a
on would find out that they had like a USCCA membership, so they throw on a charge where they couldn't get their coverage from USCCA.
Yeah, well, that's That's
I
terrible.
mean, I
They
can't remember
drop you
who
if
it was.
it was-
I've heard about that, so I thought that was
They
interesting.
drop you if it was deemed like not self-defense or whatnot. So like you're
Yeah.
just paying for coverage that doesn't exist.
hmm You can get law shield, and if you're in Idaho, the same lawyer that got Randy Weaver off will represent you. So,
Oh, there you
U.S.
go.
law shield's pretty base.
Speaking of base, Blood Base for 5 says, we have exceeded our daily allowance of hot takes. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Appreciate it. Thank you, Blood Base. Coppertone says, be a Chad and use 855A1. Well, yeah, be a Chad and deplete your life savings. Yeah, speaking of, it would be cool, okay, in 20 years. Listen, the surplus M855A1 is going to be fantastic, okay, in 20 years. Moko says, hot take, flashlights take priority over an optic, as nothing replaces illumination at night minus other lights. Interesting. A light over an optic.
100% agree. 100%.
Well, so I disagreed with Rad's Arms about that, because I maybe I'm a little weird, but I go on walks at night basically every night, and I'm in a very rural area, and I've had dogs run up on me and stuff like that, and when there's a black shape running at you in the night, like, I would like to have a flashlight on my gun. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's the first, like, oh, you've got a handgun for duty or for carry, weapon light. You can't, if you cannot articulate to law enforcement or the prosecution why you're pulling the trigger on something and not tell them what you were shooting at or why you felt threatened, you have to be able to illuminate it. Red dot just helps you aim the gun easier. That's it. You got to have a weapon light to see what you're shooting at.
Tax driver says, I don't care, brother. What's so good about this optic? I think I have that clip. Where is it? Here we go.
You're cutting me off, and now you don't care. I can't keep up.
Oh, I don't fucking care, brother. Come on.
Okay, great, but
What's good about this optic?
Thank you for that. Appreciate that, tax driver. Stealth for 5 says 20-inch barrel revival. Also, considering how little most guys shoot, just buy good quality ammo, standardize on one consistent brand. Yeah, I say that, but I am terrible at actually doing that, because you know what? I see something on sale and I'm like, I'm buying that. I wonder if that's good. Wow, that's a really good price. I'm going to buy that. And then it's like, is my optic zeroed? Not for this ammo, it's not. Coppertone for 5 says, how far is it from my barrel to mouth? That's all I need to train for. Yeah, when I get into a quick draw competition with the police officer to beat him only to shoot myself in the head.
You most likely win because most cops suck at shooting. So
yeah. Coppertone for 5 says, my driver's seat is in the VA parking lot. Is my favorite range. Damn.
Good
Wow.
grief. I don't think he's having a good night.
I am sorry. I hope your night gets better, man.
When you guys were having that range conversation earlier, I really wanted to comment. It's like, oh, most golf courses close around 6 p.m.
Moonman says, let Emoko on. No idea what he wants to talk about, but I will sure make the next paint pen enjoyer is a Focus Trip fan if you don't let me, my sweet prince, on. Vague threats from Moonman. I appreciate it, man. Greatly appreciated as always. Let's see. Did Emoko? Oh dear. Well, this is a bad decision. We'll see how that works out. Okay. Heathen from Texas gifted 1 Focus Trip membership. Thank you, sir. SV89 says, congratulates Lucas on his take. Heathen from Texas, member for 1 month, says, hot take, everyone on the panel is not fake and gay.
Yes.
The not fake, comma, and gay.
And gay. Oh, yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm not convinced everyone is real when I don't see them. So as soon as you guys turn the camera off, you cease to exist.
I think the correct grammar would be to say not fake or gay. So I think he just called us all gay.
Ah, damn
it. Hot take, the M16A1 heavily outperforms the AKM. That's not a hot take at all. That's just granted. That's just, I think,
history has
factual
proved
truth.
that correct.
Yeah, literally a fucking shitty AR-15 will outperform a fucking AK, that's for sure.
Ryan Chapman says Lucas is based. All right, fair enough. Thank you very much. Huge Ass for 5 says, hot take, you put gun stickers on anti-gunner cars.
That could be a fun meme.
Maybe also a little bit of a crime, but funny as well.
It was a fun morning at the Starbucks.
Vandalism is
parking lot.
the funniest crime.
SB89 says hot take vintage is not black.
Prove it.
Measure his skull to prove it. Central Sands Defense on the panel. Hot take, those preaching 6.5 Creed are not good enough. How dare you? Have the distance. I do. Or equipment, well, somewhat, to differentiate the benefits between 6.5 and 308. Sure. I mean, even if you're not good enough, you'll notice the recoil reduction most of the time, and it is still flatter and has less wind. But I do agree, most people don't shoot beyond 200 yards, so it is kind of a moot discussion.
I'll go to the local range by me if I don't have any of the farmer fields that I can shoot on, and they'll some guy will be like, "Oh, you're shooting a 308, you should shoot 6.5 or run." It's like, bro, you're hitting fucking pie plates, and I'm punching out the center of a half MOA dot. Like, I don't understand, buddy.
We are not the same.
We're not the same.
Moko, how's your night going, man?
Decent. Pretty fun. Just typical.
Well, your mic is cutting in and out, so I hope everybody is happy.
Yeah, I have terribly Wi-Fi.
Well, he gets that figured out. Focus. I gotta cut out. I gotta get up at 5 a.m.
All right. Well, hey, have a good night, Ben. Appreciate you, sir. Yeah, Moko, that mic is. I can't hear a single word you're saying, sir. Just vibing down there. I poke holes in paper. For 5 says hot take, long range is just faster golf. A shot over 300 yards would be very uncommon, and that skill set is just for nerds. I mean,
good thing there are no nerds here. Am I right, gentlemen?
Well, here's the thing. Like, in my imaginary apocalypse scenario that I just created, we are only shooting above 300 yards. Therefore, you're wrong. And there's also 20+ foot mobiles in open terrain, so I need an auto rifle in my scenario.
I'm right.
Yeah.
All right, 301 yards.
301 yards. Hot take. And at that distance is where a 20-inch barrel comes into advantage, also in this scenario. Marlon for 10 says, hot take, you cannot be an Asian NVG guy on your Instagram and commit ITAR violations for very long. Bro, they get away with so much crap. I don't know how AliExpress is allowed to operate in the U.S. with all the things that they import. Focuser's wife for 5 says, are Hop's eyebrows secretly a countdown to something? Does he shave more and more off until the day comes? They just get shorter and shorter.
You're gonna have to start a tracker for that. It'll be like
Hop's
the Domino's
eyebrow
pizza tracker.
Actually, somebody made me this meme. I'll show this on screen for the gents. There we go. The light sport says my super safe. My SS is 16% APR, but it's also my first loan. Your SS, your Chevy Camaro SS, is 16% APR, but it's also my first loan.
Are you infantry?
That's a good
private.
deal.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that checks out.
You have to build credit somehow, right?
Yes, why not?
Boy Anderson for 2 says showing up a day early to estate sales equals cheat code. All right, fair enough. Pro Casual for $10. Thank you, sir. Says hot take: buy once, cry once is the wrong advice for novice shooters. Budget gear builds character and allows low risk experimentation to figure out your needs, preferences, and use case. Experimentation. That's an interesting phrase there. I don't know. I just recommend people don't necessarily need to buy the CAC or the LMT to start off with, but just buy something of a known quantity item of a reasonable value. Reasonable quality. I think that's a fair take. Mark for 5 says, why does no one make a standalone IR laser? No IR flood, no white light, just a laser. Would be nice to run on my Fixie. Thanks, Hop. Well, HoloSun.
There's a shitload of those, dude.
Yeah, HoloSun.
There's
you kind of might want a visible laser slave to the IR, so it's easier to zero.
I mean,
yeah,
maybe,
if you've already got night vision, I mean, you follow the advice. You point it out the window with the interior lights off, so nobody sees you pointing it out the window. But you just co-align your day optic with your IR laser through your nods at whatever 100 yards or something like that. But yeah, I mean, there's the HoloSun 117, which is now on deep discount because they replaced it with the Iris 1. There's the DIR 1 from US Night Vision sells them, but yeah, you got all sorts of options for a standalone laser only device. But you're going to regret it because you don't have any sort of illumination. And an infrared illuminator serves the same purpose as a white light illuminator, which is when you need to search for a target, you can't see them that well. You want it.
Ryan Chapman for 2 says, ass was holding that one, lol. Love him. Sorry, Hop. Lit. I think that was the hot take about Halo Reach. I'm not sure. Stealth for 2 says, the barrel length criticism is a nitpicky AF. I'm not sure if he's referring to Hop or the other side. Barrel length criticism, nitpicky AF. I don't know. Boy Anderson for 2 says 1 Risky Krisky, 2 Slade, 3 Focus Trip, 4 Clint Morgan, 5 James Reeves, 6 Jaegers, 7 Pewview, 8 Magic Prepper, 9 PSR, 10 Vintage Warfare. Wait, how am I number 3 on this list?
I think this is the list of people he's going to kill.
Oh, okay. Actually, that checks out. That checks out. No, very fair. Very fair. Understand.
So by the time he gets to you, he's already going to have 2 skins on top of his own skin.
He's going to be wearing Slade skin as a suit, just walking in. Heathen from Texas says, hot take, people should get good with iron sights on rifles before getting optics.
No.
Hot take.
Yeah.
Just fucking
Go
get
back
good
to
with
fucking
irons.
the high road forums or whatever the fuck. Everybody who's played a shooter is already good with iron sights.
I mean, you kind of figure it out. I don't know what. Maybe a tiny bit of a learning curve. With pistols, it's about index. So developing a really strong index with iron sights can probably be helpful. But you can also do the same with the dot, just over practice. Pistolero Jesse for 2 says, if you can't squat 300 pounds, then you don't IAR. Well, I think there's actually only one person on this panel that can squat 300 pounds, and that's me. Ryan Chapman, well, except for Hop.
I weigh 300 pounds and I can do a squat. Does that count?
Ryan Chapman for 2 says, love you, Hop and Brass. Aw, thank you, Ryan. Ryan Chapman for another 2 says, Hop and Brass are the cool cousins I wish I had. Aw.
All right, get a room, dude. With us.
Yeah, with us, yeah.
Real.
That's what you get on the Patreon in the Power Hour. With the ultimate subscription tier, you get a room with Hop and Brass. Limited tier. It's like the freaking Epstein Island, but for GunTubers over there. Subarctic Psycho for 5 says, Hop and Brass are the gay neighbors you keep your little boys away from. Okay, well, that's a different take. Ryan Chapman's back says, I'm glad you got Reno in here. I'm in California. Absolutely. I'm glad that Reno got to
explains a lot, actually.
Well, we did talk about why Reno's in California to be gay, so... What's up, Amoko? Oh, I thought you had your hand raised. It was just you turned it off your light. Chimpeth for 2 says, Vintage has Down syndrome. Oh, well, we don't discriminate here. Ryan Chapman for 2 says, California is... fourth
largest economy in the world.
Oh, we got to turn tide. You ain't gonna do that, homie. Thank you, though.
But didn't your governor get a SIG, so he's pro-gun now? That's what I heard.
No, but he had to decline it because he couldn't get it.
Oh, right, it's not on the roster.
Like that.
It's not on the roster.
Randy Abuser for 5 says, law folders suck and IAR suck. I don't trust Red Right Hand because he sent Spaz again. Yeah, that was a bad move. PX4 still rules, and so does the P30. Has Spaz ever done anything with that yet?
He borrowed the rest of my demo and sent it back, and he hasn't fucking posted a video. Says he's going to edit it at one point.
What a retard. He just needs to send that footage to be I'll edit it for him.
There
Ridiculous for 5 says, AK matches are usually super noob friendly, usually just a gun and a couple mags. Red October, Kalash Bash, check out Clayco 47. He runs a lot of those events. Yeah.
If I ever get a working AK, I'd love to do one of those.
The worst part about an AK events is the smell.
Oh,
not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. You didn't say untrue though. You said uncharitable.
I know. I'm not gonna call you a liar. I'm just saying you're being a little mean right now.
DPT for 5 says, hot take, airsoft is as useful training as USPSA. No. No. It is the most use I've gotten out of my PVS 14, and your targets shoot back. I mean, maybe
that
for like
short about 75
stuff.
Yards away maximum. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what if
I
we're
mean,
talking
shit,
about
how are you going to PID anything after 75 yards of nods anyway? I mean, they're not magic. No, Milsim West makes sense. I mean, if you want to get out and play around,
right, but what
and
are we
actually walk
about?
and use your nods under dark.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes
Okay,
a lot
so
of sense.
I was going to disagree with him in the beginning because I thought he was talking about for shooting, like using airsoft for shooting practice, and I don't think that really checks out.
But
for like moving, communicating, you actually doing stuff with nods, working with the team, all of that. Of course, that's infinitely better than USPSA for that. USPSA
Getting
is
practical
a solo
experience with night optics is really damn hard. Like I mean, most of the places that you can shoot, it's straight up illegal to shoot there with at night after dusk, right?
And if
So,
you
like,
take some of
it's
the
not easy.
nighttime group events or nighttime where they do like, it's basically like a class, but if for nighttime where you work in a group against an Op 4 or something like that, like they're very expensive, they're very hard to find, and you need to be in the right circles to even have access to that stuff. So it is complicated.
Yeah, I mean, you can do Millstone West or you can go to Darcy and fucking run around and shoot blanks at each other, but that costs you money to go to Darcy. So
yeah. Sheep Herder for 5 says, I see we've assembled the 4chan council here. Hot Brass, please stop sending Mormons to Texas, seeing too many in my one-horse town. Well, listen, it's Mormons or Mexicans, okay? So pick your poison there. The Mormons are quite a bit nicer, in my opinion.
I don't have any sway over the Mormons, just so you know.
Chud for 2 says, Glock 34 is peak CCW. Even better with 26 cut grip.
Business in the front, party in the back.
Wow. Blown out Bussy on the 26. Ryan Chapman for 2 says, I like Trench. Risky showed intro me to him. Okay, fair enough. Ryan might be a little... Ryan says put him on for 2. Okay. Ryan might be a little drunk right now, which is why he's so happy. Fruity. General Secretary Xi Jinping in the DPRK band for 2 says PSA M4A1 heart. All right, fair enough. Appreciate it. Ryan Chapman says brass piss facts. LOL. True, he's got to go take a piss. Charles Chuck for 2 says hot take Comstar was always right. Praise Blake.
The clans did nothing wrong.
Coppertone for 2 says hit Trench with hammers. Fair enough. Ryan Chapman for 2 says I love brass pack. I think he's.
I think this guy belongs in California. No offense.
He's a little toasty. That's fine. Genosian for 3 says big PMC M193 doesn't want you to know that Czech STV Scorpio was the best 55 grain, except for when it blows up.
Stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
that was the stuff
really
hot,
PMC X-Stack blew up 4 guns in the Nova Group circle in the last year and a half. So I don't anything.
Okay. Well,
I shredded a Griffin can with PMC bronze. The jackets were so thin. Went down the barrel, just right through the core. I kept shooting. I didn't care. I just like fuck it. It's already ruined. Keep going.
Unforced Ego for 5 says I unironically like Trench, even if he's a spurg at times. Oh. Thank you, Unforced. Ryan Chapman for 2 says, get risky on here. Get frisky with risky. That could be a good title for a stream. Basecamp for 2 says, thanks for having me a Make-A-Wish kid on. Hey, you're welcome, man. I appreciate your work, good sir. Is that funny? Ryan Chapman for 2 says, damn, now I have to get binos. Thanks, Hop Drunk Night Vision. All right, fair enough. Ryan Chapman is keeping a piss meter on Brass. Brass got a piss again. He's actually timing Brass to see how much he's pissing as well. Now we just need the rate of piss, and we can actually quantify how much he has pissed.
I have a leaderboard of how long it takes Brock to go pee. He is a prodigious peer. I'm pretty sure that his pee hole is so big that when he goes to the toilet, all of the pee just falls out in like a blob. It's like tossing a water balloon more than it is actually peeing. That's my pet theory for it anyway.
All right, perfect. Good to know. Axfire says for 5, hot take, Tranch isn't funny and Hop is based. Ooh, and I need more whiskey. Well, listen, with that typing, it seems like you haven't taken enough
way
yet.
less whiskey, man.
Ryan Chapman for 2 says, if I ever see you, Hop, I'm getting a hug. My guess, Hop, is that you're going to feel a little more than just a hug when he touches you.
This sounds like a full body hug.
3-point contact, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly, just like ladder safety.
Zanyco for 2 says, why Hop and Brass on separate screens, but same bed? Aw. It's when you figure out
that's the key to a healthy relationship. Don't spend all day together and then try to spend all night together. It's never going to work.
Shark Shop for 2 says 1R1s are a waste of ammo, and so is Trench. I don't know what that means, but yeah, 1R1s look really cool on the gram, okay? Sorry, did somebody say something?
No.
Dick Cheney for 2 says, Hop, as King of Pores, depend my VP9 versus HK Autistics.
I don't think owning a VP9 qualifies you as a member of the HK owners group. Also, I think Reno just put out a video about why he doesn't like the VP9, and I'm hard pressed to disagree with him. I've never enjoyed shooting them myself.
George for 10 says, get Quint Crispin or Anthony Mong Tai on the stream. I need to know if Leopold or Eokek are going to make new red dots. It's not a hot take if you spout the most mundane opinions on the planet. True, very true. Thank you, George. AppTech USA says, best show in a while. Well, hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thank you. Reverend Cudgel for 5 says, I don't want any gun laws, but nothing makes you more sympathetic than working in a gun store. The amount of flagging and alarming questions is unreal. Okay, so yeah, I worked in a department store that sold guns, and I only worked at the gun counter for maybe 6 months. But the couple people that we had to, like 4 people that we had to turn away, one was quite obviously and drunk and talking about shooting people, and we're like, nope, this doesn't happen. The other guy, one of the managers, overheard him saying, "This is what you kill N-words with, hard R," and he was like, "Well, we're not going to say this." Like quite literally, that was a line that he said to his son. Well, right, but you can't sell him the gun to do it, and that's not. Yeah, so there were a few crazy, wacky stories of people. We were like, yeah, we're not gonna sell to you. So not gonna come back on our store.
You're given authority by, if you own an FFL, by the ATF literally to discriminate if you need to. Like, be like, nope, I don't feel comfortable with this sale. Something throws it off, and like you can just tell them no. And they say you should do that. Like if it feels like it looks weird or sounds like it's a straw purchase or like that person's sketchy, you can just be like, no, I don't fucking want to sell you anything.
Where the wife comes in and is like, oh, I'm buying this gun for my husband, and it's like, get out. Turn around.
Or you get like
why did you tell me
like
that?
An old lady or somebody comes in, they want like a Scar Heavy with a bunch of crazy shit on it. You're like, what do you know about a Scar Heavy? Like, I don't know anything about Scar Heavy.
No offense, Ram, but who
the
put you up to this?
The best ones when they pull out a list and they say, do you
There's
have
vintage
this?
warfare out waiting out in the car. After he's
like tapping on the dash. He's so excited. He's bouncing up and down in his seat. He's like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
New Maxwell for 5 says, hot take 2, if you don't have a gun that can kill small game without disintegrating them, then you're behind the curveball. 20 gauge supremacy. Yeah, if you don't have a 22 long rifle in the apocalypse, you're gonna die. In this apocalypse in which you're almost certainly already dead.
Now that's a solid take.
Yeah, Dano, not in the lines for 5 says, actually, I ran a 249 with a broken thumb. You're welcome for my service. 82 NR Chemical Infantry Dragoons. Hey, you're welcome, CBRN. Enough said. Hey, thank you for your service, sir. Dano again for 2 says, at Trench, how far can you and I fire that Mark 19? I don't know what that means. Mark 19 grenade launcher. My brother used a Mark 19 in like 2004. Chuck McGill. Yeah. Chud Big Up for 2 says, Kyle has to be rage baiting. No way you're this dumb. Chud going after his Discord kitten in those super chats. Dano, not in the Lions for 5 says, fire the Mark 19 from the shoulder firing position like a real man. You're welcome for my service. 82nd Delta Series. Y'all are welcome. Well, thank you for your service, Dano. Appreciate you, sir. Alaskanistanny says, stop talking, George Lambo. All right.
George Lambo is sort of like our Nimda in the wings, you know. He's like the Nimda that we haven't banned yet.
Nimda number 2. Yeah, he's Nimdaophile in our Discord right now.
Oh, good. I hope he's having a nice time.
Yeah. Big Shell 007 for 2 says, hot take, Picatinny is life. FSP ARs are cool. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Thank you, Big Shell. Dano, not in the Lions Den for 222. I don't know how you got that number. Says, I've taught field sanitation that will save you. Good to know. Thank you, Dano. Dunk Them Muffins for 5 says, repent, Siggers. The ND is nigh. That's funny. Thank you, Dunk. Justin Owens for 2 says, hot take, sleep is greater than the rest of the FT stream. Night, boys. Well, hey, you have a good night, sir. I appreciate it, man.
Even Focus is flagging. You can tell he's been yawning in between almost.
I am freaking dying here, man. Everyday American for 5 says PSA is Sig Sauer for pores. Their customers have the same loyalty too. Yeah. There's some correlations there. Amoko, is that a freaking replica?
Yeah, it's a conquistador sword that I keep over my head.
I thought that was your IUD.
Is that your home defense sword?
No, actually, I'm resting my phone on my P2000 that I keep by my bed.
Oh, neat. Very cool. Just don't pull it out on stream.
Yeah.
Just Some Space Cowboy for 10 says, many of the big box gun stores will sell them for $200, and you will sell the Tauruses at 5-to-1 ratio to Glocks. Taurus also had the largest section in our store's vault.
It's the lost leader. You put out the circular that goes in everybody's mailbox is saying like, hey, you can get a G2C for $185 because it's a doorbuster Black Friday deal. And
maybe.
I mean, to a certain buyer, hard to say no.
Andy Cody for 2 says, when I buy a super chat, I'm buying friends. True. We're all captive here until you let us go. Bloodbase for 5 says, for the hop eyebrow wig fun. Fed Nick Gers for 2 says, if fish grew legs, there would be a knee gar. Thank you, Fed. Thank you, Mr. Gurr. Ryan Chapman for 2 says,
that's a good one.
Okay, drywall hammer guy, we Martinez gang over here. I don't even know.
Somebody should have cut him off an hour and a half ago.
Peverall 424 for 2 says, we take A2 flash hiders for granted too often. True.
Every time I put together an A2 flash hider build, someone shoots it and the recoil drives the muzzle down and they get mad at me. And I'm like, I didn't invent this. I just put it on.
A2's driving the muzzle down?
Yeah.
You got a weak left arm or what?
Especially on the hop saw. If you don't shoulder a rifle very well, then the A2 does provide a decent amount of compensation. But if you're like locked in and bearing down on the gun, that your muzzle bounces down, and you're like, oh wow, I don't actually need this, do I?
Interesting. CG Chong for 2 says, hot take, the Colt 6960 is slept on, and the used market 69.
Is the 6960 the one that's not as good as the 6920? I don't remember who this was. Somebody that I know personally who knows a lot of stuff about gun shit was basically somebody was like, hey, should I get this Leo trade Colt?
No.
And they were like, no, that's one of the bad ones.
Yeah, why would you buy this?
It was the
say no.
See, that worries me. That worries me. That doesn't look like one of the good ones.
Just say no to the 6960. Cringe handguard. Ugh, no. If you're buying a Colt, get one that looks cool.
Apparently, there's a gradient. There's like a quality level thing. Some Colts are better than other Colts.
Yeah, my favorite Colts are the sex Colts.
Easier just to buy Rock River Arms and just cut out the middleman.
Thundercast for 5 says, HD, just get a Glock, peeps, are the reason handguns haven't advanced. That's right, it's our fault. Endless support for the least ergonomic, least features, worst optic mount. I mean, you're not wrong about everything there, but the reason people buy Glocks is because they kind of just work,
And you don't always have to have a fucking optic.
Shark Shot for 5. Well, I mean, yeah, you can complain about the freaking MOS pattern, but what else are you going to do? Not buy a Glock? Shark Shot for 5 says, Brass and Hop have enough space on that tailgate for them not to touch thighs.
If physical contact with another male frightens you, you are so deeply embedded in the closet. I'm not sure I can help you, man.
They're afraid of themselves. It's like that meme. The
if you've never tested yourself, then you don't know.
How do you know if you like it if you haven't tried it? Hop 2025. Son of Mandalore for 10 says, hot take, 2011s are terrible handguns for duty and combat. I think most people would agree with that. Also, people buy them and expect it to make them a grandmaster handgun shooter off the rip, when them sucking is all just a skill issue. True. I mean, I don't know. People try and turn a staccato HD into a not staccato, right? Making it drop safe and all the other stuff that goes on with it. And I mean, it's like, I'm trying to take this staccato and turn it into a Glock. Maybe you should have just bought a Glock for duty. I don't know. Brew for 5 says, Hop was my gateway drug into looking at firearms more seriously rather than as fun toys exclusively. There you go.
Sorry I did that to you.
Hop has ruined your life in ways you will never realize. Ryan Chapman for 2 says, F you, Moon Man. New Baxwell for 5
says, threat or a promise?
New Baxwell for 5 says, I'm not sure if you guys actually agree with me or not. Does this mean I'm autistic? Yes.
Very likely. Can confirm. Professional
Well,
here.
You're here 4 hours into a focus trip stream wondering if we're agreeing with you or not. You are almost certainly autistic. This should be on the DSM-5. Joseph N for 5 says, vets make up whatever number to charge you for your pet and are the worse at this than people hospitals. Yeah, I mean, what are you not going to do? Let your pet die? It's like, it's 15 grand for this bottle of pills. You want it?
I spent $1,650 on patching up my cat, Mr. Sacco, after he got into a scrape. And I don't know how they got to that number, but it was on paper, so I figured it was legit.
Well, Well, it's the what's his face? Norm Macdonald had a joke about that. And it's like, yeah, they want to charge me $10,000 for cancer. It's like, oh, did you do it? No, I can buy a lot of cats for $10,000.
Cats just find you.
Yeah, Zephon for 2 says, Hop, can you please give me dating advice? All right, here we go. This is the moment you have all been waiting for.
Don't.
Fair enough. Excellent. And that, oh shit, come on, guys. Come on. Bushmaster for 2 says, went to Cabela's a few weeks ago on my way to go shooting with a friend, and he was looking at guns. I heard 60-something-year-old man say out loud, 6.5 Creedmoor. Yeah, right. Okay, fair enough.
right.
And he
Cool
said
story,
he said
bro.
the same thing twice.
Hell yeah, brothers.
Cool story. Brother, if it's not 308 or 30-06, and it ain't going to take down that deer.
I don't even think they're aware of 308.
I mean, if I hear that in the Sportsman's Warehouse, I am going to pull up the 30-6s for pedophiles video and try to show it to the guy.
All right, here we go. Somebody just donated on Ko-Fi. Says, what are the thoughts of 6-ARC and other gamer calibers like 6.5 Grendel? 6-ARC is a great target caliber. If you want to shoot to 1,000 yards with a small frame AR-15, 6-ARC is a great way to go.
6-ARC be badass in a bill fed.
Of course, you would say that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the majority of Europe's going to go to a 6.5, probably Creedmoor base 240 here in the next 5 years, guaranteed. They're going to move over away from 308. So, I mean, FN's already making the 6.5 barrels and everything for that, so it's only a matter of time before we see it.
6-ARC is damn cool. It's one of the, all these like meme cartridges or niche cartridges, and most of them don't hold up. They don't, sustain the hype. Like 300 Blackout is fun for a while, and then you realize that unless you can, hey, that's some tasty gams you're showing off there, sir. But yeah, if you can't make use of 300 Blackout, then it turns out it's mostly just hype. 6-ARC is like, hey, that actually does what they said it was going to do. Cool.
Yeah, Hornady did their math on that one. 22 ARC was kind of dumb, but the 6 ARC makes a lot of sense.
Well, they got to come out with 2 cartridges a year. Eventually, one of them's going to be a dud.
I've thought about rebarreling one of my 18-inch uppers in 22 ARC just for fun.
Yeah. I think 6.5 Grendel is kind of cool. Like, I think it's neat, even though like nowadays people are moving to 6mm arc.
Like 6.5 Grendel is pretty cool, and it has unexpected support from ammunition manufacturers because PSA likes it and Europe likes it. So 6.5 Grendel is cool, but when it comes to like reliable magazines and good aftermarket support, good supply of barrels, 6-ARC is going to take off because it's doing very well. 6.5 Grendel is kind of clinging to life.
Grendel was more designed to be like an AK magazine style gun, like rocket.
I wish freaking AKs would be chambered in 6.5 Grendel. That would make me want to actually own one.
Yeah,
PSA
worked really well in it because it's based off a fucking 7.6239 base cartridge, man. So yeah. But in an AR-15, it just have too many goddamn feeding issues, and the magazines just still suck. Even the purpose-built ones, still are hit or miss.
So you get the Geisley sticks and the upcoming ICAR mags will make 6-ARC a much more attractive proposition.
Yeah.
I don't think Grendel's going to get a special mag.
It's about 6 Max, guys.
The 6 Max exist, or was that just a fucking Salty W psyop?
It is literally a psyop.
They were the only ones still pushing that. And it's not like you're going to really go fucking buy it anywhere. It's just, you haven't. 6-ARCs on all sorts of shelves, But
5.56 Max is the one we should be waiting for. That's going to be awesome.
You mean 224 Valk?
All right, I hate that you're right about that. Shut up.
Max, yeah, that's the one.
Valkyrie,
well, you just ruined it. You just ruined it for me. I was excited. Now I'm not.
Someone had to go out and fail and make people want to make something like that, and the 2 Valkyrie or whatever.
Yeah,
damn it. Was the stepping point. Sucked, but it was a start.
But it was on the shelf at Walmart.
Yes, it was.
Dude, when they were going out, it was $15 a box for match 224 Valk. Just nobody was buying it whatsoever.
Well, nobody wanted to chamber their rifles in it, so
yeah. The guns never showed up. You got to have both at the same time. If one comes before the other, it's already
okay.
DOA.
30 Super Carry should have been in a 21 round Glock 17 sized handgun.
But was it 30? No, was it 32 Federal Magnum? Technically, like there were a lot of revolver companies doing 32 Fed Mag, and they were like, hey, the capacity's higher. This is a better, easier to shoot, more high performing round than 38 Special. This should be the future. And everybody agreed, like, yeah, it should be the future, but I'm not going to buy it. And so it died. And 30 Super Carry is probably the same thing. We were like, is this technically better? Oh, for sure. Am I going to buy it? No. I'll wait for somebody else to make that mistake.
Well, right, but they chambered it in like the slimline guns, and that's basically all that they decided to do with it when they should have, actually made it in guns people wanted to shoot.
There was a high point carbine in 30 Super Carry, right?
Probably, but that's because high point makes it in freaking everything.
High point is, I mean, they hung their nuts out on that one. They were like, yeah, we'll do 30 Super Carry. Why not? But it's still a hard sell.
Wait, have you shot the HP-15 yet?
Yeah, we took it out to 1,000 at the Loopholes range.
Oh, very cool.
It shoots. I mean, like it's like going back in time 15 years and shooting one of those ARs where it was a M16 profile or M4 profile barrel with a 1 1/8 twist and the carbine length gas, and it's so overgassed it feels like a 308 to shoot. It is a hilarious throwback. I think the whole project was predicated on the idea that they found a warehouse full of these old school barrels, and they're like, we can get these for pennies and make an AR around it. I don't know who else, like how else do you find a contractor willing to make that many M4 profile barrels with a 1 1/8 twist?
Well, you're probably not wrong about that, because I heard rumors of Ballistic Advantage and some of these other guys having overruns of 200,000 barrels.
Holy crap.
So buying seconds or factories, yeah.
They got to keep them CNCs running somehow, right? I'm just fucking
hey, Imoko, Moonman has a very important question. He says, ask Imoko how he picks up anime girls.
Well, they just appear in your dreams. You just need to be really autistic. It'll also come to you in your dreams.
How do I autism max? Like, what do you do every day? Is there like a meditation that you do for autism maxing?
So you just have to be open to it.
Yeah, that, and you need to like completely change a lot. Like if you're carrying a Glock like a normal person, like you're probably not going to be autistic. Like you need to like probably carry something as far from a Glock as possible.
CZP-10 at a bare minimum.
I was gonna say Jericho.
That's like babies.
Wait,
first,
wasn't it Jericho? Wasn't it Jericho in Cowboy Bebop?
Correct.
Okay. Fair enough.
However, you also still need to be anti-Semitic for the true autism, like me.
Fair enough. I think most of this audience will fit right in. Geonosian is one of those scary people who kills people. And he says, 6 ARC is an insane round, especially if you've seen it go through someone's head at 800 yards.
Gross.
Fair enough. Geonosian.
Damn.
I will take your word for that. Dunk the Muffins for 5 says, Hop, will you sign my 13 cats?
I don't sign stuff.
That
but
could
I will
be a-
kiss
that could
them
be
gently
a-
on top of the head.
That could be a reference. 13 cats. Sign my 13 cats. I don't know. Ko-Fi supporter says, I agree. Hop iCar is a big step forward, but because those Geisley mags that were $100+ were stupid AF. Yeah, Geisley dropped the price, though. They're down to like 60 now, but they were $100 when they came out.
You just help them the ability to make 100,000 of them.
Yeah.
As these cartridges, like 6 ARC and 6.5 Creed, when they're brand new, you'd be an idiot for buying them. But now enough people were idiots, including some government buyers, that now it works and now it's awesome. But like,
right, actually, like
just because a cartridge,
we will meme this into existence.
Just because a cartridge on paper is like a better performer, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to have staying power. So you have to wait. You have to wait for them to hit that critical mass. And 6 ARC seems like it's doing it. 6.5 Creed, I think, already did it. 300 Blackout already did it. And now there are things you can comfortably invest in. But when 224 Valves came out, you'd be like, well, hey, that has really nice on paper performance. Same thing with like 338 ARC. I think one of the issues with 338 ARC is that the only magazines that supposedly work correctly for it are 350 Legend mags, which are limited to 10. I don't think anybody makes a reliable 3.3 or 350 Legend mag above 10 rounds. So 338 ARC could be awesome, but 8.6 Blackout's going to have the edge until somebody gets a good mag for it.
Very few people make the 350 Legend mags, right?
If it does, that's a bummer.
Well, because it's a 350 legend case, so it's a long 5.56 case. Is what it is.
But I thought they
Yeah.
shortened it so it fit in the 5.56 mag.
Because of the neck.
The neck, the neck's still funny.
Did they change it? Because I remember originally it was 350 legend mags that they had to use for it.
I think I remember
real,
seeing
so
that, and
we're
that's
arguing about something that doesn't
that's a
exist.
problem.
So yeah.
I've never been able to buy it on a shelf, so I can't find out.
Yeah.
I mean, since it's not real, they could have made up any mag. They could have been like, "Oh yeah, it actually feeds out of P90 sticks, dude."
What's your
Capacity
take on
50.
What's your take on 6.8 SPC?
Okay.
Mine or anybody's?
Well, open.
I remember when all the fictional like early 2000s sci-fis, it's like every assault rifle had to take that. Like it's like the go-to. Like
they did all that math. And they decided
I
6.8
found
was
it
it.
kind of just cringe. Like really, if people stick to it, I feel they're just more nostalgic. I don't think
pig hunters love it. Like you go to Texas, you'll find 6.8 SPC everywhere. Like they shoot shit out of hogs with that round. Like it's really good for hunting, just like you'd probably find a lot of guys with Grendel rounds shooting hogs and stuff like that. But like the tactical world, it was never going to supplant 5.56 because you'll never supplant 5.56.
Well, here's the thing.
The master fucking race. It's not going
SPC,
anywhere.
6.8 SPC is absolutely fantastic. I have killed so many people with 6.8 SPC in Modern Warfare 3 because the ACR in that game was specifically the 6.8
I
SPC
probably
version.
killed more guys with 6.8 and fucking Rainbow Six Vegas than you could imagine.
Than you could possibly imagine.
I mean, 6.8 SPC before 300 Blackout or these other ones probably had the most adoption. It was one of the ones that got
They
closest to that critical mass because there were contracts for it. What Barrett did one, LWRC did one. They won some contracts. Magpul made a 6.8 mag, which is again
we made
like
one at POF.
that's
when
the
I was
sign. Yeah, that's like one of the signs is if proper purpose-built mags because 6.5 Grendel and 6 ARC mags for a while were just 7.62 by 3.9 AK or AR mags with a slightly reprofiled follower or whatever, right? 6.8 SPC got contracts, it got mags. Now it's probably dying again, but for a while that one looked legit. So right now I think we're at that point with like 6 ARC. Right now 6 ARC looks pretty good. It could die like 6.8 SPC. I don't think so. I think it's gonna be fine.
Magpul makes a magazine that's gonna be fine.
It also has gamer support too, because there's PRS guys and DMR guys that are using it. So it kind of hits all of the sectors. You have the civilian side, you have the gamer side, and you have actual military contracts for it as well. So, Son of Mandalore for 5 says, hot take 380 ACP can still be a viable defense caliber. One of my favorite carry guns when I became old enough to carry was a Beretta 84 Cheetah. Well, 380 is great. The thing about handguns is if you hit the off switch, they turn off regardless of caliber. Always about shot placement. Sam Wick drops $1, says absolutely nothing. Appreciate it, Sam Wick. And then Moonman on Moonman again on Ko-Fi says, I am cackling and will not explain why. I am laughing about a guy talking about being autistic and attracting anime girls via his autism.
Real.
Thank you, Moonman.
Refuses to elaborate and then proceeds to elaborate.
I will not explain why, and then explains. All right, gentlemen. I'm getting out of here. So, Richard, no more questions for the rest of the panel, please.
Nope, that was it. That was the one I've had for the whole night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know you were like backstream for the whole night. Amoka, what do you got going on, man? What do you want to shout out before we get out of here? Should I even ask?
It's just simply existing. Nothing of note happening. I'm unlikely to make any videos. Probably my most recent video was likely some stream playing Tokiden 2 like ages ago. So really, I've nothing to add other than comments. Nothing.
Well,
ever
I appreciate it, man.
here.
I appreciate you hanging out.
I may be a guest star later.
Well, you'll always be a guest star when when Moonman makes me read your dreams out. Cody, what do you got going on, homie?
Just trying to catch up from the summer. It's been a good summer. And then belt-fed stuff is coming, so please be patient. More information will come. You can wait for
summer. No, it's belt-fed autism or autumn. Sorry, belt-fed autumn.
Belt-fed autumn is going to be the thing. The prototype's almost ready for that, and people can start getting some real answers. I don't want to show anything off till I have, hold it in front of you, because otherwise, it doesn't help to talk, because people don't retain anything without visuals. So yeah, just give me some time. But yeah, belt fed autumn's coming. So
Pop, what do you got going on, homie?
Subscribe to Yankee Marshall.
Real.
I just want somebody to get jump scared by that link. All right,
they're even going to notice? They're going to be like, "Whoa, weird."
Well, this guy got fat.
I didn't know Hop was like that.
Richard, what do you got going on, homie? Butt Marshall.
Just about to hit 6,000 subscribers on the Clips channel. So if you guys could go over and subscribe, that would make my night.
You know what? If 4 hours of autism wasn't enough, you could watch it in 10-minute increments over on the Focus Clips channel. So there's that. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to get out of here because I've been sitting down for 5 hours at this point and I have not moved. And I would, gosh, dang it. Todd Dogs for 5 says Kentucky Ballistics did a video on a 36-inch barrel AR-15 and got some quite surprising results compared to the 16-inch. Also, and good night. What? 36-inch
that's practical.
It's got a drag. At that point, it goes around the curve. It goes around the curve, and it actually goes back down to 16-inch velocity, right? So it peaks at like 24, and then it goes right back down to 16-inch velocity.
I'd be amazed if that doesn't make a squib load.
MDT did a video on it where they had a bolt-action rifle, and then they just took a hacksaw to it and started cutting 1 inch at a time off the barrel, and they tracked the velocity. It's a good watch if you get a chance.
Wait, starting at 36?
Oh yeah, they started. I think it was 36, and they cut 1 inch off at a time.
What's the peak?
They did a whole blog article on it.
I think it was 24 was the peak.
Yeah, there's the old ballistics by the inch thing where they did similar. They took a 24-inch barrel and they hacked it down inch by inch with several calibers. But starting at 36 is
I'm pretty
mad.
Sure it was.
Well, you don't have enough.
What are you trying to prove, man?
Well, think about the volume inside of that bore. You just don't even have enough powder to utilize that pressure at all.
Yeah, it was silly. They had to basically get a custom-made chassis and everything.
Well, it's a good thing that we know somebody here who can get some barrels made up for us in 36-inch increments. And
well, he's actually just going to weld together 2 18-inch barrels and call
There
it
you go.
a day.
well, you're also going to have to weld together 2 rifle-length gas tubes. I mean, it's going to be a mess by the end of it.
No, it's actually at that point it's blowback because you have enough pressure coming back down the bore to cycle the bolt.
Yeah.
It's all coming back down the board. It's got nowhere else to go.
Take the lugs off the bolt. You don't need them.
Well, make it one of those stupid aluminum carriers where they're like 4 ounces.
You would have to.
Yeah.
Super light carrier.
Blowback AR-556. Make the bolt out of
a carbine lever with no weights.
Yeah, cut a carbine spring in half.
The,
so it's
the
just
spring out of the and the recoil spring could be whatever fucking pin spring you find in a fucking big pin.
Just a D10 spring. Just a D10 spring at the bottom of the buffer tube.
Hey, I've
It's
lost
there
a
for
D10
emotional
spring
support.
before, and I have used the spring out of a Bic lighter to get through my day. So don't knock it till you try it.
The gun will take 5 seconds to go back into battery. This is going to be awesome. We should totally do it.
You just throw it forward.
No, well, you have to weld the charging handle to it so that you can reciprocate the bolt after each shot. All right,
What's the
gentlemen,
cyclic rate? There isn't one.
One cyclic rate. All right. With all that out of the way, gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I will see